Ellie. Shout out to Ellie, man. It's been a long time, Ellie. Thank you for tuning in. Uh, Thank you for tuning into the live show. I just drank something bitter. You know what people say? Well, my mom says. She says anything that is bitter is good for you. So I just added bitters. It's good for your guts. So it tastes bad, but trying to get healthy, okay? Welcome back to the live show. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome to the Genesis show. Ellie in the building. Welcome to the live stream. All right, it is currently 2:49 a.m. and of course, today's date is the the 3rd of July 2025. And we're just going to briefly go um see what's going on with the House voting on the big beautiful bill. Hopefully it passes. It's most likely going to pass. I mean, come on. It's most likely going to pass. And that would be the celebration for July 4th, Independence Day. So let's see what Hannity has to say concerning that bill.
Speaker of the House of Representatives, and that is Mike Johnson is with us. The magic number 217, Mr. Speaker. This is the test vote. You have 9 members that have not voted at this point. You have 4 nays. You can only afford 3. Bring us behind the scenes. I'm sure a lot of discussions are going on. What's happening?
Yeah, Chad Pergram's got it right as usual, except there's no cracking of skulls, Sean. This is part of the process. We are tying up some loose ends. We had a Senate bill that was sent over that was modified from the House version. We liked the House version better. There's no surprise about that. And we had reached a very delicate balance on it. So it's taken a little while to go through the changes, to have everybody fully process that and figure out what that means for them in their districts. And that's part of the process. So no huge pressure here. We're allowing these conversations to continue. Chad was right. I might keep it open a little while because I have, among those no votes, I've got a couple of folks that are actually off-site right now, had to attend to family affairs or events this evening, and so some of them are on the way back. And then a couple of others, we're having still some conversations. So I want to say this. President Trump is the consummate deal maker. He's the greatest one of all time. He brought in different groups of members to the White House today. He was fully engaged in the process. Vice President J.D. Vance as well. I mean, they have been the partners in this. We're all in it together, and it is a one-team approach, and I'm absolutely confident we are going to land this plane and deliver for the American people.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I've talked to the White House numerous times today, people within the White House, and I was told very clearly that the president is very engaged, and he has been very, very explicit and very clear that this is not the end. This is just the first step. And you put on X today a list of all of the things that this accomplishes. Sure, I understand a lot of the complaints about the changes in the Senate bill. I can only tell you, having been up all night, 2 nights ago, as this was all going on, at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., they didn't have the votes. And they just kept working at it, and they did not know where Lisa Murkowski was going to vote until about 8:30 in the morning, and then they were able to get to final passage. I agree with your approach, too. I think these should be conversations. I think, generally speaking, I would imagine that most Republicans like the idea of the biggest tax cut in history. I would think they like the idea of standing up for working men and women with the provisions, no tax on tips and overtime. I think they see a emergency at our southern border, that the Democrats left a mess there. I think they see the importance of taking on a neglected Department of Defense and building the big Iron Dome, or Golden Dome, as the president calls it. I think they see the importance of reforming education. I think they see the importance of energy dominance. So there's a lot of good in there. And by the way, some of the changes the Senate made, it really ticks me off, to be honest. But having been awake all that night and talking to senators all night, I knew that was the only bill that they were going to pass. There's no way this bill can go back to the Senate and they would make the changes and that there would be an agreement between the 2 chambers. At this point, I don't see that part.
Yeah, that's right. We want to avoid a ping pong scenario where it goes back and forth between the chambers, because then your chances of success are diminished. And so we believe we can get everybody to yes. We've got to get the final questions answered. The White House has been very helpful in that and fully cooperative, and you know, that increases our chances of success here. The risk of failure is too great. All those things that you just said are included in this legislation. We call it the one big beautiful bill for a reason, because it is both. And 85% or so of the president's agenda and campaign promises are wrapped into this. We are going to deliver it, and we got to do it as soon as possible. The reason we put it on this aggressive timeline to do it by July 4th is not just so we can celebrate Independence Day and all the great things here, but we're going to get relief to the American people. Sean, this is going to be, as you and I have discussed, jet fuel to the U.S. economy. All boats are going to rise. We're going to have higher wages. We're going to have more jobs, more investment in America, more opportunity. This is the America First agenda, and every Republican in the House and the Senate understand the necessity of that and delivering it, and we're going to do just that.
Let me go to the people that have not voted yet. That's 9, and you need one nay vote to flip to yay, and you get to the magic number 217. You said that a number of members were driving back. You called the vote late. They were at events. They were at dinner. They live in Virginia, so they're making their way back. How many members would you count in that group? And for the people that maybe are unhappy with the Senate version, which, by the way, I kind of agree with some. I agree with them on a lot of their objections. However, the good overcomes this, and the promise of the president that he's going to, you know, through executive action and future legislation, if he makes a promise, I've known him for 30 years, he means what he says. So how many of these members are coming back, the people that have not voted? And what are the conversations like? Are they civil? Is there screaming and yelling in the quote cloakroom, or no? No,
we haven't had any screaming and yelling. It's been very, I think, very very cooperative and in its nature and conciliatory. Everybody wants to get to yes. And, you know, they were concerned about some of the amendments from the Senate, but that's the nature of this deliberative body. You have 2 different chambers. You have lots of different interests. And they all have to come together in the end. This is how the founders envisioned it would work. A lot of hard work behind the scenes, a lot of you know, rolling up the sleeves and arm wrestling around the table. But at the end, everybody's on the same team, and they have to do that in an agreeable manner. That's what's been happening today. I can tell you that everybody who visited with the president was delighted by the visit. Of course, you know, you've been in those scenarios with him all the time. He's a great host, and he loves bringing people over to the White House and having those conversations. He is deeply involved. He knows the policy. He knows exactly what we're doing with the agenda. And he can answer most of the questions the members have himself.
Is the president talking to members directly tonight?
He has been. In fact, he called me most recently about an hour ago and said, who else needs to have a discussion? I'm ready to get on the phone. And I said, Mr. President, you've done your job, and we'll do ours here. I mean, he has been fully a participant in this whole thing, and that's such a refreshing thing for members of Congress to know that you have a commander-in-chief who is so engaged like that, and helping to carry the ball over the line. It's really been a great working relationship, and the cabinet. I mean, we've had cabinet secretaries engaged today in conversations, answering questions in their areas. I mean, it's just an incredible team in the White House and in the Congress as well. So we are going to get this job done. Everybody will celebrate together, but the real celebration will be by the American people, because they're going to see the effects of this quickly, and it's going to be a great thing for the whole country.
Mr. Speaker, how long do you plan on keeping the vote open? Chad, I think he talked about the record being over 7 hours. I'll go back to him in a minute. Or, you know, are you just going to keep it open as long as it takes?
Well, I'll keep it open as long as it takes to make sure we've got everybody here and accounted for and all the questions answered. I made that commitment to my members. You know, we're in an era of Congress where we have small margins, small majorities, and that makes it by necessity a bottom-up institution. Right. You know, it's not a couple leaders in a back room like the old days where, you know, 2 or 3 people decide the agenda and it's hoisted upon everyone else and they take orders and follow. It really is a fully participatory deliberative body, and that means bottom-up, member-driven process. I've tried to decentralize the power of the Speaker's office so much as that is possible in our system, and I think people appreciate that. They all know their voices were heard in this, and remember, we put about 14 months of work into the production of the One Big Beautiful Bill. So a lot of time, a lot of deliberation, a lot of committee hearings and meetings, and everybody's got their voice heard. And I think it's a really important part of this.
Let's talk about the 4 nay votes that are on the board right now. I assume you've spoken to all 4 of them. What indication are you getting from them that they might be willing to switch?
Well, I have spoken to all of them, and at 3 of the 4. I'm trying to find the 4th one, but a couple of those are still waiting for some of those questions to be answered, and they're just sort of putting placeholders on the board, and I think they're open for conversation. Everybody's here in good faith. Everybody wants to get to yes. Everybody wants to deliver this agenda for the people, and we're going to give them every opportunity to do that.
All right, Mr.
Republicans needs to come together. Every single Republican needs to come together to get this bill passed in the House floor for sure. But it's most likely going to be passed by morning. But let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Welcome to the live show. Shout out to Curry B. I see you. Jet Ellie, thank you for being here.
Is now on the phone, former Speaker of the House. He knows this process very well. Fox News contributor. By the way, the last speaker to ever balance a budget 4 times. Newt Gingrich is with us. You know this process better than anybody. Okay, we call this a test vote. Can you explain it to people so they understand at home? This doesn't have to pass. What's going on behind the scenes?
Well, I mean, first of all, you get to a final point where you've talked and you've talked and you've talked, and you decide to roll the dice. And you say to people, okay, yes or no. You're in public. You can't hide. And your hope is that they will break yes for your side. If they break no, you then can keep the vote open. That's the great power of the majority. You just keep the vote open and keep talking to them. I think the all-time record was converting 1 member after 7 hours. But I think you work it from that angle. You also communicate clearly that a no vote here for a Republican not only is a vote for the largest tax increase in history, but it's probably a vote to retire. A no vote here on President Trump's biggest domestic policy, the absolute center of his administration, is a vote that is suicidal. And I think that that will be communicated to them in a pretty vivid and direct way. Massey's already experienced this. There's one poll out already that shows he's at 29% for re-election as people back home realize he's anti-Trump. And that's what this, look, in the end, this is real simple for a Republican. President Trump has staked everything on moving the economy, on reforming the government, on freeing up energy, on a whole range of issues in this bill. The people have been working on this bill for 14 months. And you're either on the team or you're not on the team. Is the bill perfect? No, it's not perfect. Is it the best we could get out of the U.S. Senate? Which, by the way, remember, had a 50-50 vote with the tie broken by the vice president. So Senator Thune couldn't carry it 1 inch further or it would have failed. Now, you have a choice now as a House Republican. You can take this bill, recognize that there are going to be future bills, there are going to be future executive orders, there are going to be future appropriations, and you can work out an agreement to get the things you need to feel good about voting yes. Or you can be the person who torpedoes the bill and has the entire Republican Party at every level deciding that you shouldn't be in politics. And I think it's going to come right down to that.
When you leave the vote open, if you're a nay now, can you go to yay?
Yes, they had one vote earlier this year where 3 members had voted no, and within 10 minutes, all 3 came back in and switched their vote to yes. And that was a direct result of Trump calling them on their cell phone.
You know, it is pretty amazing. You know, there's one big, beautiful bill, and you were an advocate of it because you wanted to get a lot done, and your rationale and explanation I thought was very sound, and that is, you know, Reagan probably when he first became president, he inherited a horrible economy, and he waited too long to get his top marginal rates reduced from 70 to 28%. It takes a while for that to kick in. With this happening now in early July, a year before midterm, that would give the economy a lot of time to recover. And if I'm right in my belief that peace and prosperity drive elections, a good economy is going to be good for every single member if they want to be reelected, or new members that want to come in there. And I look at the things that I really like in this bill. I mean, we're now talking about the largest tax cut in American history, while simultaneously Democrats are voting for the largest tax increase in American history. You know, Republicans are voting for no tax on tips. Over time, they're helping 80 some odd percent of Social Security recipients. That is a big deal. They're the party of working class Americans. They're the party of older Americans that Democrats have been lying to. And add to that, for example, it would result in if they don't pass this, it would increase taxes on the American people a whopping 62%. Of Americans would have a tax increase, a 22% tax hike for the average taxpayer, 43% tax hike for small businesses. That's a lot at stake. And I'm not even talking about securing the border and deporting illegal immigrants. I'm not even talking about reforming education, which has been a disaster. I'm not even talking about, building the next generation of weaponry. I'm not even talking about putting America on a path to energy dominance. And that would lead to a level of prosperity I don't even think we can begin to calculate here tonight. So there's a lot at stake here.
Well, and look, if you're the Democrats, you would love to defeat this bill because you would love to have the biggest tax increase in history, cripple the economy, run for election in 2026 with the economy a disaster. And, you'd be, which is what makes you go nuts about the Republicans who don't get this. The Democrats have a really good reason to want this bill to fail because they want a bad economy. They want open borders. They want big bureaucracies. They believe totally in giving away money to people who refuse to work. So you look at that, I get it. But when I see some Republican who decides that if it's not perfection, as that person defines perfection, then they can't vote yes. I just think it makes me want to tear my hair out because that's not how the American Constitution works. You have 100 senators, 435 House members, a president, and you got to find a way to get the whole system to work together to get anything done. And a Republican who votes no is voting for, I think, a disaster.
All right. Stay right there. Former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
All right. What do you think is going to happen on this bill on the House floor? I think it's going to eventually pass. But I just want to give a shout out to Ellie in Chicago. Well, we know he says Chicago is Chirac. Okay. The first time I heard Chirac was from Ellie. Shout out to Ellie. He's been here from the beginning, so I got to give him a shout out, man. Shout out to Ellie one more time. And I hope everybody's fine in Chirac right now because, godly, dear Lord, a lot is going on in this world right now. We do not need that kind of chaos in Chirac. So, dear Lord, whatever is going on, please just make it go away because I'm just tired of chaos, man. Shout out to everybody for tuning in. Here we go.
Representatives, and that is Mike Johnson is with us. The magic number 217, Mr. Speaker. This is the test vote. You have 9 members that have not voted at this point. You have 4 nays. You can only afford 3. Bring us behind the scenes. I'm sure a lot of discussions are going on. What's happening?
Yeah, Chad Pergram's got it right as usual, except there's no cracking of skulls, Sean. This is part of the process. We are tying up some loose ends. We had a Senate bill that was sent over that was modified from the House version. We liked the House version better. There's no surprise about that. And we had reached a very delicate balance on it. So It's taken a little while to go through the changes, to have everybody fully process that and figure out what that means for them in their districts, and that's part of the process. So no huge pressure here. We're allowing these conversations to continue. Chad was right. I might keep it open a little while because I have, among those no votes, I've got a couple of folks that are actually off-site right now, had to attend to family affairs or events this evening, and so some of them are on the way back. And in a couple of others, we're having still some conversations. So I want to say this. President Trump is the consummate deal maker. He's the greatest one of all time. He brought in different groups of members to the White House today. He was fully engaged in the process. Vice President J.D. Vance as well. I mean, they have been the partners in this. We're all in it together, and it is a one-team approach, and I'm absolutely confident we are going to land this plane and deliver for the American people.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I've talked to the White House numerous times today, people within the White House, and I was told very clearly that the president is very engaged, and he has been very, very explicit and very clear that this is not the end. This is just the first step. And you put on X today a list of all of the things that this accomplishes. Sure, I understand a lot of the complaints about the changes in the Senate bill. I can only tell you, having been up all night, 2 nights ago, as this was all going on, at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., they didn't have the votes. And they just kept working at it, and they did not know where Lisa Murkowski was going to vote until about 8:30 in the morning, and then they were able to get to final passage. I agree with your approach, too. I think these should be conversations. I think, generally speaking, I would imagine that most Republicans like the idea of the biggest tax cut in history. I would think they like the idea of standing up for working men and women with the provisions, no tax on tips and overtime. I think they see a emergency at our southern border, that the Democrats left a mess there. I think they see the importance of taking on a neglected Department of Defense and building the a big Iron Dome, or Golden Dome, as the president calls it. I think they see the importance of reforming education. I think they see the importance of energy dominance. So there's a lot of good in there. And by the way, some of the changes the Senate made, it really ticks me off, to be honest. But having been awake all that night and talking to senators all night, I knew that was the only bill that they were going to pass. There's no way this bill can go back to the Senate and they would make the changes and that there would be an agreement between the two chambers. At this point, I don't see that part.
Yeah, that's right. We want to avoid a ping-pong scenario where it goes back and forth between the chambers, because then your chances of success are diminished. And so we believe we can get everybody to yes. We've got to get the final questions answered. The White House has been very helpful in that and fully cooperative, and that increases our chances of success here. The risk of failure is too great. All those things that you just said are included in this legislation. We call it the one big beautiful bill for a reason, because it is both. And 85% or so of the president's agenda and campaign promises are wrapped into this. We are going to deliver it, and we got to do it as soon as possible. The reason we put it on this aggressive timeline to do it by July 4th is not just so we can celebrate Independence Day and all the great things here, but we're going to get relief to the American people. Sean, this is going to be, as you and I have discussed, jet fuel to the U.S. economy. All boats are going to rise. We're going to have higher wages. We're going to have more jobs, more investment in America, more opportunity. This is the America First agenda, and every Republican in the House and the Senate understand the necessity of that and delivering it, and we're going to do just that.
Let me go to the people that have not voted yet. That's 9. And you need 1 nay vote to flip to yay, and you get to the magic number 217. You said that a number of members were driving back. You called the vote late. They were at events. They were at dinner. They live in Virginia, so they're making their way back. How many members would you count in that group? And for the people that maybe are unhappy with the Senate version, which, by the way, I kind of agree with some. I agree with them on a lot of their objections. However, the good overcomes this, and the promise of the president that he's going to, through executive action and future legislation, if he makes a promise, I've known him for 30 years, he means what he says. So how many of these members are coming back, the people that have not voted? And what are the conversations like? Are they civil? Is there screaming and yelling in the, quote, cloakroom, or no?
No, we haven't had any screaming and yelling. It's been very, I think, very, very cooperative and in its nature and conciliatory. Everybody wants to get to yes. And, they were concerned about some of the amendments from the Senate, but that's the nature of this deliberative body. You have two different chambers. You have lots of different interests, and they all have to come together in the end. This is how the founders envisioned that it would work. A lot of hard work behind the scenes, a lot of, rolling up the sleeves and arm wrestling around the table. But at the end, everybody's on the same team, and they have to do that in an agreeable manner. That's what's been happening today. I can tell you that everybody who visited with the president was delighted by the visit. Of course, you've been in those scenarios with him all the time. He's a great host, and he loves bringing people over to the White House and having those conversations. He is deeply involved. He knows the policy. He knows exactly what we're doing with the agenda, and he can answer most of the questions that members have himself.
Is the president talking to members directly tonight?
He has been. In fact, he called me most recently about an hour ago and said, "Who else needs to have a discussion? I'm ready to get on the phone." And I said, "Mr. President, you've done your job, and we'll do ours here." He has been fully a participant in this whole thing, and that's such a refreshing thing for members of Congress to know that you have a commander-in-chief who is so engaged like that, and helping carry the ball over the line. It's really been a great working relationship, and the cabinet. We've had cabinet secretaries engaged today in conversations, answering questions in their areas. It's just an incredible team in the White House and in the Congress as well. So we are going to get this job done. Everybody will celebrate together, but the real celebration will be by the American people, because they are going to see the effects of this quickly, and it's going to be a great thing for the whole country.
Mr. Speaker, how long do you plan on keeping the vote open? Chad, I think he talked about the record being over 7 hours. I'll go back to him in a minute. Are you just going to keep it open as long as it takes?
Well, I'll keep it open as long as it takes to make sure we've got everybody here and accounted for and all the questions answered. I made that commitment to my members. We're in an era of Congress where we have small margins, small majorities, and that makes it by necessity a bottom-up institution. It's not a couple leaders in a back room like the old days where, 2 or 3 people decide the agenda and it's hoisted upon everyone else and they take orders and follow. It really is a fully participatory deliberative body, and that means bottom-up, member-driven process. I've tried to decentralize the power of the Speaker's office so much as that is possible in our system, and I think people appreciate that. They all know their voices were heard in this, and remember, we put about 14 months of work into the production of the One Big Beautiful Bill. So a lot of time, a lot of deliberation, a lot of committee hearings and meetings, and everybody's got their voice heard, and I think that's a really important part of this.
Let's talk about the 4 nay votes that are on the board right now. I assume you've spoken to all 4 of them. What indication are you getting from them that they might be willing to switch?
Well, I have spoken to all of them, and at 3 of the 4. I'm trying to find the 4th one, but a couple of those are still waiting for some of those questions to be answered, and they're just sort of putting placeholders on the board, and I think they're open for conversation. Everybody's here in good faith. Everybody wants to get to yes. Everybody wants to deliver this agenda for the people, and we're going to give them every opportunity to do that.
All right, Mr. Speaker, we really...
Bill is definitely going to take a long time to pass, which is probably tomorrow morning, but it is going to pass. Okay? This has to pass because it's not going to have to go back to Senate for another amendment or whatever. Nah, it's not going to have to go back to the Senate. It's going to pass, and let's move on to the next, okay?
Welcome to Hannity, and this is a busy news night. Tonight, a new warning about the communist lunatic who could become New York City's next mayor from a possible Democratic presidential candidate born in the Bronx. Take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very, very clear. If the Democratic Party becomes the likes of Zohran Mamdani, who, by the way, I like, I'm not trying to throw any shade on him or anything like that, but if the Democratic Party becomes him, you have no chance. You have no chance. on a national basis in terms of the presidency. In Senate seats in the House, you have no chance.
Oh, no, that's not shade at all. The great Stephen A. Smith will join us with more on his warning to the Democratic Party. But we begin tonight with the One Big Beautiful Bill, which just cleared another major hurdle, advancing out of the House Rules Committee at this hour. My sources, they are saying that it is very close to getting to yes, meaning it could pass even shortly. We're watching the House floor very closely tonight. And very soon it will be up for a House-wide vote, which will likely pose the last major obstacle before the BBB bill, as they like to say, is signed into law. One big, beautiful bill. Needless to say, in the USA, it's not easy to pass a major piece of legislation. My entire adult life following politics, that has not been the case, especially when Democrats are standing in the way and you have slim majorities. Last night, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries posted a pretty embarrassing picture of himself holding a baseball bat with the caption, quote, "House Democrats will keep the pressure on Trump's one big ugly bill." Well, I guess this was supposed to be menacing, threatening, more love from the party of mostly peaceful riots, of course. Now, if you actually knew anything about how to swing a bat, the Democrats, they wouldn't lose the congressional baseball game every single year. But that's besides the point. I digress. Now, tonight, it's clear Democrats do not really seem to know or care what's even in the bill. Their only motivation is to lie to the American people, scare old people about what's not in the bill, and as per usual, stick it. To who? President Trump, as usual. Take a look.
I was asking you about no taxes on tips, which is part of this bill for working people who work on a tipped wage. Do you support that?
You know, I haven't looked seriously at it because I haven't thought they were serious about it. Tips are income. And I would prefer just to have a much more progressive income tax, so people who are making a lot of money are paying more.
Oh, my God.
I never really thought about working men and women, and yeah, that would be a huge savings to them. I've never thought about it. Meanwhile, we have been talking about it the entire election campaign in 24 and all this year. Now, whether they are willing to admit it or not, Raskin, his far-left colleagues, they are now poised to vote against what is the largest tax cut in American history. And by doing so, they will be voting for the largest tax increase in American history. As Speaker Johnson rightly is pointing out, they are supporting a $4 trillion tax increase, the largest in American history. This includes a tax increase of 62% on American families, a 22% tax hike for the average taxpayer, and a new 43% tax rate for small businesses. By the way, they will pass that cost on to you. Democrats are literally fighting tooth and nail against what amounts to an extra $10,000 in take-home pay for an average family of four. They are fighting against no tax on tips for people that work so hard in the service industry. I spent 10 years of my life doing it. No tax on overtime. My 10 years in construction, I could have used, no tax on overtime because I worked a lot of overtime. And tax relief for middle and low-income seniors on Social Security. So let's be clear. Democrats do not care about the hard-working men and women in this country, the people that literally day in and day out make this country great. They are stabbing them in the back tonight. They don't care about seniors either, and they are now a dead party that only caters to the radical, woke, left, elitist, socialist class, coastal elites, and that's it. They don't stand for working men and women. They don't care about older people. They claim to, they don't. Tonight, they will prove that in the House. They proved it in the Senate yesterday. So, of course, tonight, Democrats are fighting for more open borders. Really? It's not a big enough national security disaster. They fight for the rights of illegals over your safety and against desperately needed funding for border security, a new border wall, and criminal deportations. They want our borders to remain wide open. I don't know why. They champion the likes of Abrego Garcia. They go after ICE out in Los Angeles while they're busy arresting child molesters, murderers, gang members, and drug dealers. Make sense to you?
The fact that a congressman Jamie Raskin, who is the United States representative, said he hasn't really looked into no tax on tips. So what are you voting against it for? You haven't looked at it, but then you don't want to vote for it. So go look at it. It's your job. Do your job, bro. Like, just do your job. You come on national cable news and say, you know what, I haven't really looked at it. And it's currently being voted against right now. And you haven't looked at it? Yeah.
Doesn't make sense to me, but they're fighting for criminal illegals also to stay in the country. Remember, Kamala wanted to offer them free sex change, taxpayer-funded sex change operations. Tim Walz wanted taxpayer-funded college education for illegal immigrants. This is an undisputed fact, backed up by the last 4 years. So now would be the time to fix what was the most preventable national security disaster in history, secure the border, deport millions of unvetted Biden-Harris Mayorkas illegal immigrants, and they refused to do it. As the vice president pointed out, all the criticisms of the bill are immaterial compared to the billions for ICE and immigration enforcement. In fact, this one big, beautiful bill would make it impossible to deport 1 million illegal aliens each year with 10,000 new ICE agents, 5,000 customs officers that are hired, 3,000 new Border Patrol agents, all while providing the necessary funds to finish President Trump's big, beautiful border wall, while also creating untold thousands of high-paying career jobs for Americans. And according to Border Czar Tom Homan, this bill must pass right away. Here's what he said.
Today, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. You can have some comfort of that. But the reason we have the most secure border in the history of this nation is because of President Trump's policy and having DOD assets assist Border Patrol on the border. That's why we have that most secure border, which is why we need the big, beautiful bill passed, because that puts more Border Patrol agents on the border, maybe relieve DOD assets. That puts more ICE agents on the streets of this country to arrest more public safety threats and national security threats. I looked at numbers this morning. Over 200 Iranian nationals have been arrested by ICE and brought in. With more resources, we do more than national security work across the country.
Let's get rid of the known terrorists. Let's get rid of the murderers and the rapists, other violent criminals, the cartel members, gang members, and drug dealers. This bill also moves America towards energy dominance. What does that mean? That means we can be an energy-rich country. Everybody will benefit. It funds, by the way, the Department of Defense to build out the next generation of weaponry. We live in a very, very dire, dangerous world. We see that with Iran. We see it with China. We see it with Russia. The military was completely ignored and depleted under Biden and Harris. This bill also goes a long way towards reforming and beginning the process of fixing this broken educational system that is failing our children. It is time to pass the bill, fix the border, deport illegals, modernize our military, and secure a massive tax cut for every single American. And take heart in knowing that this is just the first step in fixing this monumental disaster left by the Democrats. Hey, Sean Hannity here.
And when people say, well, cut the budget for the military, what are you thinking about? That's why the United States is the United States. That's why America is the greatest country on the face of the earth. The military is part of it. So you cannot cut the budget for the Defense Department. Look, let the Defense Department do what they do so they can secure the homeland. Whatever they have to do, whatever they need should be given to them. All right? That's what that's what I believe. That's my opinion. However, this guy, the U.S. representative, talking about I haven't really checked it out. So what are you doing? Or what have you been doing? Let's go back there.
Take a look.
I was asking you about no taxes on tips, which is part of this bill for working people who work on a tipped wage. Do you support that?
You know, I haven't looked seriously at it because I haven't thought they were serious about it. You know, tips are income. And I would prefer just to have a much more progressive income tax so people
What? Oh my God. What?
who are making a lot of money are
Man,
paying.
please get away. Okay, just get away.
Greg, this is a huge win, but is this like celebrating a murder conviction of a loved one where it's a victory, but it shouldn't have happened in the first place?
Well,
and it still doesn't restore them fully.
It was necessary. I mean, this is not about women's sports alone. It's about truth, biology, morality. It was a battle over your own mind. What you think and what people, i.e. a mob, a cowardly mob, could compel you to believe and obey. You have heroes in this story. J.K. Rowling, Riley Gaines. There were a few reporters and journalists who shared the risk and fought this twisted ideology in the face of persecution of unhinged and violent activists and disillusioned strange men. We pushed this story hard because, I mean, for me personally, the mob think and this mass delusion, I wanted to break it open. I wanted to see what would happen if you faced it. So I just want to go through the villains in this. You had the media that blamed all the brave people that stood up as transphobic, when in reality, what is transphobic? Fear of telling the truth to trans. It was the media that was actually transphobic. Then you had teachers who defended lying to parents about their kids. You had cowards on social media who bullied, people like Riley Gaines and behind their virtue signaling pronouns. Then you had the hacks that promoted the false stats on trans suicide. You had ESPN who lauded Thomas as a female icon. You had the Biden White House who promoted trans ideology by appointing trans people in the cabinet. The medical establishment who pushed the false science while butchering kids. Celebrities who promoted their children like it was a tequila brand. And then there are parents who use their kids' identity to build their own identity. Munchausen by proxy. Then you have the men themselves. They're not women. They're hardly men. They're autogynephiliacs. They found a way to game society to indulge their fetish. And their fetish wasn't just to dress up as women. It was to garner public humiliation. It was a humiliation fetish. This is why the Dems lost. They cowered before a fetish that caused irreparable harm. And they gaslit the public who knew better, but were too scared to say anything for fear of being mobbed. Right now, you have a candidate in New York City who wants to take $70 million from taxpayers to pay for more butchery. This is a huge victory, but it's not just about sports.
One of my favorite comments today, Dana, by a loved one was, America is healing. That this is a really important step back to restoring. But, again, Thomas took the place, these male athletes took the place of females. So restoring or stripping away the awards, it still doesn't account for everything that was actually lost.
You have to admit that it's pretty absurd that it takes an act of a president to allow women to win in women's sports. I mean, what a world. And all the things Greg said, I would echo, and I would add this. They not only took away opportunity, but it was scholarship money, possibly. It was award money. It was sponsorship money. Because this started, and it eked out in swimming. I don't know if it started there, but that's when we first started really learning about it. And then every day, we could do a different story about another sport where this was happening to women. And where were the champion women athletes who had already succeeded? I'm sorry, Billie Jean King, she played the battle of the sexes for a reason. She's wildly successful, and she was silent on this. Martina Navratilova, okay, great, thank you. One? We got one woman athlete that would stand up for these girls, and what was amazing to me is how poised Riley Gaines and Paula have been, and they're not the only ones. These women who took a little bit of speech training and media training and found their voice because nobody else was sticking up for them. That is an incredible accomplishment for them. The other thing that the president has been able to do, and I give props to Secretary Linda McMahon as well, who has accomplished so much in her career, but this might be the crowning achievement, in my opinion, because she's saving women's sports. You have a situation where the University of Pennsylvania has a chance to shock itself out of the delusion that it was in following the mob. And when the history books are written about this period, people are going to look back and go, "What? That's insane. They did what?" And hopefully we live long enough to read that history, because I'm hoping that a lot of these things happen pretty quickly now that University of Penn has gone through it.
Right, and included in that, Joey, that UPenn nominated Leah Thomas as NCAA Woman of the Year. So now we have holdouts, Maine, California, et cetera. Are they going to hold out forever? Or do you think they're just going to finally cave in when there's such an exodus of female athletes that flock to states that actually protect them?
Yeah, well, first of all, you're the lawyer, so you have better insight on this than I do. But the NCAA was recently sued and lost a settlement called the House Settlement, where players from all over the country can go back to the university and get paid for their name, image, and likeness. Before that, there was a Supreme Court ruling against the NCAA about how name, image, and likeness and players can receive money. The reason why I bring that up is that when you go back to it, even this decision from this college says, but we were in compliance with the NCAA rules of eligibility. Like, it seems to me like that's low-hanging fruit. I mean, from what I understand, there are two aspects of this. One, the Trump administration withheld more than $700 million in grants from the university. So maybe part of their motivation was to get that money quicker. But the other side is they had a lawsuit moving forward that this is a settlement of. So the Trump administration must be pretty confident about their case, what the leverage they have. And I don't see where in a settlement with one university, they can't take that same leverage to the NCAA or any number of other universities. And at the end of the day, I hope every single girl that was forced to share a locker room with a fully intact 6'4" man sues the hell out of every school and every authority that made them do that when they were asking not to.
That's the thing, LJ. I cannot get over exactly that fact. It's the criminal code that covers that. So we prosecuted coaches and teachers for sexual assault. Should the schools be held criminally accountable for forcing minor women, young women, to be naked in front of fully intact naked males? Because that is squarely covered by the criminal code, and I think that's what's next too.
Well, since I'm in Harold's seat and I'm chocolate, it's good to be back around the table. I guess I would say is this should be a simple issue for the left, because this is something they claim to preach: atonement, correcting history, reparations, statues, except for in many cases, they get the history wrong. They bastardize this. It's too far to track the genealogy to get it right, except for we have all the tape. We have all the records. All the people that are involved in these lawsuits are still living. So I think from a criminal standpoint, yes, there should be some lawsuits there, but give them their medals, change the books, remove the statues, do everything that you guys have been claiming for every other historical event, except for we know the people that were victimized and they're still living. There's still time to atone here. You know who I'm watching? I'm watching Harvard, because they're a part of this as well. One of the competitions was there, and they will not cave on any of the issues here. But this university, they need the money. Harvard doesn't. I think in the court of public opinion, though, they've already lost. We just had a whole election where men stood up, where women should have stood up. Men stood up and said, we're rejecting this.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll see a lot more, but
shout out to the men. Shout out to the men. And of course, shout out to the women as well. All right. This CNN journalist or reporter got owned. Listen to this.
Lauren, who doesn't want this, Lauren, it's not just the leadership, as Lauren said, that doesn't want this bill to change. It's also President Trump and the administration. There is a concern that if this goes back to the Senate, they're starting completely over. They got it through the Senate. They want to get it through the House as is. They don't want any more question marks. They don't want to wait for any more votes. And so what we've seen here today is an incredibly quiet White House. We know that behind the scenes, they are having meetings. It's been a revolving door of not only just the holdouts, both conservative and the more moderate, but also people who support the bill, because they are hoping that this will bring some pressure to those colleagues if they're all in the room together talking it out. And as Lauren mentioned, a lot of this has been negotiations. How do we get this done as is? What do you need? Talking to these various lawmakers, and the administration is making promises. Now, the White House won't tell me what those promises are, but they're making promises to these lawmakers to try to help get them over the finish line. Again, this is critical for President Trump. Now, what we're hearing from White House officials who were incredibly bullish yesterday, saying we've been courting these House members for months, we're going to get this done. They've been a little bit more coy today, but they still believe they can get this done. And they're basing that off of the negotiations and off of the conversations that they're having. And actually, I was talking to Lauren about this before we came on the show. One of the interesting things to watch for after, if this bill does get passed, is what exactly the White House does to show these these lawmakers what they wanted, to give them what they wanted. And that's going to be something to watch moving forward.
Yeah, we will be watching for that. Kristen Holmes, thank you. Out front now, Republican Congressman Tim Burchett. Congressman, thank you so much for being with us this evening. You voted yes on the House version of this bill. Where do you stand right now on this version the Senate sent over?
I'm firmly undecided. I've got a few more questions to answer. I'm concerned about the economic impact, of course, of this. I think the CBO, they do not take that into consideration, and that's something that I think is kind of greatly underutilized in their score, because oddly enough, if you release America's energy potential and remove a lot of the bureaucracy, you're going to see our economy grow. And of course, the tax credits that are there for business manufacturing, 100% write-offs, things like that. And in Tennessee, if we don't pass it, we're going to see over a $2,000 to $3,000 tax increase on families making $70,000 or less. So, of course, I'm leaning in the affirmative, but I'm just waiting out to hear just exactly everything. We've been breaking it down piece by piece.
So you're taking issue with the CBO estimate here?
Yes, ma'am, I do have an issue with it. The office is very partisan. I mean, 85% of the people in their healthcare division identify as a Democrat, or they've contributed to Democrats, or they're registered Democrats. They're leading, I believe their leading economist is that. We ought to do away with these organizations, because we use them when we like them, we don't use them when we don't like them, and you've got a bunch of bureaucrats in here that are on a lifetime gravy train. And frankly, we've got independent agencies that can do that. We have people up here with accounting degrees that can do the math. So I feel like that is a waste of taxpayers' money.
So in January 2024, there was a Republican who trusted the CBO so much that they reintroduced a resolution to require the House clerk to read the CBO estimate of any bill. I believe that was you, sir, the third time you introduced that resolution. Is that right?
That's correct, ma'am. Of course, and that proves
but
just
you
what
don't
I
like
said.
You don't like the CBO
us,
now.
Ma'am?
But you don't like the CBO now. You introduced that resolution over multiple years, but now you're dissing the CBO.
Did the bill pass?
Your resolution?
Did the bill pass? Yes, ma'am.
You introduced it, sir.
I know
it's
it, ma'am,
irrelevant.
But did it pass? They never pass because nobody wants any verification. It proves my point. When it serves us well,
you took a
when
stance
it
and you were
serves us well, we're for it. But when it doesn't, we don't. So
you're clear about where you are
like,
on the CBO. I just want to say, but just to get to where you said earlier that you were closer to voting yes after speaking with the president. I saw the vice president sent you put a nice tweet up that you responded to. What did the president say to you that made you feel maybe closer to voting yes?
He talked about the economic output that we would have that was not in the CBO scores, and along those lines, he talked about other things that I'm not going to share, but because it was in privacy. But I think there's a lot of things that will probably be revealed when this is passed, and I think America will embrace it further. I think, again, once you do some things like straighten up Medicaid and Medicare, and you dispute a lot of the lies that are in the media about people getting kicked off, I think America understands what we're up against in this. We're up against people want to call it the swamp up here, but it's really just a sewer. It's a man-made thing that it doesn't produce anything, and it fights us every step of the way. And so I think once you allow Americans to get out and work and actually force those to work and get them off the couch that some of them are on, that are in the illegals and folks that are gaming the system, I think you're going to see that this country will bust wide open economically, and I think that's going to be a great thing for this country.
Well, the CBO, which you put so much trust in for years and years, that you passed a resolution wanting estimates read before bills, is very clear about how many people are going to be kicked off of health care until you were against the CBO.
No, ma'am. You listen. If you want to do the editorial, just go ahead, and you don't need me on here. But the
These
CBO,
are facts, sir. I don't have to editorialize.
Scores. I would like to see what the economic output of every bill. You as a taxpayer should want that too. And the CBO is the only organization we have. If I could allow a private accounting firm to do it, I would much rather that happen. But the reality is it would have to be the CBO. And what do you have against knowing how much each bill is spent? Why is the media opposed to that? Why do you all on the left always fight every chance at America knowing what's going on? The problem y'all have with this bill, ma'am, is that it gets government out of our way and lets Americans make some decisions, and maybe hardworking Americans would have a better choice and a better shot at life in this country without you all just telling us how bad things are going and trying to construct, and as you're doing with me, trying to dictate what I've said. And the reality is the CBO is a partisan organization, and the reality is America has a right to know how much we're spending on every piece of legislation. I cannot believe you as a member of the media would not want open records, and that is exactly what that bill would do.
Sir, we have reported on what is in this bill. We do that time and again.
Ma'am, you all are trying to scare, are you talking about the big beautiful bill? You all just try to scare America by telling millions of people are going to be cut off this thing. You're talking about the people that are on it illegally, that are gaming the system, and that is. And
no, we're not. The CBO.
The
CBO is very clear.
And the bill does not do anything of what you've said, and all you've done is scare America, and you're not doing a service to this country, ma'am. And you all ought to start talking. You want to talk about transparency, and then there you are attacking me on a bill where I'm trying to make it transparent to how much we're spending on each piece of legislation. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
You wanted to have the CBO estimate, and you're now railing against CBO estimates. Because that is the only organization.
That is the only organization at our disposal to do that.
Good enough for you, and we are reporting on it, Congressman.
Oh, she got cooked. She got cooked, y'all. She got cooked. Ooh. CNN. You know what they call them? Fake news. All right.
Here with more, former Trump White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and the chairman of the all-important House Judiciary Committee. The dynamic duo is back. Jim Jordan is with us. All right, Mark, I know you've been working the phones all day on behalf of the president. By the way, thank you. Jim, I know you've been doing the same thing. And these are good guys. And by the way, the Senate, I'm kind of pissed off at a couple of things they put in there, but my understanding is there are fixes in the works. But overall, this is a good story that I laid out to bring for every Republican that is in the House and Senate. That is a great message. I will print out my monologue, bring it to your constituents, and compare and contrast what you voted for and what the Democrats refused to vote for.
Yeah, Sean, you're exactly right. I think probably the biggest thing is you've laid out all of those pluses and all of those great things that are there. I think the interesting thing that we see is that Jamie Raskins is all of a sudden he's having amnesia, saying, well, he hadn't looked at no tax on tips. Well, he voted for it already. He voted against it. And yet there are a number of things that my colleagues, former colleagues in the House have been working on. And yeah, I would just a big shout out to all the men and women that are working around the clock in Washington, D.C., trying to make this bill better. Honestly, the Senate fumbled a little bit, but I can tell you President Trump has been working around the clock, he and his entire team, from the moment it passed yesterday until literally a few minutes ago. They've been on the phones trying to make it work. I'm optimistic they get it done. Hopefully a few tweaks here, a few more conservative wins, and we'll send it to the president for his signature before July 4th.
By the way, I just
today's July 3rd.
Sources of mine are telling me that the likelihood is very high that it is now about to go forward. Jim Jordan, what are you hearing? You're in the House.
No, I think you're right, Sean. And I would just say this. This is a good bill because Democrats hate it. And they hate it because it does what you just described, Sean. It empowers individuals. It empowers families. It doesn't empower government. That's why it's good. And that's why I think it's going to pass. I think it could be later this evening, tomorrow morning. But I think it's going to happen before July 4th because It does everything we talked about doing that are important Republican principles and common sense. Cut taxes, lets families keep more of their money. Says if you're an able-bodied adult getting in our social welfare system, guess what? You're going to have to work now. It makes sure we have resources to keep the border secure. And then finally, it says to moms and dads, we now have in our tax system a school choice component, so you get to pick where your son or daughter is going to get the best education. That's why the left doesn't like this, because it empowers families and it empowers.
That, in my opinion, as a father of a 5-year-old daughter, is very, very important for every parent in America. We need school choice. Because if you live in a low-income community, you definitely don't have a good school around you. So you now have, when this bill passes, you can now have a choice, okay, to choose the school your beautiful kids would go to. Come on, y'all.
Americans, not big government.
You know, I know that, and the beautiful part of this, Mark, is that this is just a first step, and it's a massive first step. What's critical, Newt Gingrich had pointed this out from the beginning, and he supported the idea, rather than a number of reconciliation bills, he supported the one big, beautiful bill, and he was warning people, pass it now. Get these economic measures in place. Couple that with the $10 trillion in committed monies from manufacturing that the president has gotten with his trade policies and his tariff policies. You couple that with energy dominance, and the odds of a great economy going into a midterm election are that much higher the faster you pass it.
Listen, if you're talking about chess, the best chess player is a grandmaster. If you're talking about legislative wins, you don't go any further than President Donald Trump. He's not only has us on the precipice of actually passing this, along with a lot of my former colleagues, but he's done unbelievable things in foreign policy and at the border. You hit it in your monologue. But here's the interesting thing is, you hit the nail on the head. It is the first step, a big step, and a big, beautiful step. But it's also the negotiations right now that are happening, really, as we're on the air live with your audience, that are happening right now. Is what is the second step? What is the third step? How do we get there? How do we deliver on not only the promises, but continue to win for the president and the American people? And I'm confident, like Jim said, that we'll get there either later tonight or tomorrow. And I just applaud everybody for working so hard to try to get there.
No, and I applaud them as well. I think this is great. Jim, tell me about the process. One thing Lindsey Graham was pretty adamant about is, we're coming back for more. And he's the budget chair in the Senate. He said, we'll do another reconciliation in the fall. How doable is that? And what does that mean in terms of taking it to the next level and even including more savings and fixes if needed?
Yeah, I would answer it in this context. Momentum is important. It's important in sports. It's important in politics. And we need to keep the momentum going. I mean, President Trump has secured the border. We had the Iran successful mission there. We had what he got at NATO, all these countries anteing up their 5% to help out with NATO, and on it goes. And so now we need to pass this.
That's another thing. That is another thing. Nobody's talking about what he did at NATO. It's like, can you guys actually say, you know what? Maybe this guy is actually the right choice for America at this moment, right now. He got NATO to go up to 5%. I mean, come on, man.
Make sure we get the growth started that we need to get started. Give people the tax cuts that they deserve, families what they deserve. and then you move on to the next step. But don't stop the momentum that is so strong. There's a reason why President Trump's polling numbers are off the charts. They're the highest of any Republican president in modern times because he's doing what he said he would do, and the people of this great country see the results. So let's keep that going by passing this bill, and then we can do exactly what Senator Graham said. We can come back for another bite at the apple with the second reconciliation package.
Yeah, all right.
You can tell this guy, you can tell this man right here reads a lot. Look at his face and look at his eyes. Yeah, that's a reader right there. All right, here we go. On to the next. Here we go.
Joining us now, he is the chairman of the very powerful House Oversight Committee. James Comer is with us. James, you're down on the floor. You're talking to your colleagues. What's going on?
I think we're going to get there, Sean. I mean, as you said, there's a lot of negotiating going on. Some of these guys are the usual suspects. They like to wait till the very last vote and go in dramatic fashion. But at the end of the day, this is an important bill, and Newt Gingrich is exactly right. There's a lot of people trying to fight for the needs in their district. Nobody's going to say they're 100% satisfied with this bill, but this is the way the founders set it up. When you've got 435 representatives and 100 senators, it's a lot of give and take. That's the way this system was created. This bill has been through regular order. We've talked about and debated this bill for 7 months. I personally like the House version better than the Senate version, but I understand the Senate's half the equation. We have to govern. At the end of the day, Sean, this is President Trump's agenda. This is what he campaigned on. This is what the American people voted for, and tonight's the night that hopefully we'll get this bill passed.
Yeah, I think so. Are you hearing any of the dialogue, debate? Do you know members that are talking to the president right now as we speak? Are they coming off the House floor and picking up their phone?
They are. Obviously, everyone takes the president's calls. There's two schools of thought here. There's two concerns. There's a concern, obviously, with the level of spending that the Senate version has. So you've got members that are concerned about that. Then you have members that are concerned about the changes to Medicaid. I'm honestly concerned about some of the changes to Medicaid. But what we've been able to do, Sean, is negotiate a year and a half before implementation. That'll give states like Kentucky that greatly expanded Medicaid an opportunity to go in and look at their Medicaid rolls. There are people on Medicaid in America who are here illegally. They're receiving free health care. There are people on Medicaid who look like me. They're able-bodied, and they're receiving free health care. They're not working. We've got to get people, especially in states like Kentucky, who are able-bodied off Medicaid and into the private health insurance rolls working. That's what we're trying to do. Hopefully we'll be able to do that. And I think the president's reassuring members that he's going to work with us. He's going to work with all of our individual states. You mentioned Lawler has the SALT thing. We've got some states like North Carolina and Kentucky that expanded Medicaid. We've got to work to make sure our hospitals are available to operate and still provide quality health care. And then we've got to think about the spending. And President Trump can do some stuff by executive order with the budget. So I think all the concerns are going to be addressed. This is how the process works out, and I think we're going to get it done tonight, Sean.
You know, and I think it's important to get the economy rolling immediately. I think it's important to secure the borders and make sure Tom Homan and Kristi Noem and everybody, all the ICE agents, they have the resources needed to not only build that wall, but also get rid of these criminal aliens in the country. We have known terrorists in the country. We have murderers, rapists, other violent criminals. We have cartel members. We have gang members, anywhere between 12 and 20 million people. That's a top priority. This bill immediately will deal with that. It'll immediately begin the process, the building blocks for what I believe will be that golden era in America in terms of the economy and job creation, coupled with the $10 trillion in manufacturing committed dollars that the president was able to get, the people that doubted his tariff and trade policies. So there is a lot there. We appreciate you taking time and coming up and see us.
Another thing, people said, well, the tariff is going to tank the economy. Guess what? If you invest in the stock market, you know it is at an all-time high right now. Nobody's talking about it. Okay, nobody's talking about it. This is what they do. they say Trump is total BS on one policy, for example, the tariff. This is going to bankrupt the economy. This is going to send the economy into recession. 2 months later, everything is going bunkers. The entire stock market is at an all-time high. Nobody's talking about that. Same thing with the bill. This is going to kill 100 million Americans. And 2 months later into passing this bill, everybody's getting Medicaid, Medicare. Oh, we didn't. Y'all don't get tired. You just never get tired.
All right, the Democrats eyeing a big, beautiful opportunity for 2028, they think. So after the Senate passed Trump's big, beautiful bill, sending it to the House, potential White House contenders like AOC, Gavin Newsom, and, Mayor Pete, he was up in there, all posting the same bat signal talking points on X, blaming the vice president's tie-breaking vote for allegedly taking health care away from Americans. And that sentiment getting echoed by other lawmakers as they tried to stop it.
This bill is a deal with the devil.
I am shaking with fury over what just happened.
Vote no if it's a big bull bill.
This bill is trickle-down cruelty, and people will die because of it.
Hell no against this one big, ugly bill.
The occupant of the Oval Office, this fascist, dictator, white supremacist in chief, is doing is equal opportunity harm.
And check out these Democrat doctors dressed up in white lab coats parked outside Speaker Mike Johnson's office, but it looks like nobody was paying them any attention. Wow. Greg, once you say all of those things, where do you go from here? What else is there to say?
They really are the human version of hysterical tweets. Like, whenever we make fun of people, I'm shaking. I'm literally shaking. You should see a doctor about that. The Dems traffic in these half opinions where they say, oh, my God, if you tax cuts, if you cut taxes, the deficit will balloon. Well, not if you grow the economy, because then that shrinks the percentage of debt. You hope that happens, and usually it does. They also don't mention that raising taxes won't shrink the deficit if you spend it before you even put it in the bank account, which is what Democrats do whenever they raise taxes. They also say, oh, my God, you're cutting Medicaid. You're throwing the poor and needy. No. These are young, able-bodied people and illegals. This isn't a free buffet for people who can pay for it. So enough with that. The debt is an existential threat, but climate change wasn't. Where were these Dems for the past 10 years? They were blowing up the deficit to fund a climate policy that was based on fraudulent data to line cronies' pockets. So it was the biggest grift in history. They were happy to drive the economy to the brink of ruin, which we're trying to pull back, without any data to back it up. So you don't even have to pay attention to them. They're comical.
So on the healthcare front, Joey, every time a Democrat goes on TV, they add 2 to 3 million more to how many people are going to lose their health care. It's 7.8 million people that would be required to do these work requirements, and illegal immigrants is 7.8. Yesterday, it was up to 20 million, even though that's not true. It was like a game of telephone down there.
Yeah, so I grew up in a culture where if you got on disability, it was like winning the lottery. And I'm not indicting the people I love and that raised me, but it was there was this idea that it was some sort of like, man, oh, that's awesome, man. You get a check every month. That's awesome. And that's a culture that we have to, I think I can say with a little bit of credibility, we have to reject. The sentence was, I'm not going to cut Medicare, Medicaid, Medicare. The sentence should have been, I'm not going to cut Medicare to people who can prove they deserve it.
Yeah.
That's what this country needs. That's literally, you watch that whole montage, that's the only thing Democrats are pointing out about this bill.
Yeah.
Like white supremacist, racist, like those words mean nothing anymore.
It's also,
you ruined those words.
people who actually need it are competing for those funds from people who are able-bodied and siphoning it.
Anecdotally, super quick, I was put on Social Security disability while still active duty. They wouldn't let me off of Medicare. I begged to be off of it. They made me stay on it for 7 years after I started working. That's the system we have.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
All right, here we go. New York.
The Democratic Socialist who just won the Democratic primary in New York City, Zoran Mamdani, is holding an event right now with leaders and members of the city's labor unions. President Trump made these remarks about him.
Your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zoran Mamdani, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mamdani?
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation.
Mamdani responded with this, quote, his statements just don't represent an attack, or don't just represent an attack on our democracy, but an attempt to send a message to every New Yorker who refuses to hide in the shadows. If you speak up, they will come for you, end of quote. Some Republicans are looking to use Mamdani's victory to their advantage, tying the Democratic Party directly to him. Here's one Republican advisor.
I think Republicans see an opportunity to benefit from a pick your poison, fairly radical candidate who supports everything from, as you were saying, defunding the police, which is about a 90-10 issue, to things like, socialism that has already tried and failed.
Exactly. This is what we were just talking about. So I'm here on the President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump's Truth profile. And he posted about a couple of hours ago, he said, Rep. Jamie Raskin, a third-rate Democrat politician, has no idea what is in our fantastic tax cut bill, nor would he understand if he did. This dope has been consistently losing to me for years, and I love watching his ugly face as he is forced to consistently concede defeat to Trump. And tonight should be another of those nights. Raskin is a bad politician and a total loser. I didn't say those words. That was a truth post from the 45th, now the 47th President of the United States. But I do agree to the fact that why would you be a congressman and not know what's in the bill? No tax on tip, no tax on overtime. Yes, sir. No tax on overtime and no tax on tip. Now, do your job and rate the goddamn bill.
Failed before, and a number of other policies that I think Republicans feel they have an opportunity to really capitalize on.
But remember the mess that Democrats have on their hands since their losses in November of 2024. The far left is energized by Mamdani's win after the DNC pushed out that young activist, David Hogg. The Hill is reporting Mamdani's win could boost David Hogg's effort to wage primary challenges on just moderate or even far left Democrats. Maybe they're not far enough, those incumbents. Here's a quote. Hogg and other progressives have positioned Mamdani's victory as a blueprint for an advancing new future for Democrats. In Focus Now, Jason Chaffetz, Fox News contributor and former Republican congressman of Utah. Your take.
The Democrats are having a problem. First of all, they put up a terrible candidate, Andrew Cuomo. I mean, he was the old school. They haven't come up with new, fresh blood that actually relates to the majority of Americans. So they've lurched far to the left. I mean, this Mamdani has ideas that are just ridiculous. But that is today's Democratic Party, not just here in New York City, but across the country.
Do you see them using this, as they're saying, the critics are saying, and I can see it happening because they don't have a message or a cohesive movement right now inside the Blue Party. Can they use something he's doing to go forward?
Well, look, you've got the leaders, so-called leaders of the Democratic Party, from Chuck Schumer to Hakeem Jeffries.
When people come on the stream and say, well, you're going to get deported. You're going to get deported. Bro, I was at the White House in April for Easter. I had a good time, had a good meal with my beautiful daughter and my mother-in-law. We had a good time enjoying ourselves with fellow Americans close to ICE. ICE were everywhere, shaking hands with ICE. I said, ICE. Good job. Okay. And they said, oh, Mr. Genesis, how are you doing? I said, I love y'all, man. I love you, ICE.
And others, the governor, that won't endorse him. And
I wouldn't say Hakeem Jeffries won't endorse him. He won't pick a lane, Jason. That guy,
true.
Yeah, I mean, that's different. And I know you're friends with him. That's how I met him in the first place, was through you.
Yeah.
You got to pick a lane.
Well, the problem is he's lurched so far to the left, and he does galvanize a lot of very radicalized young people. But there are people out there that just can't relate to this. He wants to seize the components of production. He wants to get rid of ICE. He says he wants to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he gets here. The global intifada, I mean, government-run grocery stores, you name it, this guy's for it, and that scares a lot of people. And that's why they're going to flee out of New York City as well.
Seize the components of production. What does that mean to you? Like, how does life change here in the city?
Because I think he doesn't believe there should be billionaires. I think he wants to actually confiscate wealth and redistribute it. He believes in equality, not in the good sense, but in the idea that he's going to confiscate wealth and try to push it down to make sure everybody has the same outcome.
He's got a chameleon sense about him, though, I would argue. Because in the actual primary, and the final numbers came out after a recount yesterday that was forced because he won fewer than 50% of the vote, so that's automatic. So he was announced again officially the winner of the primary. So he's making headlines. That's why he was out when we just showed you. That's a victory rally that he's having right now again. But he really was keyed in and voted by the richest people in the city. And the people that he purports to want to help with all these freebies gave Cuomo a 30% or a 13% spread. Why is that? Why didn't the poorest vote for Mamdani with all of his freebies?
Because I don't think they can relate to him. I think he is so radical, so far to the left. I mean, he just wants to eradicate Jews. He doesn't believe it. If you believe in the global intifada, you want to. I think there's some rational sense, particularly from people who maybe aren't of the greatest means, that this guy is just too far radical. It's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out. I hope they coalesce around somebody who's more reasonable. I've never been.
And some people don't know that in the city of New York, the mayor actually holds significant power. Okay, this guy, if he wins, he would be serving as the chief executive officer and the head of the city government. Most people don't know that. And it's not like that for every mayor in every American city. He's also going to be executive authority. He's going to have budget power, appointment power, veto power, land management. So that goes for public parks, influencing the development of affordable housing. Affordable housing, ladies and gentlemen. You know what he said he was going to do with affordable housing. And, very crucial aspect of the city life. He's going to have magistrate powers, residual powers. He will have a lot of power if he wins the mayor race for New York City. It's just how New York is set up. So if you're a mayor in New York, you have power.
A big Eric Adams fan, but I am right now compared to this guy, because I really worry about in this city. It's a dangerous place here in New York City. If you're going to dismantle law enforcement, you're going to get rid of them. You won't cooperate with ICE. This town is just going to turn to it. I can't say it on.
Yeah, I also think that he's somewhat chameleon because he didn't do his homework. Like, does he think the rest of us are stupid to believe that a mayor can get done the things that he's promising? He had a better chance as assemblyman for his own district, but I don't think he studied up Buttercup. We'll see.
Yeah.
Jason, good to see you.
Thank you.
Wait, don't go away. Axios is pointing out President Trump's, quote, day of swagger. No, we don't want to skip this. An excerpt. Trump and his team seemed to view yesterday, day 163, as his best day as president. A day when his brash, norm-crushing style was paying off in a series of wins. Yesterday, President Trump had a big win when his big, beautiful bill passed the U.S. Senate. He also visited Alligator Alcatraz, as you showed when I was talking with Congresswoman Kat Cammack. Its symbolic backdrop on the massive plunge in border crossings under President Trump's illegal immigration crackdown. Some other recent victories for the president include precise strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, which ultimately led to a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, still holding, the U.S. Supreme Court limiting injunctions, and market and job growth. CNN's data analyst Harry Enton breaks down polling on the Republicans' approval rating 5 months into the term of Republican presidents going back more than decades. Watch this.
George H.W. Bush, Bush 41, 46%. Bush 43, 59. You see Trump, the first term, 53.
Here we go.
But look at this. 63%. He beats all the other Republicans on the board here. The bottom line is Donald Trump is making history with the Republican base. He is more beloved by this Republican base than any Republican base loved any GOP president 5 months in. It is history making.
Jason?
Well, he's on a roll. Look, he had a mandate and he's executing. He's only 6 months into his presidency. He's checking every box off. I dare you, House Republicans, you're going to go and vote against Donald Trump and the vote later today? Yeah, you got these big Instagram muscles out there. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Go back and talk to your district. How dare you going to take on Donald Trump?
And this is true. This is facts. Okay, so on Truth Social right now, the United States president, which Truth Social was his idea, this is his social platform, when he got banned on Twitter, now X, he also got banned on Facebook and Instagram. It was that right there, when he got banned on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, that just was the last straw for many, many Americans. It's like, what are you doing? Do you hate this guy so much that you would ban him, a sitting president, a former president, on social media? Like, what are you doing? So the OG, of course, he does what he does best, created his own social platform. And here we go. He said 4 hours ago, largest tax cut in history and a booming economy versus biggest tax increase in history and a failed economy. What are the Republicans waiting for? What are you trying to prove? MAGA is not happy and it's costing you votes. 3 hours ago, he says, for Republicans, this should be an easy yes vote. Period. And he says, ridiculous. OG.
You're going to take his signature piece of legislation to lock down the border and do all these things and have historic numbers, and you're going to vote against that? I think that's what leadership's banking on. I think later today they're going to put up that vote and dare them to vote against it, because there's no way. They rode the Donald Trump wave. They used his name to get elected, and now they're going to vote against him? No way that happens.
Wow, day 63. Day 163 comes with, what did you say, big Instagram muscles?
Yeah, they're all tough. I've been in there. Yeah, we're all tough. And then you walk outside and you go out and you deal with Donald Trump breathing down your throat. Good luck with that.
This is weeks of wins, though, because that's what we put up. And you can see it wasn't just day 163. It is a culmination of a lot coming forth. And so you also have the flip on the Democrat side. What do you do against deliverables?
Well, Democrats have no plan. They don't have personalities, but they have no issues. What is their issue? Oh, we hate Trump. Well, America loves Trump because he's delivering. The world's a safer place. He didn't start world wars. The inflation's come down. Even the Waffle House got rid of their egg surcharge. It doesn't get any better than that.
My goodness.
For real. Like, I was at the park last weekend with my daughter, and most people that look like me, when I talk to them, they'd be like, they say things like, Trump, and, I don't really like that guy. That was last year. Now, when I go to the park and I'm talking to them, it's like, this guy has a lot going on, and I think he's making the right choices. I'm like, oh, for real? Everybody, especially people who look like me, are beginning to move towards Trump. It's like magic, like clockwork. It's like this guy is checking every single box. When you doubt him, he delivers. And I feel like everything that he's been through, like the lawsuits, raiding his home, censoring a former president, which is taking him off social media, those things just made him stronger. Because now he has his own platform. People just go to his platform to listen to him speak, or to listen to him enact a tariff. Like, Trump is on Truth Social making deals with different countries. Isn't that just crazy? On Truth Social, that's where you get your news. Like this guy's wild. Anyway, let's go check what is going on with the vote on the House floor.
Of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What do they have going on here? Oh, a lot of votes. It's finally coming. 219 yeas, 1 nay for Republicans, and Democrat 212 nays.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 213. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. They are.
Okay, so that was some sort of addition to the bill. So now there's going to be some sort of discussion. Everybody's going to come out and say what they think about the bill, Democrat, Republicans. And then after that, there would be probably a final vote. And that's when we would know if it passed or not. But it's about to go on. It's about to go down. It's definitely going to pass. Well, in my opinion, though. Somebody said BBB, big billionaire bill. Like liberals would say anything just to make a point. What about the $1,000 for kids, for newborns, for every newborns in America? Is that for the billionaires as well? School choice, is that for billionaires? Come on, man.
House will be in order.
All right, here we go.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 566, I call up the bill H.R. 1 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment, and designate the motion.
H.R. 1, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of House Concurrent Resolution 14, Senate Amendment. Mr. Arrington of Texas moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1.
Pursuant to House Resolution 566, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today we're considering H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is passed by the Senate. This bill creates the right incentives for historic economic growth, makes unprecedented investments in our military and border security, and implements the largest spending reduction in American history by 2-fold, alongside other generational fiscal reforms. America's economic strength, Mr. Speaker, is the foundation of our global leadership and prosperity. But sadly, it has waned, and especially over the last 4 years. To preserve our influence abroad and our quality of life here at home, we must unleash growth, starting with the largest tax cut in U.S. history. Just like the first Trump tax cuts, we can expect record job growth, investment, repatriation of capital back to the United States, record low unemployment, record high wage growth, and the lowest poverty rates in recorded history. This bill also equips our troops and law enforcement, Mr. Speaker, to defend our sovereignty, protect our citizens, and secure our border after years of neglect and lawlessness. While more work remains, no doubt, to rein in Washington's out-of-control spending and put our nation on a more sustainable fiscal path, I'm confident that H.R. 1 will make America safe, strong, and prosperous once again, and give our children, most importantly, like my daughter Jane, who is here with me today, a better and brighter future in this, the greatest nation in human history. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, here we are again. As Yogi Berra once said, it's deja vu all over again. debating this bill in the middle of the night. Boy, this crowd must love prime time in Guam. This has been the worst process of the worst bill I have ever seen during my decade in Congress. This is not what our founders intended, far from it.
Okay.
And while the process stinks, the substance is even worse. The bill still kicks 17 million Americans off their health care. Record cuts to Medicaid, record cuts to the Affordable Care Act, record cuts to Medicare. But that's not all. 4.5 million kicked off nutrition assistance, mostly seniors and children. Why? To help subsidize massive tax cuts that mostly go to the top 1%. Of course, all of those cuts, over $1.5 trillion worth, don't come close to paying for the more than $5 trillion worth of tax cuts. So who pays the remainder? Our national credit card. So here we are, actually voting not just for the biggest loss of health care in American history, but the biggest increase in our national debt in American history. I have no idea what in the world the crowd that was holding out got for holding out. Does anyone know? It is a complete mystery to me and to the American people. But one thing is clear. There is one group making out as a result of this bill, the billionaire class. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time. Or excuse me, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my good friend, the gentleman from the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, Mr. G.T. Thompson.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The One Big Beautiful Bill marks the most significant investment in our farm economy in decades and delivers the most sweeping reforms to SNAP since the program's creation. We're saving nearly $200 billion by restoring integrity to SNAP, closing loopholes, reinforcing work, and ending on-check state abuse, all while preserving the program for the truly vulnerable. At the same time, we're delivering $120 billion in deficit reduction and saving 2 million family farms from the death tax. We strengthen the farm safety net, invest in trade, research in rural communities, and help keep ag innovation here in the United States of America, not in China. This is a down payment on the Farm Bill, and the rest is coming soon. Make no mistake, this is a generational win for rural America. I'd like to thank Agriculture Committee members for their continued work in developing and advancing this policy. We're protecting taxpayers, helping low-income Americans return to work, and securing the future of American agriculture and our rural communities. The One Big Beautiful Bill delivers on President Trump's campaign promises, and it's a win for the American people. And I yield.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee and ranking member in the Ways and Means Health Subcommittee, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
At 3:35 in the morning, a favorite time of Republicans for taking up this bill, we consider a travesty. The Senate took an ugly bill, went out and whipped it with an ugly stick, made it even uglier. 17 million Americans going without health insurance, a 17% increase in electric rates, the largest nutritional assistance cut in American history, leaving Americans hungry. And yet the Independent Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget condemns this as exploding our debt, spiking it to new record highs, and accelerating the insolvency of Social Security and Medicare. One thing remains the same. It takes from those with the least and gives to those with the most, lining the pockets of the super rich with millions in tax giveaways. It is mean, it is cruel, it is wrong. That's why it's being taken up at this hour of the morning, as they have done throughout this process. Let's reject this ugly bill and stand up for Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California and fellow Budget Committee member, Mr. Tom McClintock.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this bill fulfills many of the promises we made to the American people. Lower taxes, lighter regulations, a secure border, more frugal spending, and a war on waste. Throughout history, these are the policies that have produced prosperity and security, and there's every reason to believe that they will again. I remind my conservative friends who say this bill doesn't go far enough that our process was not designed to make perfect law. It was designed to make the best law that's acceptable to a majority, and judging by the narrow votes, we've pushed this bill about as far toward perfection as our process allows. The proof is not in the debate points scored today, but rather next year when Americans will ask themselves if they're better off. I believe because of this bill, the answer will be a resounding yes. And perhaps that's what the Democrats fear most. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to discuss this big, disgusting billionaire bailout bill. This year, I've traveled the state of New Jersey hearing from the constituents of my 3 GOP colleagues. I spoke to some of the 178,000 people in Rep. Van Drew's district on New Jersey Family Care who will lose their coverage, and the parents of the nearly 100,000 children in Rep. Smith's district who are at risk of losing their New Jersey Family Care health coverage. And I spoke to some of the 11,000 seniors in Kane's district who are worried about their nursing homes having to shut down. And what I heard from all of those constituents in those 3 districts was that they are very disappointed that they were not able to communicate with their representatives because their representatives were hiding from them because they could not justify their support of this big, disgusting billionaire bailout. I encourage my colleagues from New Jersey to listen to their constituents and vote no. And may God forgive those who do not do for the least among us. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to my friend from Arkansas and our chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Bruce Westerman.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1, which unleashes American energy and unlocks many of our abundant natural resources. We're incentivizing domestic production in the Gulf of America and Alaska with at least 30 lease sales in the Gulf and 6 lease sales in the Cook Inlet, and mandating lease sales every other year in the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. Our mission to responsibly develop our resources doesn't end there. The bill also requires coal lease sales, reduces royalty rates on American oil and gas and coal production, and incentivizes production, thereby lowering energy costs and supplying our country with domestically dependable energy. But that's just the beginning. The bill also invests in crucial water resource infrastructure and helps implement President Trump's executive orders on forest management. Republicans on the Committee on Natural Resources are proud of this historic legislation that unlocks our domestic resources potential and supports hardworking Americans and communities nationwide. As we become energy dominant again and mine, refine, and manufacture again in America, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the Democratic Caucus Chairman, Mr. Aguilar.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the American people sent us here to work together to address the issues like the affordability crisis. Democrats are ready to work with anyone to make housing more affordable, to make child care more affordable, and to make everyday goods like groceries less expensive. But, Mr. Speaker, the policies within this big, ugly bill are going to raise costs, not lower them. Healthcare costs are going to go up as Medicaid gets gutted. Electric bills are going to go up when clean energy tax credits are wiped out at the request of the oil lobbyists. And cutting food assistance programs like SNAP is going to hurt working people. who are already getting squeezed at the checkout line because of these reckless tariffs. These are the same working people who were told by my Republican friends that lowering costs would be their top priority. That has not been the case, and the American people are poorer, and it is more expensive to live here as a result. The economy is teetering on the brink, Mr. Speaker. Every single piece of evidence tells us that a vote for this bill is a vote to make things worse. I urge a no vote.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Michigan, our chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Tim Walberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The One Big Beautiful Bill is one big beautiful win for the American people. Americans struggled under crushing inflation driven by the Biden-Harris administration's outrageous spending. Even worse, the Biden-Harris administration spent billions on reckless student loan repayment pauses, forcing Americans who never set foot on a college campus to cover the costs of elite Ivy League degrees. House Republicans have the chance to right those wrongs and deliver real results for the American people by passing the One Big Beautiful Bill. Under President Trump, our economy is booming thanks to pro-growth policies that help workers, students, and taxpayers prosper. By passing this bill, we have a chance to seize on a generational opportunity to help put more Americans back on the path to the American dream. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the most shameful bill that I've ever seen. It takes health care away from 17 million people in order to give giant tax breaks to billionaires and large corporate interests. The increase in uncompensated care will force hospitals to close and nursing homes to close and increase costs for those who still have insurance. Now, costs are going to soar for hardworking families across the country as health insurance premiums and energy bills and medical debts rise for millions while the rich get richer. However, this bill doesn't just destroy Americans' access to see their doctors or afford their monthly medications. It also makes devastating cuts to American energy and jobs, which will further increase energy bills and eliminate jobs across the country. Mr. Speaker, this bill is fundamentally cruel. Hardworking Americans don't deserve to be treated this way by the Republicans in Congress, but the Republicans simply don't care. I urge my colleagues in the strongest terms to join me in voting no, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Arkansas, our chairman of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. French Hill.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. I thank the speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. For too long, government spending has grown unchecked. Last November, American voters sent a clear message: rein in government spending. Our financial services title exceeds our $1 billion budget instruction by over $600 million. It caps the Consumer Financial Protection Budget Authority by nearly half, rescinds unobligated unused funds from the SEC's reserve fund, and HUD's Green and Resilient Retrofit program. And it targets $1 billion for strategic use under the Defense Production Act to ensure that America can meet its national security supply chain requirements for the 21st century. Overall, this bill stops a huge tax increase for our working families in Arkansas, spurs major investments for small businesses, gives law enforcement the tools they need to secure our southwest border, strengthens energy security, and reduces government spending. It delivers on the promises that we made to Americans' voters. I support this bill strongly. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Vermont, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlewoman from Vermont is recognized.
Mr. Speaker,
30
this
seconds.
is a cruel bill. Thousands of Americans will die because of it. Rural hospitals will close, millions will lose their health care, and kids will go hungry. Americans will be poorer. They will be sicker because of my Republican colleagues, because they are falling in line instead of standing up for their people back home. This bill shows us their priorities, and it's not you. They are taking away your health care to give more money to the very wealthy. This bill is for billionaires, not for you. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to our friend from the Commonwealth of Kentucky and our chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Brett Guthrie.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. And today I rise in support of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which includes the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee to unleash American energy, promote innovation, and protect health care for the most vulnerable Americans. We claw back wasteful and unnecessary spending. We unleash affordable and reliable American energy and support technological innovation by reauthorizing the Spectrum Auction Authority. And we secure Medicaid for those who need it most, mothers, children, seniors, and people with disabilities. Democrats continue to fearmonger and misrepresent what's in this bill, but let me be clear. House Republicans are eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse to focus Medicaid on the most vulnerable, not able-bodied adults who choose not to work. We're fighting for common sense policies to protect America's children, pregnant women, mothers, individuals with disabilities, and low-income seniors. This bill delivers on the promises the President and congressional Republicans made to the American people. That is why I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Rhode Island, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Budgets
30 seconds.
are a statement of values. Republicans are showing they have none. People will suffer, people will die, and it will be at the hands of Republicans who vote yes. The top 1% are salivating over getting an extra $300,000 a year because of this dangerous bill. Billionaires win. 17 million Americans will lose their health insurance, largest health care cut ever. 42 million Americans are at risk of losing food assistance. Children will go hungry. Republicans claim to be the party of faith, patriotism, and families. A yes vote supports none of these virtues. This is shameful. I'm a hell no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Alabama, our chairman of the Armed Services Committee here in the House, Mr. Mike Rogers.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman for yielding for his leadership throughout this process. Mr. Speaker, years of chronic underinvestment in our national security has shattered American deterrence. It's allowed our adversaries to threaten and challenge us in new and unprecedented ways. But that ends today. Because today, with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, we begin implementing President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda. H.R. 1 includes a historic $150 billion investment in America's national defense that will help us begin building the Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, begin to revitalize our defense industrial base, help us secure our border because border security is national security, begin to rebuild our munition stockpiles and critical minerals supply chains, and continue to improve the quality of life of our service members and their families. With these investments, we will work to restore American deterrence and build the ready, capable, and lethal fighting force President Trump promised. I want to commend the President, the Speaker, and Leader Thune for prioritizing national security in this bill, and I want to thank Chairman Wicker for his strong partnership throughout this process. I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains on both sides?
Gentleman has 8 minutes. Gentleman from Texas has 6.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Panetta.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, this partisan tax bill will be our nation's single largest self-inflicted wound to working families and to our economy. It's the largest unfunded tax break for the wealthiest families and will lead to the largest number of working families losing health care. What's worse is that you're fooling yourself to believe it's paid for. Instead, it adds trillions to our debt that will drag down our economy and our credibility. And rather than negotiating with Democrats, you're just placating the president. So I'm voting no, Mr. Speaker, on this partisan bill to stand up to the President and to stand with working families and to stand for the financial stability of our country and the credibility of this institution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. John McGuire.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, this one big beautiful bill delivers the American people the promises of President Trump's America First agenda and prevents the largest single tax hike on the middle class in history. A no vote on this bill is a vote for sabotaging the United States' energy dominance, blocking critical investments to revolutionize our military to address 21st century threats. It eliminates over $700 billion in wasteful Medicaid spending for illegal aliens and people who can work but refuse to work, instead of America's most vulnerable. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this historic piece of legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentlewoman from Ohio, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Capter.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 30 seconds.
I thank the ranking member, Mr. Speaker. This big bonanza bill for billionaires will make life harder for the people of Northwest Ohio and America. Unemployment is already up in Toledo, hovering around 6%. 1,100 Jeep Gladiator workers in Toledo are idled, and 2,500 workers at Perrysburg's First Solar are on the chopping block as the Trump administration cedes in this bill our glass industry and America's lead in solar energy to China. Grocery prices are up 2%, yet the bill freezes SNAP, a cut for 45,000 families in my district, and $18 million monthly blow to local grocers. The bill assures billionaires get $300,000 in tax breaks every year, while seniors and working people lose Medicaid and SNAP, and the largest cut to health care in American history, cutting over $1 trillion. The bill recklessly adds $3.4 trillion to the U.S. debt, and interest rates will climb. Congress can create a much brighter future for America by defeating this big, bloated bonanza bill for billionaires. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, Ms. Craig.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Republican budget is a betrayal of the American people. It puts in jeopardy food assistance for 42 million Americans. That's children, seniors, the disabled, and working parents. 1.2 million veterans rely on SNAP for their food. This budget turns their back on them. 270,000 veterans, homeless, and former foster youth will lose their food assistance entirely. The vulnerable are left behind. The middle class gets screwed in favor of the ultra-wealthy. I'm a hell no, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Speaker, I just remind the gentlelady and my colleagues, my Democrat colleagues, that after the Trump tax cuts, the first Trump tax cuts, the bottom half income grew 3 times faster than the top half. The lower 10% wages increased 2 times over the 1%. People at the bottom, people in the middle, they benefited more from the tax breaks. So I yield or reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves the remainder of his time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my distinct honor to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the Speaker Emerita of the House, Ms. Pelosi.
Speaker Emerita is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his exceptional leadership, recognizing that our budget should be the statement of values of our country and how we allocate our resources reflecting those values. I ask to speak because I hear you members on the other side talking about spending on the part of the Democrats, spending for education and health care, and all the needs of food for our children. I just want to remind all of them, speaking to you, Mr. Speaker, that tax cuts are expenditures. They're the biggest spending in this bill, to the tune of $5 trillion. $5 trillion added to the national debt to give tax cuts to the wealthiest people in the country at the expense of feeding our children, health care for our people, and the education of our children. And nothing brings more money to the Treasury than the education of the American people, from early childhood to lifetime learning and every phase of it in between. So you should be ashamed of yourselves to mock spending on education. The best dollar we spend is on educating the American people and the investments in scientific research, the biblical power to cure that science provides for us, cut in this bill, to spend $5 trillion for the wealthiest people in America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Mr. Speaker, budgets are value statements. We value letting working families keep more of their hard-earned dollars. We value stewarding tax dollars, protecting our most vulnerable, preserving programs that they depend on, not allowing people in this country illegally to siphon money away, jeopardizing those safety nets. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield a minute to my friend from Georgia, fellow Budget Committee member, Mr. Buddy Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1. We have a choice. Continue down our current fiscally unsustainable path where we have waiting lists for Medicaid, insufficient border security resources, and are facing the largest tax hike in American history, or change course. The One Big Beautiful Bill ushers in the golden age of America, as our great president says, where taxpayers, not illegal immigrants, are put first. It eliminates tax on tips and overtime and brings tax relief to seniors. It saves, it sustains Medicaid, and it's there for those who truly need it. It secures our southern border, making every community safe. All that is required of us is to unleash this prosperity, Mr. Speaker, is to vote yes. I'm proud to vote for this bill and encourage my colleagues to unleash America's shackles and make this country work for those who work for it every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Mike Collins.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, campaign promises made and soon to be campaign promises kept. I spent my entire career in the private sector. I know what those Trump tax policies did for me, for my business, my community, my state, and my country. And now with this bill, we're going to bring inflation under control with energy dominance. We're going to make sure that small businesses have certainty with our tax policies out there. And also, Mr. Speaker, we're going to bring these federal agencies under control by deregulation. You do that, and you will unleash the American entrepreneurial spirit out there. This is a big day for Main Street. Wall Street has had their time. I encourage my colleagues, vote for this bill. Let's get this thing to the president's desk, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from Texas has 3 minutes. Gentleman from Pennsylvania has 5.5. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
We reserve.
I'm ready to close.
This is like a tennis game.
You ready to close?
Oh. I am prepared to yield to one more speaker, and then we'll close.
Great.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
So with that, yield to my good friend, the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, who they tell me is behind me. Let's hope they're right, Mr. McGarvey. All right.
How much time?
Oh, 1 minute. Thank you.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A budget is a series of choices. Republicans are choosing to take health care away from 17 million Americans. Republicans are choosing to take food off the plates of hardworking families, kids, and seniors. Republicans are choosing to blow up the national debt by trillions of dollars. And for what? Also, the top 0.1% can pay even less in taxes. I don't ever want to hear a Republican say they care about rural America or the debt ever again if they vote for this bill. A budget is a series of choices, and theirs are indefensible. I'll vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time for the purposes of close.
Gentleman's recognized.
This has been a very long day after many, many days that have stretched into the night to the following morning, such as this one, after a very long 6 months on this bill. But what really matters in these next few moments is that the decision we have been entrusted by the American people to make will have ramifications for millions of our fellow Americans, and indeed for our country for decades to come. There may not be a lot of people able to watch at 4:05 in the morning, but in just a few short hours, some of them on Medicaid will be waking up and turning on the news to find out if what we did here tonight means they're about to lose it. Some of the people who get their health care from the ACA exchanges will be turning on their TV to find out what we've done in these next few minutes and if they will still be able to have health care. The folks like my dad who are on Medicare, who are writing in, emailing, calling us saying, don't cut Medicare, they will find out in a few moments whether or not we've pushed through the biggest cut to Medicare in American history. The kids who rely on SNAP, the Nutrition Assistance Program, they may not quite understand it, but make no mistake about it, what we are about to do in the next few minutes here will have a profound effect on their lives. Not to mention the millions of Americans who may not be on Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, or the ACA, but who rely on a hospital in a rural area, who now may see that hospital close because of the cuts that are in this piece of legislation. And of course, for many years to come, we and our kids and our grandkids are going to be saddled with even more debt to afford tax cuts for those who need them the least. This is not just bad economics. I believe it is immoral. I would remind us the Congressional Budget Office just last week found the final analysis of this bill, when all of its component parts are summed together, it found this: the bottom third of households would be poor, the middle of the country would be no better off, and the biggest benefit would go to the top 1% of Americans. This legislation makes the poor poorer, the rich richer, and the middle class left behind. On behalf of the millions of Americans who are relying on us to hold firm, on behalf of this side of the aisle, we say hell no. Vote no on this bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to start by thanking my good friend and ranking member, Mr. Brendan Boyle. He's a good American, and he's been a great partner and colleague, and I mostly appreciate his friendship. We convene here before the 4th of July. I think it's worth recalling those unalienable rights that sparked this American experiment, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our founders built this republic on the promise of freedom, the freedom to build, to strive, to pursue our own dreams. But that promise only thrives when government stays in its place, preserving liberty, not suffocating it with unchecked regulation and unbridled spending. This legislation reclaims that founding promise. It is the principal vehicle for advancing President Trump's America First agenda, unleashing a rising tide of prosperity, securing our border, modernizing our national defense, and supercharging energy, agriculture, all the sectors of our economy that Washington has kept in a chokehold for too long. Throughout this debate, Mr. Speaker, we heard one hollow Hail Mary attack after another designed to scare the American people and prey on their fears, the last gasp of a broken status quo. For our part, we put our trust in the American people. We appeal to their aspirations, and we deal in facts, not in fear. They're the false claims that they make that this only helps the so-called 1%, the top 1%, the super rich, when actually it locks in the largest middle-class tax cuts in history, putting thousands of dollars back in the pockets of families still recovering from the crushing inflation and cost of living crisis caused by the Democrats' failed economic policies and unbridled spending. The complete distortion that Medicaid's being cut, when in fact it's being strengthened for our most vulnerable citizens by eliminating hundreds of billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. The fallacy that work requirements are somehow punitive, when we know that they restore the dignity of work and lead to better opportunities and bigger paychecks. All their myths are headed for the ash heap of history. From day one, we said this was a generational opportunity to deliver the most comprehensive and consequential set of conservative reforms in modern history. And that's exactly what we're doing. This isn't our moment, Mr. Speaker. This is the American people's moment. And I urge my colleagues to pass this bill and open up that gateway to a new golden age of America. God bless America. Go West Texas, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, each will control 15 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before November, Americans wondered whether our best days were behind us. Democrats fueled inflation. They opened our borders, funded illegal immigration with your tax dollars, and increased IRS audits on the middle class, all while leaving the working class behind. President Trump promised to make America great again. 77 million Americans supported that promise. They voted for change. The one big, beautiful bill delivers for the American people. This is the largest tax cut for working families, farmers, and small businesses in U.S. history. Households making under $100,000 will see a 12% tax cut compared to what they pay today. The average family of four will see nearly $11,000 more in their pockets each year. Real wages for workers will rise by as much as $7,200 a year. A waitress working for tips will keep an extra $1,300. A lineman working overtime after a storm will keep an extra $1,400. While Democrats defend illegal immigrants, fraudsters, and bureaucrats, Republicans are standing up for the American people, putting more money in their pockets. President Trump, he promised no tax on tips, overtime pay, car loan interest, and tax relief for seniors. We are delivering on all those items and more. Families win in the one big, beautiful bill. Over 40 million households will benefit from a higher child tax credit of $2,200. We boost the standard deduction to give a tax cut to the 91% of middle-income families who use it, up to $31,500. Young Americans win. We expand choices for educational freedom and open up savings options to include trade schools. Moms and dads get new support for adoption, paid leave, childcare, and healthcare costs. Kids get Trump accounts, giving them a financial stake in our country's future. We bring back American jobs and our manufacturing base by protecting or creating more than 7 million jobs, including 1 million new small business jobs each year. We reign in Washington by delivering the largest cut in mandatory spending in U.S. history. The one big beautiful bill is for the people who don't have lobbyists in this town. The farmers, the welders, the waitresses, the nurses pulling double shifts, the truck drivers hauling goods across this country, the folks who work hard, play by the rules, and ask only for a fair shot and a government that works for them, not against them. It's for places like Peachtree City, Georgia, Yukon, Oklahoma, Petersburg, West Virginia, Erie, Pennsylvania, and all the other communities that the Ways and Means Committee visited over the last 24 months. The one big beautiful bill is their bill. It's about restoring sanity in a town that's lost it, cutting waste and reining in reckless spending. It demands that if you're able to work, you should. It stops asking working families to foot the bill for Washington's bad decisions. Let's get this done, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Missouri yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
So we might have visited a lot of places. Tonight, or this morning, I should say, why don't we visit reality? Here's the reality, because we're going to talk about facts for the next 15 minutes on our side. So one thing you can understand very clearly, the Republicans in the House surrendered to the Republicans in the Senate. And once again, when the going got tough, both institutions surrendered to the president. This bill became worse along the way when it was already a pretty bad product. So in terms of expertise, let's reject what the Congressional Budget Office says. Let's reject what the Joint Committee on Taxation might have to say. And of course, when the going gets tough, let's blame the Federal Reserve Board because of interest rates. So under this bill, here's a fact, Mr. Speaker. If you made $1 million last year, you're going to make a plus of $96,000 in the next tax filing season. That's a fact. But here's the real fact and the scam that's being presented to the American people with this legislation. So if you made under $50,000 last year, you're going to get 68 cents a day in terms of your tax relief. The Senate was too generous. They were at 73%, so the House wanted to go back to, on the Republican side, 68 cents. Here's the real kicker. For a party that has preached fiscal rectitude that I've listened to in all my years here, voting for the balanced budget amendment, taking up all of these pursuits in terms of fiscal rectitude, they're borrowing $5 trillion additional dollars to pay for a tax cut for the wealthiest amongst us. $5 trillion is being added to the debt. I call attention to that because they're taking away health insurance from poor people. Hospitals are going to suffer. Medicare is going to be cut. The child credit will leave out the poorest. And seniors are threatened with much of the necessities of everyday life. SNAP, Medicaid, Medicare, and the ACA are all about to be gutted in the name of a tax cut for the wealthiest amongst us. I preserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to congratulate the leadership of Chairman Jason Smith getting this bill to the floor. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to speak in favor of President Trump's one big beautiful bill. Here are the facts, Mr. Speaker. If Congress fails to pass this bill, taxpayers across the nation will get a big tax increase. In Tennessee's 8th congressional district, the average household would face a 26% tax hike. This would be catastrophic for families, for farms, and for small businesses across the nation. This bill not only stops this massive tax hike, but it will reduce taxes for Americans nationwide and turbocharge our economy. When Americans voted last November, they voted for these policies put forth by President Trump and House Republicans. Now is the time for us to do this job and pass the one big, beautiful bill. Too much is at stake. And with that, I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, gentleman, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this bill shamelessly hurts our constituents, cuts health care for 17 million Americans, closes 1 in 4 nursing homes and many rural hospitals. It rips nutrition assistance away from 11 million Americans, and it cedes leadership in the green energy economy to China. It raises energy bills for hardworking Americans. It cuts Pell Grants for millions of students. It adds $5 trillion to our national debt to give a tax break to billionaire donors who don't need the help in this environment. $5 trillion added to our national debt. It pushes the American dream out of reach for millions of working-class Americans. Every member who votes yes will forever carry the shame of betraying hardworking Americans and put our kids and our grandkids in great, great debt. I urge a no vote on this bill. It's bad for our constituents. It's bad for America. It's bad for our future. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I thank the chairman for the diligent work he has done in bringing folks together, hearing from all members, and helping formulate a bill that is great for America, great for workers, where we know that what we did in 2017 increased wages for workers at an amount even better proportionately than high-income folks. I also want to point out that my colleagues across the aisle voted for a large portion of this bill last year. Now, there's various criticisms that they've kind of pivoted, I guess, a bit. But when you really look at what we are doing, we're preventing a tax increase on the middle class. Average American household without this bill getting done will face about a $1,500 tax increase. American Farm Bureau tells us that the average farm will face more than $5,000 tax increase if we don't get our bill done. Mr. Speaker, this is the right thing to do. This is great for America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Chicago, Illinois, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong opposition and could never vote for this big, bad, inhumane, and ugly bill because it will wreck health care delivery, takes food from hungry children, sentence seniors to early deaths, eliminate jobs, and destabilize our economy just to give the super rich and wealthy more influence, more power, more wealth. It takes from the poor, from the disabled, from the sick, from the hungry, and gives to the wealthy. This bill is cruel, it is immoral, it is a crime about to happen, it is draconian, it is dangerous, it is criminal. So if you want to stop crime, vote no, as I will, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, for the purposes of a colloquy.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to enter into colloquy with the gentleman from Missouri regarding the termination of the commercial clean vehicles credit in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Is it your understanding and intent, Chairman Smith, for the purposes of this provision, vehicles shall be treated as, quote, acquired, unquote, as of the date on which a written binding contract is entered into for their acquisition and a payment has been made? I yield to Chairman Smith for a response.
Mr. Speaker, yes, it is the legislative intent that vehicles shall be treated as acquired as of the date on which a written binding contract is entered into for their acquisition and a payment has been made.
Mr. Speaker, I associate myself with the comments of the managers. I am pleased to know their legislative intent. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Sanchez.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I flew overnight through thunderstorms and flash flood warnings to be here to stand up for my district this morning because Republicans refuse to stand up for theirs. I've been in Congress for over 20 years, and I've never seen such cowardice from my colleagues across the aisle. Time and time again, we see Republicans fold like cheap lawn chairs. Senator Murkowski said it was a bad bill, then why the hell would you vote for it? I'm here to stand up against a bill that kicks 17 million Americans off of their health care, a bill that cuts school lunches and food assistance to children who go to bed hungry every night, a bill that includes billions of dollars for ICE, an already bloated agency that has been upending due process and racially profiling people in my district for weeks. To my colleagues across the aisle, have you no decency? Have you no humanity? It's not too late to do what you know is right by your constituents and by your country. Vote no on this one big steaming pile of crap. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the Kansas families, workers, and small businesses who will benefit from the One Big Beautiful Bill. By extending and improving the TCJA, working-class families in my district will pay $10,900 less in taxes and see increased wages of $7,200 on average. It contains my bipartisan legislation to make research and development expensing permanent, a jobs provision ensuring America continues to lead the world entirely on innovation. It eliminates fraud and waste in Obamacare, and it builds on President Trump's successes at securing the border. Despite the misleading spin from my colleagues on the left, this bill delivers on what Americans voted for in November. It's time to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Alabama, Congresswoman Sewell.
Gentlelady from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this so-called big, beautiful bill is nothing but a big, ugly betrayal of Alabama families and the big handout to billionaires. There's nothing beautiful about stripping health care from working families. There's nothing beautiful about taking food off the table of the most vulnerable neighbors. And there's nothing beautiful about putting rural hospitals on life support in communities that can least afford it. Mr. Speaker, the cuts in this bill are not just numbers on a page. They are empty cupboards and shuttered clinics. They are hospital wings closed in small towns already struggling to keep their doors open. They are parents lying awake at night wondering how they will afford medicine for a sick child or how they'll keep food on the table if they lose their hours. Here are the facts. 170,000 Alabamians will lose their health care. 700,000 Alabamians will lose or reduce their nutrition assistance. 5 Alabama hospitals will close and add $5 trillion to the national debt. On behalf of the 750,000 Alabamians that I represent in Alabama's 7th Congressional District and the 5 million hardworking Alabamians, I say vote hell no on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
Gentlelady from West Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this big, beautiful bill. In 2017, President Trump signed the largest tax cut in history into law. Today, thanks to the hard work of the Ways and Means Republicans, we will make those tax cuts permanent and prevent an end-of-the-year tax hike. This bill gives the average working family a $1,300 tax cut and makes permanent the 199A small business deduction to keep our economy humming. This is a big win for our West Virginia businesses. It provides relief to gig workers by ending the Democrats' absurd 600 1099K reporting threshold and reverts back to the time-tested standard of $20,000 and 200 transactions. It will provide economic relief, secure our borders, and ensure American energy dominance. This legislation will make the life of the average American better, and I support getting it to President Trump's desk. I urge all my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the gentlelady that in 2017, the Republican Party borrowed $2.3 trillion for that tax cut. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Congresswoman Moore.
Gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member. If you are a Republican with misgivings with the massive debt that this bill creates, or if you're worried about stripping 17 million Americans of health care access, I tell you that now is your moment. A coward dies 1,000 times before his death, but the valiant taste of death but once. Shakespeare. So vote your constituents, vote your conscience. This is how you will be remembered. Better to vote your conscience today and face an angry tweet than to have your legacy be one of equivocation and cowardice. By their deeds, you will know them. I urge all my colleagues to oppose debt, death, and hunger. Oppose this cruel legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. President Trump's one big, beautiful bill will dramatically grow our economy and reduce our deficit. It's the largest tax cut in American history for families, farmers, workers, and small businesses. This bill will help our Main Street businesses grow, invest, hire, and increases the exemption for the death tax, which will help save 2 million family farms. Additionally, this legislation fully funds the border wall, hires more ICE and Border Patrol agents, and creates American energy independence. We must pass this bill to unleash economic growth and rural prosperity. Let's make President Trump's one big, beautiful bill the law of the land. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Connecticut, Congresswoman DeLauro.
Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
My House Republican colleagues, have you no shame? This bill hands $4.5 trillion in tax cuts to billionaires and the biggest corporations. It takes health care away from 17 million Americans. People will die. 42 million Americans will go hungry. This bill triggers $500 billion in Medicare cuts. It increases the budget deficit by $3.3 trillion. President Trump and House Republicans have abandoned their promise to lower the cost of living. They are making it worse. To my Republican colleagues, have the moral courage to oppose this bill. The consequences of this vote will come due. They will not wait until next November. It will come tomorrow and every day after, and every phone call and letter that your office answers when your constituents tell you they cannot find health coverage or afford groceries, and they ask what you have done to help. And I hope you have the moral courage to tell them the truth, that you did nothing. Vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
47 seconds to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yocum.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 47 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the One Big Beautiful Bill. President Trump inherited a disastrous open border policy from the Biden-Harris administration. There were nearly 9 million encounters at the southern border under President Biden, more than the last 14 years combined. You can plainly see the difference between the first 5 months of President Biden and the first 5 months of President Trump on this chart. As it turns out, all we really needed was a new president. And now the One Big Beautiful Bill will permanently secure the southern border. It completes the wall, funds thousands of new border agents, and equips them with the cutting-edge tools that they need. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, because border security is national security. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Chu.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in opposition to Republicans' big, ugly bill because of my constituents, like Lisa, whose son was diagnosed with a life-altering disease that left him unable to work by mid-age. Medicaid enables Lisa to be his full-time caregiver and ensures that he has the care he needs. Unfortunately for Lisa and her son, Republicans don't care. They've made it very clear over the past 6 months who they are fighting for. It's not for the most vulnerable like Lisa and her son, who may be 2 of the 17 million Americans kicked off their health care thanks to this bill. Instead, Republicans are fighting for billionaires like Donald Trump and the top 0.1% who will get an average tax cut of $309,000 per year, while those earning less than $50,000 get 68 cents a day. To my Republican colleagues, there's still time to join Democrats in preventing this despicable bill from becoming law. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nod.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this bill. After listening to the previous few hours, it should surprise no one that the party of open borders, the party of illegal aliens, and now the party of state-run grocery stores hates this bill. Because this bill secures America's borders. It protects America's farmers and America's businesses. It protects us from tremendous amounts of waste, fraud, and abuse. And it stops the largest tax hike in American history. This bill is a win for the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, might I inquire as to how much time is remaining?
Gentleman has 6 minutes.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Salinas.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, with this bill, my Republican colleagues are betraying the American people. In the dark of morning, they're trying to ram through legislation that will raise costs, strip away health care, take food off the table of working families, and increase energy costs for all Americans, all to give tax breaks to billionaires and corporations. Cuts to Medicaid will shutter rural hospitals, nursing homes, and health centers, leaving families with higher costs and nowhere to turn for care. As millions of families are right now struggling to put food on the table, this bill cuts funding for nutrition assistance, forcing children, veterans, and seniors to go hungry. And this bill raises costs on everything from energy bills to prescription medications. This bill is a grave mistake. If it passes, my Republican colleagues may pay for it at the ballot box, but countless Americans will pay for it with their lives. I urge my colleagues to have the moral courage to oppose this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, the Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank Chairman Smith for not just yielding, but for his leadership in getting us to this point. Mr. Speaker, we are at the precipice of the new golden age of America. And how do we get there? We get there by actually making the right decisions for those hardworking families who have been struggling. You know, if you listen to the people on the other side, Mr. Speaker, who have over and over again said they are against this bill and all the things that are in this bill for hardworking families, you would think the last 4 years things have been going great for middle America. I don't know what parallel universe they've been living in, Mr. Speaker, but we heard the message that the voters sent, who said they're sick and tired of high inflation, of high gas prices, of not being able to fill up their grocery cart because of the spending in Washington for Washington at their expense. And so what does this bill do? It says we're finally going to turn that around and deliver a bill that focuses on families in America. You know, we hear a lot from the other side, Mr. Speaker, about billionaires, tax cuts for billionaires. You go look at this bill. Everybody's had the opportunity to read the bill. They actually read the whole bill on the Senate floor. Only took 14 hours. And if you listened, one of the things you'd find out, Mr. Speaker, is there are some new tax cuts in this bill, but not for billionaires. So then it would beg the question, why does the other side keep hiding behind billionaires as their excuse to vote no? Because they made a decision, Mr. Speaker, early off, they don't want to give people back their money. They want to keep that power in Washington. That's really what's at stake here. That's the big fight that has been going on for years. The other side won that fight the last few years by raising taxes, raising spending, growing Washington. And while they did that, families in America suffered. Inflation went up for those hardworking families while Washington grew. Interest rates grew up to the point they couldn't even afford to buy a first-time home because Washington grew. And we said it's enough that Washington has to finally start living within Washington's means so that families in America can finally start living the American dream again. That's what this bill focuses on, Mr. Speaker. And how do we do it? We do it, number one, by locking in rates for everybody. Nobody's taxes go up, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's. Now, the other side's upset about that, and I understand it, because they don't want just the billionaires to go up, because they know in this bill the income groups that get hit the hardest if a no vote prevails. And we've heard them, they're all going to vote no, Mr. Speaker. But if a no vote prevails, the income groups that get hit the hardest are the lower and middle income groups of America. And they know that. They're watching this vote. And you can say billionaires all day long. But you know what the new tax cuts in this bill are? Because there are new tax cuts. For the waiter and waitress who's working maybe 2-3 shifts at a restaurant, at a diner, barely getting by. That's the new tax cut that we're putting in this bill. And so you would say, well, then how could the other side possibly vote against that? But, Mr. Speaker, they are. And maybe a focus group told them that if they curse enough and if they say billionaires enough, those families will forget what's actually happening. But they're not going to forget because they're paying attention. You know what the average pay for a worker in America who makes tip money is under this bill? $32,000 a year. That's right. Billionaires aren't even allowed to be eligible for that tax break. But the waitress who's working 2-3 shifts, barely getting by, making $32,000 a year, finally gets a little bit more money. And yes, every Democrat has bragged over here that they're going to vote against that. They don't want that waitress to get that money back in her pocket. But we're going to make sure she gets that tax break, Mr. Speaker, because she's struggling. She maybe wants to put together a college fund for her kid. Maybe she wants to take her family on a vacation. And she's going to have that opportunity when this bill passes. You know who else we're going to give opportunity to, Mr. Speaker, in this bill? The other tax cut. Sorry, it's not a billionaire again. It's that shift worker working overtime. Not the billionaires, person that's showing up at the factory, making stuff in America, who's paying taxes on the overtime, but they're away from their family, and they're looking at that check at the end of being away from their family for a few extra hours, and they're trying to make ends meet for their family, and they go, geez, I've got to get all that extra money back to the government. Is it worth being away from my family? And we say, you know what? Yeah, normal tax rates apply on everything else, but if you work overtime, you're not going to pay taxes on that overtime. Somebody making $60,000 a year, not the billionaire. Say billionaire enough, and maybe that shift worker won't know what you're doing, but Mr. Speaker, they do know. They do know what's about to happen because everybody's watching this vote, and that's a good thing because that shift worker deserves that extra money back. Might not seem a lot to somebody who deals with billions and trillions of dollars up here in Washington and grows agencies by 20, 30% every couple of years, and just thinks if you double the size of an agency over 5 years, somebody's going to pay for that. Well, you know who's paying for it? That hardworking family. You know, we clean up waste, fraud, and abuse, and it's been mocked by the other side. They think it's cool to mock what we're doing to finally root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Let the other party, Mr. Speaker, be the defender of waste, fraud, and abuse in Washington, but we're cleaning it up in this bill. USDA has pointed out that there's about $10 billion a year in waste just in the SNAP program. Fraud, improper payments. Not going to children that you hear about on the floor and not all these other. It's going to improper payments, to fraud. $10 billion a year. But, Mr. Speaker, when you hear about the billionaires and you say, well, how could anybody vote against this bill? Think about what a no vote means. Because I'm proud of the yes vote that we're about to cast to help those families. But everybody who votes no, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it, everybody who votes no is going to be asked a question by that waitress making $32,000 a year saying, why do you want me to pay more money in my tips so that $10 billion of fraud goes out in the SNAP program? Because you voted against cleaning it up and you voted against no tax on tips. That's the no vote. You can't hide behind the billionaire anymore. You're going to have to face the reality, Mr. Speaker, that this bill actually delivers for the working families of this country who have been struggling. They haven't been living on easy street the last 4 years, but they went to the polls in November and said, we want to try a different approach. And this is that different approach, to give them more power, to give them more opportunity. You know we're giving opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to in this bill. Again, if you're going to vote no, this is what the no vote will take away. We actually create something unique in this bill. Hadn't been talked about yet, but it's in the bill. I'm real proud of it. We create opportunity in school choice for every, not billionaire, low-income families. Every low-income family in America will be eligible for a scholarship so that their kid can go to the school of their choice if they're in a failing school. Now, you vote no, Mr. Speaker. How do you tell that family that their kid doesn't have the same opportunity they deserve that every other kid in America can have? If somebody can afford it, they can go to a private school. But if that low-income family can't afford it, we're finally giving them a lifeline in this bill, Mr. Speaker, and saying you can have the same opportunity. But a no vote says that you don't think that that parent deserves the same opportunity? And then you hide behind billionaires. There's going to be no hiding, Mr. Speaker. We all know when this board lights up what the consequences are. And why do we say there's going to be a golden era in this country? We're securing our border in this bill, too. We're opening up American energy in this bill. Everywhere from the North Slope of Alaska to, yes, the Gulf of America, where President Biden had shut down American energy. He green-lighted Russia's Nord Stream pipeline so Russia could produce their energy, funding billions of dollars to go fund their war against Ukraine. But in America, we were shut down. We open it up in this bill, Mr. Speaker. American workers get to produce American energy, not just for America. It's going to lower the price at the pump. Again, you're a middle-income family. The billionaire doesn't care what the cost of gasoline is. You know who does? That waitress making $32,000 a year saves that tip money. Maybe she can go on a trip and get in her car and drive and afford the gasoline now because we'll be producing more. We actually have lease sales in this bill for once so we can produce energy in America. We have great natural resources. We just had them shut down for 4 years by an administration that said no to American energy, said yes to other countries' energy. Iran was able to sell their oil on world markets thanks to the previous administration. That party's over. And when America starts producing more energy, not only does it help lower the price for families here in America, not only does it create great jobs here in America, but all the bad guys around the world, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, you name your country, they're not going to have a cartel-like exclusive license on global energy anymore because America's going to be back in the game. Let's get this country back in the game. Let's get this country back on track. Let's actually promote opportunity in the American dream again for anybody who wants it. You want to work, there's going to be more opportunity than you've ever had before. If you're disabled on Medicaid, right now you've been crowded out of those programs by people turning down work. Able-bodied people, 35-year-olds sitting at home playing video games. They're going to now have to go get a job. That's right. And by the way, that's a good thing for them. Their mom doesn't want them sitting in the basement playing video games anyway. But now it no longer will be crowding out Medicaid for the truly needy people who deserve it. The disabled people will not be getting crowded out of those programs by people who can actually go get a job, and there are going to be a lot of great jobs, Mr. Speaker, a lot of great jobs in this country. America's coming back. You can vote no all day long, and you can hide behind billionaires all day long, but we're going to keep moving forward because this country doesn't sit down in the fetal position. America's ready for a rebirth, and we're going to deliver it. President Trump is at the helm now. It's a new day. World leaders know it. The bad guys know it around the world. But you know what? Those hardworking families who have been waiting for this relief for a long, long time are finally going to realize help is on the way because Republicans in Congress, any Democrats that want to join, Mr. Speaker, are free to, but they're bragging that they don't want to be a part of this. But you know what? The hardworking families of America are hungry for this kind of change. Take power away from Washington, give it back to the people, and watch what happens. Great things are ahead for this country, greatest country in the history of the world. We are finally going to give and restore that great American dream and that hope for those families who have been waiting way too long. That help is coming. We're going to pass this bill. President Trump's going to sign it. It's going to be a great 4th of July. Let's pass the bill, Mr. Speaker. I yield back to balance my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
I can't wait with the Republican Party to meet that waitress who's making $32,000 a year and tell her in this tax bill the Republican Party just gave her 68 cents more a day. Because that's the reality of what this tax bill is about. But we could also say in the next breath, if you made $1 million last year, you're going to get $96,000. This is a fact-free argument. They're making this argument out that the person at the bottom is going to do well in contrast to the person at the top. There's simply no factual basis to that. And by the way, the party of fiscal rectitude, they're borrowing $5 trillion to pay for a tax cut for the wealthiest amongst us. I yield back my time here.
Will the gentleman reserve?
I reserve. Apologize.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I represent one of the poorest congressional districts in this country. And I can tell you this piece of legislation are for those working families, those small business owners, those farmers that are doing everything they can just to get by. It is not for the millionaires and the billionaires. How many waitresses who are tipped are billionaires? How many billionaires work hourly jobs and overtime? None. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, from the Gospel of Matthew, where I was hungry and you gave me food, I was thirsty and you gave me drink, I was a stranger and you took me in, I was naked and you clothed me, I was sick and you visited, I was in prison and you came unto me. Inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of my brothers, you've done it unto me. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us takes food and drink from the mouths of the poor. It takes health care from the sick. And a vote for this bill betrays these gospel teachings. And in our heart, all of us know it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
How much time is remaining, Mr. Speaker?
3.5 minutes.
I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished minority whip, the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for his leadership. As we are here in the early morning hours. 60% of the families in this country cannot afford the basics. 60% of Americans cannot afford that first rung of the American dream. This is an existential failure of the wealthiest nation on earth. And now, with this big, ugly bill, Republicans are on the verge of moving that dream further out of touch, of making people sicker and poorer. We hear the message. If you do not have great wealth, you do not matter to the GOP. If you vote for this cruel monstrosity, you are condemning families to poverty. You are condemning seniors and veterans in this country to hunger. You are condemning children to sickness without treatment. You are voting to enrich billionaires at the expense of what makes us American, our freedom to build a better life for our families. The American people overwhelmingly oppose this bill, and they will not forget if you sell out their freedom this Independence Day. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri.
Yeah. I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Leaders recognized.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Richie Neal, for yielding and for his tremendous leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill, this disgusting abomination, the GOP tax scam that guts Medicaid, rips food from the mouths of children, seniors, and veterans, and rewards billionaires with massive tax breaks. Every single Democrat stands in strong opposition to this bill because we're standing up for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a lot from my Republican colleagues who've expressed pride in this accomplishment. I ask the question, if Republicans were so proud of this one big ugly bill, why did debate begin at 3:28 a.m. in the morning? Republicans are once again, which has been the case, Mr. Speaker, through every step of this journey, tried to jam this bill through the House of Representatives under cover of darkness. But I'm here today to make it clear that I'm going to take my time and ensure that the American people fully understand how damaging this bill will be to their quality of life. Now, Republicans and Donald Trump promised that costs would go down on day one. Costs haven't gone down under Donald Trump and House Republicans here in the United States of America. In fact, costs have gone up. We believe that America is too expensive, that the cost of living is too high, that that's a priority that should be worked on in a bipartisan way. But from the very beginning of this Congress, our Republican colleagues have shown no interest in addressing the high cost of living in the United States of America. Not a single executive order has been issued by this administration, Mr. Speaker, to address the high cost of living. Not a single bill has been passed, Mr. Speaker, to address the high cost of living in the United States of America. And this bill, this one big ugly bill, this reckless Republican budget, this disgusting abomination, is not about improving the quality of life of the American people. It will hurt everyday Americans. in several different ways. This bill represents the largest cut to health care in American history. It's an all-out assault on the health care of the American people, an assault on Medicaid, an assault on Medicare, an assault on the Children's Health Insurance Program, an assault on the Affordable Care Act, an assault on Planned Parenthood and the health care of women all across the United States of America, an unprecedented assault on the American people and their health care. Almost $1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid. This runs directly contrary to what President Trump indicated in January, which was that he was going to love and cherish Medicaid. Nothing about this bill loves and cherishes Medicaid. It guts Medicaid. It guts Medicaid in a way that's going to hurt children, hurt families, hurt seniors, hurt people with disabilities, hurt women, hurt everyday Americans. Hospitals will close, including all throughout rural America, Mr. Speaker. Nursing homes will shut down. By some estimates, 1 in 4 nursing homes will close as a result of this one big, ugly bill. And community-based health clinics, which are the lifelines in neighborhood after neighborhood all across this country, in urban America, in rural America, in suburban America, in small-town America, in the heartland of America, will not be able to operate. And as a result of the lack of health care that will result directly from this one big ugly bill, people in America will die. Unnecessary deaths. That is outrageous. It's disgusting. That is not what we should be doing here in the United States House of Representatives. Not what we should be doing. In addition to the cuts to Medicaid, this bill will result in the largest cut to Medicare in American history. By some estimates, more than $500 billion in cuts to Medicare as a result of the Republicans' one big, ugly bill. This bill will also result in a devastating blow to the Affordable Care Act. That's no surprise because since 2010, Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have been trying to gut and destroy the Affordable Care Act. And as a result of the damage that is done to the Affordable Care Act in this legislation, millions of Americans will lose their health care. The assault on health care in this one big, ugly bill will result in more than 17 million Americans losing health care in the United States of America. Shame on the people who've decided to launch that kind of all-out assault on the health and the well-being of everyday Americans. That's not what we should be doing here in the United States House of Representatives. And because of the drastic cuts that are made to health care in this one big ugly bill, people with private insurance all across America are going to experience increases in their premiums, their copays, and their deductibles. Millions of Americans in every corner of this country, an all-out assault on health care. That's a very different vision, Mr. Speaker, that Republicans have, working hard to take health care away from the American people than our vision, because we believe, as Democrats, that in the United States of America, health care should not simply be a privilege. Health care is a right that should be available to every single person in the United States of America. This bill is an all-out assault on the health care of the people of the United States of America, hard-working American taxpayers. These are the people we should be standing up to work hard to lift up. But instead, they're victims of this legislation. Hospitals will close. That impacts everybody in the United States of America. If your hospital closes, whether you're on Medicaid or not, you will be unable to get the treatment that you or your family needs. That's why we're fighting so hard to stop this bill. 1 in 4 nursing homes, by some estimates, will close as a result of the Republicans' assault on Medicaid in this one big, ugly bill. This bill also represents an assault on nutritional assistance here in the United States of America. We've made great progress over the last 50-plus years as it relates to hunger in this country. Great progress. But we're still dealing with the reality that tens of millions of people in this country go to bed every night wondering whether they're going to be able to get a nutritious meal the next day. Tens of millions of people in this country, millions of children. And instead of trying to address that issue, Mr. Speaker, the one big ugly bill will rip nutritional benefits away from millions of Americans, including children, rip food from the mouths of hungry children and hungry veterans and hungry seniors. That is unacceptable. That's one of the reasons why we stand in strong opposition, Mr. Speaker, to this one big, ugly bill. Republicans promised to address the high cost of living in the United States of America. We believe that the cost of living is too high. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Child care costs are too high. America is too expensive. There are far too many people in this country struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. That should not be the case in the United States of America. But instead of addressing the high cost of living in this one big ugly bill, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are actually going to increase costs, particularly as it relates to the energy bills that everyday Americans pay. Estimated that energy bills will increase by hundreds of dollars a year. That has nothing to do with lowering the high cost of living, making this country a more affordable place. It does the exact opposite. It's an all-out and unnecessary assault on the clean energy tax credits. The clean energy tax credits that many of my Republican colleagues promised in letter after letter after letter that you would stand behind, but all chose to fold and abandon, fighting instead for special interests and opposing the ability for this country to stand up a cleaner energy economy, which means cheaper energy. And because of the attack on clean energy jobs, on the clean energy economy, on the economic development that had already been set in motion, often in districts represented by my Republican colleagues and in Republican-led states, red states. By some estimates, millions of jobs are going to be lost. And so you're ripping health care away from millions of Americans, Mr. Speaker, ripping food away from children and veterans and seniors, raising the cost of utilities, of paying your energy bill by hundreds of dollars, stripping away millions of jobs all across America. And what is all of this being done for? To provide massive tax breaks to billionaires all across this country. We are better than that in the United States of America. When we take an oath, convene here, come to the United States Capitol, our job is to make life better for everyday Americans. But the genesis of this bill, the focus of this bill, the justification for all of the cuts that will hurt everyday Americans in this bill is to provide massive tax breaks for billionaires. It's extraordinary. Never in my time here in Congress have I experienced legislation that benefits so few people who fall into the category of the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, while at the same time hurting everyday Americans, that we should be fighting hard to help. Now, all of this apparently is being rushed because the decision was made by President Trump that he would like to get a bill done by the 4th of July. What does the 4th of July have to do with this one big, ugly bill? What does celebrating American independence, the birth of this exceptional country, the journey that we've been on for 249 years, what does any of that have to do with this one big, ugly bill? I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that if you actually look at the Declaration of Independence, what we find is that everything about this one big, ugly bill runs in direct contrast with what was set in motion by the framers and the founders of our great country. Of course, the Declaration of Independence, authored by Thomas Jefferson, makes the famous statement that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. Speaker, I want to lock in for just a moment on that aspirational objective, the pursuit of happiness. Because when it comes to everyday Americans, this one big, ugly bill will hurt the quality of life of hardworking American taxpayers, and it's all designed to put a happy smile on the face of billionaires. That is inconsistent with the Declaration of Independence and what we should be celebrating on July 4th. I think what Thomas Jefferson and the framers of this country, they set us out on a course of action, a journey, a march toward a more perfect union, in part anchored in the pursuit of happiness, which decade after decade, century after century, leaders who sat at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, leaders in this Congress on both sides of the aisle tried to bring about for the greatest number of Americans. But that's not what this one big ugly bill is all about. America is too expensive. There are far too many people who are living paycheck to paycheck here in this great country. That should not be the case. People who are struggling to survive, to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, imagine a country where everyone can afford to live the good life. Work hard, play by the rules, and live the good life. We haven't reached that place in the United States of America. Imagine a country where everyone can work hard, play by the rules, and live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. Which means keep your hands off Social Security and Medicare, now and forever. Now and forever. We want a country where every single American can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and then a good retirement. And we know that in the United States of America, to unlock that quintessential American dream, living the good life, you have to work hard and play by the rules. But the challenge that so many Americans have right now in this country is that they're doing those two things. They're working hard and they're playing by the rules, but they're unable to experience the great American dream. They're unable to get to that third leg. They're unable to live the good life. And that's what we should be focusing on here in the United States Congress. Not gutting Medicaid, not ripping food out of the mouths of hungry children, not rewarding billionaires with massive tax breaks. How can you prepare to celebrate legislation that will undermine the quality of life of everyday Americans? It's not just a hypothetical, it's not just hyperbole, it's not just hype. It will happen. Everyday Americans will be hurt by the one big ugly bill. We're here on the floor of the House of Representatives, debating legislation in the middle of the night, with millions of Americans having gone to sleep anxious about what would happen here on the floor of the House of Representatives, understandably concerned that their voices have not been heard in this debate, that their pleas for compassion have been overlooked. Many of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, on the other side of the aisle have chosen not to hold town hall meetings, not to hear from the voices of the people that you're privileged to represent. But we've embraced the American people. We haven't run from the American people. House Democrats will continue to run toward the American people and lift their voices up. Lift their voices up. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a little time to share some of the stories of the American people. Voices that might otherwise be excluded from this debate. But we're not going to let those voices be excluded. We will ensure that these voices are heard. We will continue to do everything we can to bring those voices to life, here on the House floor and beyond, to stand up for the best interests of everyday Americans. And we've heard from many of them throughout this process. I'll share just a handful. With Medicaid expansion, I now qualify for Medicaid. Without insurance, my monthly bill for my 3 injectable drugs would be $3,000. $36,000 a year. And that doesn't include any of my other meds or my medical appointments. Who has that kind of money? That's Charles, who lives in Alaska, district represented by Congressman Nick Begich. Medicare and Social Security keep me alive. I'm surviving on about $13,000 a year, most of it from my Social Security checks. That's just enough to afford my rent, utilities, and food. Without Social Security, I would be homeless. And if Medicare did not pay for my medications, if I had to pay full price, I wouldn't be able to survive. There are so many other seniors who are in the same boat. Without these programs, seniors like me would die on the street. That's Paula, who lives in Arkansas's 2nd Congressional District, represented by my colleague, Congressman French Hill. My son is a 25-year-old young adult with profound nonverbal autism who needs 24/7 support. Our family has relied on Medicaid from the time he was 2 years old, when he began early intervention services. At 3, when he was diagnosed with autism, a private health insurance denied him coverage for his pre-existing condition. Medicaid stepped in to provide health care. From that point until today, home and community-based services through Medicaid have been vital to our son's health and well-being. Medicaid also helped his school district pay for medically necessary therapies at school. Our son is thriving and healthy, and our family can support him at home because of Medicaid. That's Robin. She lives in Arizona's 1st Congressional District, represented by David Swiker. These are stories from everyday Americans who've written to us to say to this Congress, stand up for our health care, Mr. Speaker. Don't stand up for billionaires. Stand up for everyday Americans, for our health, for our safety, and for our well-being. Gwendolyn from Arizona, she also writes, she says Medicaid is the difference between my son being healthy, happy, cared for, and social, versus being at home with aging parents who struggle to physically provide the care that is required daily. Medicaid funding means my son receives the incontinent supplies he needs, the internal feeding supplies he needs to live, and medications that his primary insurance won't cover. Medicaid matters because without it, my son and millions of others like him may not survive. Let me speak directly to Gwendolyn from Arizona. Her representative may not be fighting on your behalf. As House Democrats, we're here to say to you, we agree. Medicaid matters and it must be preserved. It must be preserved. Because Medicaid matters to millions of people all across this great country, to children, to seniors, to people with disabilities, to women, to families, to people in every corner of the United States of America. Yes, Gwendolyn, Medicaid matters. And if your representative won't fight for it, we will. Brenda? Says to us, my youngest child is a nonverbal 43-year-old female with autism who has been on Medicaid since she was 12. She's had 3 major surgeries and 6 or more outpatient surgeries, all made possible because of Medicaid. We would not have been able to get our daughter what she needed if it wasn't for Medicaid. She also has a seizure disorder and is on several medications. Some of them are way too expensive for us to afford on a blue-collar income. Finding doctors that are good and accept Medicaid are few and far between. But some doctors are better than none. And the only way our daughter will get any medical care at all. She is one of the most vulnerable people in society. And caring for her is a full-time job. For myself and her father, who are both retired and are full-time care providers for her. I am not sure why anyone would want to take this help and service from people whose very life depends on the help it provides. That's a powerful and profound question. Why would anyone in this House vote to take away Medicaid from the American people amongst the most vulnerable here in the United States of America? Brenda from Arizona lives in Arizona's 6th congressional district, represented by my colleague, Congressman Juan Ciscomani. Garrett, also from Arizona. I'm still in the A section right now. So strap in as we make sure we lift up the voices of everyday Americans all across this country. It's important that we take note. This isn't abstract, taking away health care from the American people. It's concrete, it's real. It has devastating implications. Garrett says, I was diagnosed with cerebral palsy at birth. Cerebral palsy at birth. Thanks to Medicaid, I was able to undergo multiple surgeries that significantly improved my ability to walk, transforming both my mobility and daily life. Relying on Medicaid, SNAP in the past, and SSI, I worry about what would happen to me and my friends if these programs were taken away. Without them, I wouldn't be able to keep up with doctor's appointments, medications, and transportation. Earlier today, my distinguished colleague from the great Commonwealth of Virginia read a passage of Scripture, one of my favorite passages of Scripture, Matthew 25 and 35 through 40. And later on this morning, as I continue my remarks, perhaps I'll have an opportunity to go a little deeper into the meaning of Matthew 25 and 35. What I can say is that all of us should be trying to lift up the least, the lost, the left behind, the poor, the sick, and the afflicted. Garrett tells us, I was diagnosed with cerebral palsy at birth. And the first thing that jumped out to me when I read this was that we're all God's children, and we should be looking after all God's children to the best of our ability, not running away from them and undermining their quality of life. So Garrett, we're going to continue to stand up and work hard on your behalf. Nancy from California. That's a great name, Nancy from California. Nancy from California writes, my two special health needs, former foster children, depend on Medicaid for a dizzying array of health services, ranging from over 20 pediatric medical specialists and palliative care to behavioral health and occupational therapies. They both have rare incurable, disabling diseases that require IEPs to navigate school. She continues, but I want to pause right there. I think that's an important point, talking about her children and the IEPs to navigate school. We should be looking out for children like Nancy's two beautiful former foster care children, her two special health needs children, as she calls them. It's one of the reasons why the Department of Education is important. Public schools are important. Nothing in this bill supports public education. In fact, this one big, ugly bill represents an attack on public education. And that is not consistent with what we should be doing as we prepare to celebrate our 249th birthday and lifting up this pursuit of happiness. Nancy continues, the ACA protections for pre-existing conditions and the removal of lifetime caps are also essential. My youngest child requires medical care that I simply cannot afford, costing between $750,000 and $1 million per year, depending on how stable her health is. I work part-time, but the caregiver burden is too demanding for me to maintain a full-time job. As a single widowed mother, Medicaid has become a lifeline for keeping my kids as well as possible. Nancy lives in California's 1st congressional district, represented by my colleague, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. Laura lives in the Central Valley of California, an area of the country with the highest concentration of Medicaid recipients. The highest concentration of Medicaid recipients. I've been raising my 6 grandchildren for 15 years, and they are coming of age, but not many jobs are available. Also, my 16-year-old grandson depends on Medicaid and EBT to survive. He takes many medications a day. If you're not going to respect my ability to speak, respect the story that I'm telling on behalf of Laura. Respect her story, because her story matters. Her story matters, and the American people matter. We need order. He takes many medications a day. I'm too old to do anything but take care of him. I can't imagine choosing what medicines he gets or who gets to eat. Please reconsider for the people who need medication that is necessary for survival. Universal access to food and meds would lighten the worry that we carry. Not having to worry about food and medicines gives me more time to care for my 26-year-old grandson, who is quadriplegic due to a head-on collision last year. Please don't make him suffer anymore. He needs food supplements and many medications every day to survive. Laura lives in California's 22nd congressional district, a district that is represented by my colleague, Congressman David Valadao. Just happens to be the district that has the highest concentration of Medicaid recipients in this country. Laura, I don't know what your Congress member is going to do. Every single House Democrat is fighting hard to protect your Medicaid. We value you, and we're working hard to defend you. Jackie is from the Orange County area of California. My son is 34 years old. He has Down syndrome and autism and lives at home with his aging parents, Dad, 82, and Mom, 71. His biggest joys in life for him are his day program and eating out. How small are his desires? And you want to take that away from him. He requires much care. Bathing, shaving, washing hair, brushing teeth, dressing, etc. His aging parents can do the job required for this 100% of the time. He has great caregivers right now, and they have been with him for many years. Now you want to take that away from us? Please know that Medicaid, Medi-Cal, is what allows us to keep him in a safe and happy environment that he will not get anywhere else, and for a whole lot less money. Why should that change for him? Jackie asked. Please be respectful of families who have high-need family members who need these services. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of my son and everyone who loves him. Jackie lives in California's 40th congressional district, a district represented by my colleague, Congresswoman Young Kim. Kayla writes to us from Colorado. At 26, I was diagnosed with brain cancer, a discovery I was only able to make because of Medicaid. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to get the treatment I need to survive. That diagnosis changed my life. And while I am grateful to be here, I can no longer work. Now I rely on disability benefits food stamps, just to get by. These programs are the only reason I'm able to live. Without this support, I don't know how I would manage. Kayla lives in Colorado's 2nd congressional district, a district represented by the Assistant Democratic leader, Joe Neguse. Kayla, I can say to you that your Congress member is fighting hard to protect you, just like every single member of the House Democratic Caucus. Ashley writes to us from Colorado. She says, my life was saved by the Affordable Care Act. Because of this act, I was able to stay on my parents' health insurance when I couldn't get any coverage. At the time, I was dealing with a myriad of health issues and would eventually be diagnosed with multiple chronic illnesses. Because of the ACA, when my husband and I were married, I was able to be added to his insurance without being denied due to pre-existing conditions. Prior to the act being passed, I was denied coverage and care many times. If I was even approved for coverage, it cost me thousands per month in premiums. I was being penalized, Mr. Speaker, for being sick. There were many times when I could not get coverage that I had to choose between which prescriptions I would get to have or whether I would get all my meds or the groceries we needed. You know, there are far too many people in the United States of America right now, before experiencing the devastating consequences of this one big, ugly bill, who have to choose between putting food on the table, clothing on their backs, access to medication, or paying the rent. The United States of America is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Not a single hard-working American taxpayer should ever have to choose between food or medicine or rent or putting clothing on their back. Not a single hard-working American taxpayer should ever have to make that choice. If people did not have to worry about health care being accessible, they would be able to be seen when necessary. And when people are able to see doctors when they are unwell, they can stay healthy for longer periods of time. When people can stay healthy, they don't miss work. When people don't miss work, they don't risk losing their jobs. The way things work now only encourages the constant classist act of keeping the sick and poor sick and poor. This should never, ever be a situation in a country that claims to have the best functioning economy in the world, the best doctors, the best universities. Ashley lives in Colorado's 3rd congressional district.
The gentleman is not recognized. The House will be in order. New York's recognized.
Lives in Colorado's 3rd Congressional District, represented by my colleague, Congressman Jeff Hurd. Ann also writes from Colorado. Through the Medicaid waiver, Scott, Ann's son, was placed in a group living situation that worked out for a while, but was eventually kicked out. After that, he moved back in with me, but ended up homeless once more, before finally being placed back on a Medicaid waiver program. Now he's doing really well. His job, which he loves, also receives funding through Medicaid, so that people with disabilities can be employed and be productive members of the community. Without Medicaid, he probably wouldn't be alive today. Without this assistance, we likely wouldn't be where we are now. And I doubt that there would be a happy ending to this story. Ann lives in Colorado's 6th Congressional District, a district represented by our colleague, Congressman Jason Crow, who is also fighting hard to protect your interests, and as every single one of us in the House Democratic Caucus will continue to do. We believe in America, health care is not simply a privilege that should be afforded to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. It's a right that should be available to everyone. A right that is still imperfect at this moment, that we are working hard to perfect. But this one big ugly bill, the largest attack on health care, Mr. Speaker, in the United States of America, moves us in the opposite direction. Daniela is also from Colorado. She writes to us, Medicaid has been a lifeline for our family, especially for my 5-year-old daughter who has autism. That's the thing, Mr. Speaker. Medicaid is important for so many Americans all across this country, including people with disabilities. It's a necessary lifeline so that parents can help their children live a better life with dignity and respect. Why would any legislation that this House passes attack health care available to families that are pouring in everything they have to help their child under difficult circumstances live the best possible life? It perplexes me, Mr. Speaker, that this bill would go after the health care of people like Daniela and her 5-year-old daughter. Daniela says that as parents, we've faced many struggles trying to balance full-time work, starting a real estate business, and still being there for our 3 other children. It's been overwhelming at times, and finding the right support for her hasn't always been easy. But Medicaid has provided therapy and services that have made a world of difference in her life. These therapies have helped her make progress, feel seen, and connect with her peers, which means everything to us. It's allowed her to be a part of the world to feel included, and to overcome obstacles that seemed insurmountable at times. Medicaid has helped us give her the opportunities she deserves, and millions of other children in the United States. Mr. Speaker, Daniela lives in Colorado's 8th Congressional District, a district currently represented by Congressman Gabe Evans. Currently represented. Mr. Speaker, we heard from Martha, who writes from Florida. I have an adult daughter with developmental and intellectual disabilities who needs Medicaid for her medical care. As a mom, I worry a lot about what the future will hold for her. Will she have access to quality medical care when my husband is no longer able to provide for her? Please support individuals like my daughter who are vulnerable and need our help. Thank you from my heart. Martha lives in Florida's 7th Congressional District, a district represented by our colleague, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Corey Mills. We've heard from people from the heartland of this country. In Indiana, Kim writes to us, SNAP and Medicaid were lifelines when my children were younger. At least when I was able to get them. As a single mom, working my way up from low-paying jobs, we often had too little food. My dinner was the combined uneaten food from my 4 kids' plates. Even then, keeping benefits was difficult due to missing or late paperwork, faxes lost to the ether. I sometimes worked 3 jobs and cried too often when the letter came saying benefits were suspended. When that happens, you end up hungry for weeks until it's straightened out. Kim lives in the 9th Congressional District of Indiana, Mr. Speaker. She says, SNAP and Medicaid were lifelines when my children were younger, at least when I was able to get them. Let me park right there for a moment, because one of the arguments that I've consistently heard made, Mr. Speaker, by our Republican colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that they weren't going after Medicaid recipients, that no benefits would be taken away as a result of these so-called work requirements. Let's fact check that statement. Every independent entity that has looked at this question, including the Congressional Budget Office, has made clear, as a result of the one big ugly bill, millions of Americans will lose their Medicaid benefits. These so-called work requirements are just a smokescreen, because more than 90% of the people who receive Medicaid benefits who can work do work right now in the United States of America. Right now, more than 90%. What these impositions are really paperwork requirements that are designed to make it harder for everyday Americans like Kim to access their benefits. And as a result, millions of Americans who are eligible, who are hardworking, who are deserving, will lose their health care. Kim says, I sometimes work 3 jobs and cried too often when the letter came saying benefits were suspended. As House Democrats, Mr. Speaker, we are here fighting for people like Kim and millions of others like her all across the United States of America who will lose urgently necessary, life-changing, and life-sustaining Medicaid benefits as a result of Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. We hear from Maria, from Iowa, in the great heartland of this country. Maria writes to us in 2021, I got seriously sick with COVID. I ended up in a coma for 12 days, spent 3.5 weeks in the ICU, and then another 3 weeks on the recovery floor. If it wasn't for Medicaid, I wouldn't have received any of the care I needed. I honestly don't know where I'd be today. I don't know what my family would have done. Without Medicaid, I wouldn't have made it. If I lost Medicaid, it would completely change my life. I wouldn't be able to afford my insulin, diabetes medications, blood pressure medications, or see my endocrinologist, all of which are life-sustaining treatments. I also need to see my pulmonary specialist regularly. Without Medicaid, my health would deteriorate rapidly. That's a statement that applies to millions of Americans all across this great country who are at risk of losing their health care because this one big, ugly Republican bill has put a target on their back. Mr. Speaker, without Medicaid, my health would deteriorate. Taking the time to share these stories because this is a question for so many Americans of life and death. It's extraordinary that on the House floor, in the middle of the night, the American people are forced to confront a bill that targets their health care and will result in their well-being deteriorating. More than 17 million Americans at risk of losing health care coverage, and then tens of millions more experiencing increased premiums, copays, and deductibles as a result of the attack on health care in this bill. Many of them will also lose coverage, lose their health care. These are Americans on private insurance, employer-provided insurance. But because of the health care attacks in this bill, their premiums, their copays, their deductibles will go up. Some will not be able to afford it, and they will lose their health care. That's what this bill represents. That's why I'm taking the time to share these stories and experiences and concerns and fears and anxieties of the American people. I wish, Mr. Speaker, that we had a lot more time to debate this bill. This is the type of bill that under normal circumstances, we'd have hours and hours of debate, where hundreds of members could participate on both sides of the aisle and share their thoughts, their perspectives, their ideas, their passionate support or passionate opposition. But this bill, which by some estimates is larger than the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the CHIPS and Science Act combined in terms of its possible impact on the debt in this country, increasing the debt by more than $3 trillion, saddling our children and grandchildren with that level of extraordinary debt by people who claim to be fiscally responsible. The implications of this bill are enormous. And yet, each side of the Ways and Means Committee was given 15 minutes to discuss the implications of this bill. Each side of the Budget Committee was given 15 minutes to discuss the implications of this bill that will have devastating consequences for everyday Americans, while rewarding billionaires with massive tax breaks. It had been my hope, Mr. Speaker, that we'd be able to have a robust debate, passionate support or passionate opposition in connection with this bill. that hundreds of members on both sides of the aisle could participate in. Instead, we have a limited debate where the relevant committees of jurisdiction have been given 15 minutes each on a bill of such significant magnitude as it relates to the health, the safety, and the well-being of the American people. And because that debate was so limited, I feel the obligation, Mr. Speaker, to stand on this House floor and take my sweet time to tell the stories of the American people. And that's exactly what I intend to do. Take my sweet time on behalf of the American people, on behalf of their health care, on behalf of their Medicaid, on behalf of their nutritional assistance, on behalf of veterans, on behalf of farmers, on behalf of children, on behalf of seniors, on behalf of people with disabilities, on behalf of small businesses, on behalf of every single American. I'm on this House floor after 6 a.m. and I'm planning to take my sweet time. Without Medicaid, I wouldn't have made it. If I lost Medicaid, it would completely change my life. It would also severely affect my husband with epilepsy. Without Medicaid, he wouldn't be able to afford his seizure medications, which means he'd have seizures every week, like he did before. This would leave him unable to function or work. Before he had Medicaid, he'd have a seizure. And it would take him days to recover. His health is inconsistent, which makes it hard for him to hold down a job. I still have my house, my car, my husband, and my health. Thank God for that. But why should we have to struggle so hard just to live? In a country with so much wealth, I'm considered one of the lucky ones. And yet I still struggle to make ends meet for the basics. That's Maria, pouring her heart out to us as members of Congress about her struggles. She lives in Iowa's 1st Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Mr. Speaker, Representative Marionette Miller Meeks. In a country with so much wealth, I'm considered one of the lucky ones, and yet I still struggle to make ends meet for the basics. Maria makes this important point as we stand on the threshold of the 4th of July. Thomas Jefferson, having written those immortal words in the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain.
Gentlemen will suspend. Members are reminded to take their conversations off the floor. Close both sets of cloakroom doors, please. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I'm not going to get any love for the other side of the aisle, I would expect that at least Thomas Jefferson would. He wrote in the Declaration of Independence that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What is the pursuit of happiness in the United States of America here in the year of our Lord, 2025? Imagine a country where every single American can afford to live the good life. Work hard, play by the rules, live the good life. That's the American dream. But our concern as Democrats is that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, there are far too many people, like Maria from Iowa, who are unable to achieve that American dream, unable, despite working hard and playing by the rules, to live the good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. That should not be too much to ask for here in the United States of America. But instead of working to bring that American dream to life for the greatest number of people all across the country, this one big ugly bill, Mr. Speaker, that our Republican colleagues are trying to jam down the throats of the American people, will undermine their quality of life. Also hear from Patrick. Lives in the heartland of this country. One of the good people of Iowa, who says, I'm a registered nurse in the ICU at the VA hospital in Iowa City. I've worked as a nurse for 30 years, and I'm a native Iowan. I have 2 disabled children who are on Medicaid. My son had a severe brain injury as a child and requires extensive physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. My daughter is autistic and lives independently on housing provided by Medicaid. Before we had Medicaid, we were bankrupt paying for their treatment. We would go bankrupt again if Medicaid is cut. These are complicated systems for people with very complicated needs. These quote-unquote common sense solutions they're coming up with are not based in reality. people have tried these work requirements in the past, but even disabled or able-bodied people, we all have barriers. From childcare, transportation, monetary limitations. It's a foolish idea to think that this won't have a negative impact. They're just trying to remove people from the program, and it's cruel. Patrick, you are correct. Thank you for your service as a registered nurse at the VA hospital. And thank you for all that you are doing to love and cherish your 2 disabled children who are on Medicaid. And you're exactly right. What is contemplated in this one big, ugly bill is wrong, it's dangerous, and it's cruel. And cruelty should not be either the objective or the outcome of legislation that we consider here in the United States House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, cruelty should never be the objective or the outcome of legislation that we consider here in the House of Representatives. But it is cruel to take away Medicaid from the American people. And that is why, as House Democrats, we will continue to show up and speak up and stand up in defense of the health care of the American people. I'm thankful for all of my colleagues who are here, who throughout this process, a difficult process, have stood up over and over and over again on behalf of the health care of the American people. Thankful for my colleagues in leadership, Whip Catherine Clark and Chair Pete Aguilar, and all of the members of House Democratic leadership. Thankful for the leaders of every single committee who's been battling hard to push back against the cruelty that is in this one big, ugly bill. Thankful for the leadership of Richie Neal. Thankful for the leadership of Frank Pallone. Thankful for the leadership of Brendan Boyle. Thankful for the leadership of Angie Craig. I'm thankful for the leadership, the principled leadership of every single member of the House Democratic Caucus. But above all else, I'm just thankful for the spirit, the heart, and soul of the American people who have risen up throughout this country to make it clear to all of us in this institution: keep your hands off our Medicaid. Keep your hands off our health care, our Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act. Keep your hands off our Medicaid. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today to lift up stories on behalf of the American people. Don't have the great privilege and honor to stand on this House floor, as all of us, Democrats and Republicans alike, do, on behalf of the American people in this great institution, the House of Representatives. But to me, What we are doing with this one big ugly bill, this assault on health care, on veterans, on nutritional assistance, this assault on good paying, clean energy jobs, this assault on the high cost of living in the United States of America, all of it is inconsistent with the best of what this House of Representatives should be doing for such a time as this. And so I stand here on behalf of everyday Americans like Elizabeth, who's also from Iowa. Elizabeth suffered from sepsis caused by untreated strep throat. After waiting to receive care while uninsured and without paid sick leave. After receiving care she needed, she was able to apply for Medicaid and have her medical bills retroactively covered. Now, Medicaid has allowed her to get access to essential and preventative health care. Mr. Speaker, Elizabeth lives in the congressional district represented by our colleague, Zach Nunn, Iowa's 3rd congressional district. Thank you, Elizabeth, for highlighting one of the concerns that all of us should have with this bill. When you launch an all-out assault on the health care of the American people, when you effectively end Medicaid as we know it, gut parts of the Affordable Care Act, what you essentially are doing by stripping health care away from the American people, putting people like Elizabeth back in the position that she had previously been in, where she has untreated medical conditions that won't get better on its own, it will likely get worse and lead to further medical complications. Why would we do that to the American people? That is wrong. We should be lifting people up in this country, not tearing them down. We should be lifting up everyday Americans, not tearing them down, and putting them at risk of their life, their quality of life, their health, their well-being getting worse. We hear from Becky from the great state of Louisiana. By the way, Louisiana is a state with some of the highest percentages of Medicaid recipients of any state in the Union. Any state in the Union. And Louisiana is a state at risk of suffering greatly as a result of the all-out assault on Medicaid that is part of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Becky tells us, I have had Medicaid for years, and without it, I wouldn't be able to afford to see my doctors or cover what Medicaid doesn't pay. As a senior citizen, I now have to go back to work just to keep a roof over my head, afford rising food and utility costs, and maintain my car. Meanwhile, the government keeps taking more and more out of my Social Security benefits. Money I already paid taxes on while working. Feels like the middle class no longer exists. You're either rich or poor. Politicians today have no real understanding of what it's like to struggle every single day. If they had to live like regular people, maybe things would improve for seniors like me. Becky lives in Louisiana's 3rd Congressional District, a district represented by our colleague, Mr. Speaker, Representative Clay Higgins. Louisiana, state, of course, also represented by my good friend and colleague, Congressman Troy Carter, who I see is here with us in the chamber, also Cleo Fields, another good friend and colleague. Louisiana, a state that stands to suffer mightily as a result of this all-out assault on Medicaid. Now, I heard my distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker, the House Majority Leader, someone who personally respect his resilience, his perseverance, his journey. I think he comes by his views in good faith. It's his perspective. It's the Speaker's perspective. But many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made the representation that as House Democrats, we're not telling the truth to the American people about the devastating impact that Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, a bill being rushed through this chamber, will have on the health and the well-being of people in Louisiana and all across the country. They've accused us of fear-mongering and making misrepresentations. And so I was surprised to learn, Mr. Speaker, that the Louisiana State Legislature recently voted. The Louisiana State Legislature that has a Republican supermajority. The Louisiana State Legislature recently voted to condemn the one big ugly bill because of the extraordinary attack on Medicaid that will adversely impact their constituents. We're telling the truth. This one big, ugly bill will hurt everyday Americans in Louisiana and all across the country. Don't take our word for it. Take the word of the Louisiana State Legislature. Supermajority.
Who done?
So we're here on the House floor, taking our sweet time to tell the stories of the American people and the adverse impact that Trump's one big, ugly bill that my House Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, are trying to jam down the throats of the American people, causing great harm to those who we should be working hard to protect, love, and cherish, not adversely impact their ability to live and live life more abundantly. Tamara, who lives in Louisiana's 4th Congressional District, represented by the Speaker of this great House. I have depression and PTSD. I'm unable to work and rely on Medicaid to get my monthly medications to keep me essentially alive. Tamara, we're going to continue to fight hard on your behalf. We heard from Emily, who lives in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Emily tells us that I'd moved to Massachusetts in 2020 and was working a retail job for minimum wage. I was unable to afford much, but the state thankfully approved me for SNAP assistance and Medicaid. Without that jump start, I'm not sure where I would be today. There shouldn't be shame or stigma surrounding these programs. You never know when life will get pulled out from underneath you. The relief when these programs can come to your aid is indescribable. Emily lives in the 5th Congressional District of Massachusetts, a district that is represented by the House Democratic Whip, Catherine Clark, who's a strong champion on your behalf, Emily, powerfully, ethically, principally, fighting hard on your behalf. Casey lives in the 2nd Congressional District of Maine, a district represented by Congressman Jared Golden. Thankful for Congressman Golden's service. He served this nation with distinction overseas and has come back home to serve this nation in the United States Congress. Casey writes, as a single mom of 2 young children and non-profit professional in rural Maine, Casey and her children rely on Medicaid and SNAP to live their lives. The resources and stability provided by Medicaid and SNAP allowed Casey to leave her emotionally abusive husband and support her children. Casey's 7-year-old son has ADHD and is on the autism spectrum. Relies heavily on individualized support through Medicaid. If Medicaid goes away, Casey doesn't know how their family will stay afloat. The American people pouring into us, Democrats and Republicans, in the United States House of Representatives, the People's House, pouring into us with all of their heart, all of their soul, all of their authenticity, pleading that this Congress would find it in our hearts to stand up for them and not stand up for billionaires, which is what this one big ugly bill is designed to accomplish. Sarah writes to us from Michigan's 4th Congressional District. My daughter has a heart condition, and the fact that she's on Medicaid is the only way that we can pay for her doctor visits and medications. I'm a widow, and money is very tight. So the fact that I'm on Medicaid, too, is the only way that I can pay for my own visits and meds. The loss of Medicaid for us would be absolutely devastating. Mr. Speaker, Sarah lives in Michigan's 4th Congressional District, a district currently represented by our colleague, Congressman Bill Huizenga. The loss of Medicaid for us would be absolutely devastating. That's the consequence of the GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination, this reckless Republican budget. Mr. Speaker, that Republicans were trying to jam down the throats of the American people during the dead of night. It's extraordinary. No legislation that we consider in the House of Representatives should be devastating for everyday Americans, either in its objective or in its outcome. But as Democrats, we stand here in strong opposition to this one big ugly bill because of the devastating consequences that will result to everyday Americans all across this great country. Lucy writes to us from the heartland, from the great state of Michigan as well. My brother is a developmentally disabled senior who lives in a group home. Until the age of 59, he was cared for by our mother. He cannot live on his own and has numerous health issues. He depends on Medicaid. Without Medicaid, his brothers and sisters could not support his medical care. We're hearing from families all across the country mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, husbands and wives, pleading with this Congress, pleading with House Republicans to stand up for their loved ones who are on Medicaid, who are at risk of having their health care run over and their lives ruined by the consequences of Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. Lucy lives in Michigan's 7th congressional district, a district currently represented, Mr. Speaker, by our colleague, Representative Tom Barrett. We've also heard from Sharon, who lives in Michigan. My daughter is a young woman who was born with cerebral palsy, mild cognitive impairments, and autism. She depends on Medicaid services for her health. Safety and well-being. She's unable to work or take care of herself. She's unable to work or care for herself without help. Without Medicaid, she is totally at risk. Cutting Medicaid to give tax cuts to wealthy billionaires is not only cruel and unethical, Sharon writes, but it puts vulnerable people, including children, at risk of severe mental and physical health problems. Do the right thing and rescind the drastic cuts to Medicaid for vulnerable people with serious physical disabilities and people with serious and persistent mental health problems. Mr. Speaker, Sharon lives in the 10th Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Congressman John James. I don't know how the congressman from the great state of Michigan will vote at the end of the day as it relates to defending people like Sharon. But as Sharon writes, I know what I can say. She says, do the right thing and rescind the drastic cuts to Medicaid for vulnerable people with serious physical disabilities and people with serious and persistent mental health problems. Sharon, House Democrats will always do the right thing when it comes to your health, your safety, and your well-being, your Medicaid, and the love and care that you are working hard to provide to your daughter. We will always do the right thing. We're not perfect, no one is. But we will always strive to do the right thing on your behalf. As I work through these stories in the Midwest, And it appears, Mr. Speaker, that I'm about halfway through the stories as it relates to Medicaid. 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 It appears that I'm halfway through the stories as it relates to Medicaid. But the extraordinary thing about this bill is that it represents such an unprecedented assault on the American people that there are stories that need to be told as it relates to the attack on nutritional assistance for the American people. And I will tell those stories. Stories that need to be told as it relates to the attack that has taken place on farmers in this country. And I will tell those stories. Stories that need to be told as it relates to the attack on small businesses in this country. And I will tell those stories. Stories that need to be told as it relates to the unprecedented assault on veterans in this country. How dare this administration attack veterans who have served this country? Instead of attacking veterans, we should make sure that every single veteran in this country can live with the dignity and respect that they've earned. So there are stories that need to be told as it relates to the veterans in this country. And there are stories that need to be told as it relates to law-abiding immigrant families. We have to secure our border. We believe that we have a broken immigration system. It should be fixed in a comprehensive and bipartisan way. But we must also stand up for dreamers and farm workers and law-abiding immigrant families in this country. We will not abandon our nation's heritage as a country of immigrants. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. It's part of what American exceptionalism has been all about. So stories that need to be told. William writes to us from the great state of Minnesota. So thankful for our colleagues from the Minnesota delegation fighting hard on behalf of that great state. I'm a 57-year-old man living in central Minnesota. I am a type 1 insulin-dependent diabetic, legally blind, and I suffer from severe nerve damage in my back and legs due to diabetes. I rely on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP benefits to support myself. Any reduction in these programs would severely impact my life and my ability to afford food, pay for my small apartment, and access medical care. Without these benefits, I would be destitute. William lives in Minnesota's 6th congressional district. Mr. Speaker, a district represented by our colleague, Congressman Tom Emmer. Say to William, I don't know what the majority whip will ultimately decide to do as it relates to this one big ugly bill. But we're going to stand up for the things that clearly matter to you. We're going to stand up for Social Security, stand up for your Medicare, stand up for Medicaid, stand up for your SNAP benefits, and stand up for you. I'd also note, parenthetically, it's not rhetorical that we are claiming to stand up for people like William, a 57-year-old man living in central Minnesota. He notes two things that are of interest to me. He says that I'm a type 1 insulin-dependent diabetic. And then also says, I rely on Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP benefits to support myself. Which suggests to me that William actually may have been a beneficiary of some of the hard work that has taken place on this side of the aisle. His life is not perfect. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. But as a type 1 insulin-dependent diabetic who's also on Medicare, as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act, his insulin at this point, always and forever, will be no more than $35 per month. That's a down payment, William, on the type of work that we believe needs to be done, because we are committed to lowering your costs, despite all the talk that comes from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, on day one, promising to lower the high cost of living. Costs would go down on day one. Costs haven't gone down. Mr. Speaker, in the United States of America, costs are going up. Life remains far too expensive. And as a result of some of the reckless policies coming out of the Trump administration, including the Trump tariffs, on again, off again, creating so much uncertainty, but certainly will result in thousands of dollars per year in additional costs on everyday Americans. We're committed to lowering the high cost of living. We're committed to making sure that every single person in this country can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for their children, and a good retirement. We're committed to working hard to make sure that every single American like William can afford to live the good life. This one big ugly bill does the exact opposite. Doesn't make life more affordable, Mr. Speaker. It makes life more expensive.
The gentleman suspend. House will be in order. As the caffeine kicks in, please take your conversations outside the chamber or in the cloakroom. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without Medicaid, Heather from the great state of Minnesota writes, without Medicaid, my 3 kids and I would have no insurance. I couldn't afford my epilepsy and schizophrenia medications. My kids wouldn't have access to health care, including ER visits, physicals, vaccinations, and dental cleanings. Heather lives in Minnesota's 8th Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Peter Stauber. Lynn writes to us, from Missouri, the Show Me State, a state ably represented by Representative Emanuel Cleaver and Representative Wesley Bell. Lynn writes to us, says that I'm a widow near 70 with very little family left and have been diagnosed with breast cancer. I have an adult son, severely disabled. He already has lost transportation services due to low Medicaid funding. And if Medicaid is cut, it will be disastrous for my situation. Lynn knows that this one big ugly bill puts a target on the back of Medicaid. One of the senators from the great state of Missouri, Senator Josh Hawley, spent months warning about the damage that Donald Trump's one big ugly bill would do to the people of Missouri as a result of the all-out assault on Medicaid, and then turned around and voted to cut Medicaid from his constituents. So shocking, it's so disappointing, so heartbreaking for many Americans that a lot of people in the House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, a lot of people in the Senate have talked a good game about Medicaid, but then turned around and done nothing to protect it. That's shameful. It disgusts me, because I want to believe in the good faith of every member to look out for the people that they are privileged to serve. Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, an all-out assault on health care, an all-out assault on Medicaid, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. This legislation will end Medicaid as we know it. Millions of people will lose their health care. Hospitals will close, including in rural America. People will lose their nursing homes. 1 in 4 nursing homes may close as a result of this dangerous and extreme Republican budget. Community-based health clinics relied upon by many of the people all across this country will shutter as a result of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. People in this country will die unnecessary deaths. That's unacceptable. That's unconscionable. That's un-American. And that is why, as House Democrats, we stand on this floor, aggressively pushing back on the everyday Americans on their behalf, pushing back on their behalf, because they will be so absolutely devastated if this bill were to pass in the House of Representatives. Donald Trump's one big ugly bill hurts everyday Americans and rewards billionaires with massive tax breaks. Why is it that every time, Mr. Speaker, Republicans have the opportunity to govern in a partisan way, you immediately race, Republicans immediately race to legislation that provides massive tax breaks for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected in this country? We've seen this happen all over time. During the presidency of Ronald Reagan, massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, adding to our nation's debt and deficit. During the presidency of George W. Bush in 2001 and 2003, yet again, massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. In fact, the Republican president at that time, in 2001, inherited a budget surplus from President Bill Clinton and immediately turned around and took that budget surplus and turned it into a deficit, exploded the debt. Don't ever lecture us about fiscal responsibility. Not now, not ever. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are not the party of fiscal responsibility. You are the party of fiscal irresponsibility. Over and over and over again. And now with this bill, you've taken it to a whole nother level. Because in addition to exploding the debt by more than $3 trillion, and by some estimates, even more than that, saddling our children and our grandchildren with trillions of dollars in additional debt. Why? It appears to subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and shameless. That's extraordinary to me. But shouldn't be surprising, because it's exactly what we saw during the first 4 years of the Trump administration, where the signature legislative accomplishment was the 2017 GOP tax scam, where by some estimates, 83% of the benefits would go to the wealthiest 1% in this country. Saddling at the time our children and grandchildren with more than $2 trillion in additional debt. And yet, Mr. Speaker, many of our Republican colleagues want to lecture America about fiscal responsibility, and then have the nerve to come to the House floor and try to jam a bill down the throats of the American people with a debate that began at 3:28 a.m. in the morning that would saddle them with more than $3 trillion in additional debt to provide massive tax breaks to billionaires in this country, and then pay for some of it by going after working class Americans, everyday Americans, hardworking American taxpayers, middle-class Americans, children and veterans and seniors and people with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, Trump's one big ugly bill is obscene in that regard. Seems to me that all of us have a responsibility as leaders to try to make life better for the American people. That's what leaders have done, particularly those who have served in the White House, when it comes to actually lifting up the people who we are entrusted to represent. That's what great leaders do. Leaders like FDR, President Johnson, President Obama, and so many others. That's what the track record says. American people in this country, they deserve real leadership. What we've seen from complete Republican rule in Washington, D.C., Mr. Speaker, it's not leadership that lifts up the American people. It's leadership that is tearing them down and tearing us apart. The first 6 months of this administration have been characterized by chaos, cruelty, and corruption. That's not real leadership. We know what real leadership looks like in the United States of America. Real leadership shows courage. Real leadership shows compassion. Real leadership shows commitment. Working with Congress as a separate and co-equal branch of government, not to bend the knee to some extreme agenda, which is what, Mr. Speaker, my House Republican colleagues are doing by supporting this one big ugly bill. Real leadership requires working with Congress as a separate and co-equal branch of government to actually lift people up. President Lincoln, when he addressed the House of Representatives, I believe it was his second annual message to Congress, on December 1st in 1862, in the middle of the Civil War, an existential crisis that we were facing in the United States of America. He showed real leadership when he summoned this Congress to rise to the occasion. In that second annual message to Congress, December 1st, 1862, President Lincoln said, "Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. We say we are for the Union. The world will not forget that we say this. We know how to save the Union. The world knows we do know how to save it. Even we here, hold the power and bear the responsibility. In giving freedom to the slave, we assure freedom to the free. Honorable alike in what we give and what we preserve. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. That's America. Even to this day, the last best hope on earth. Extraordinary that Abraham Lincoln, in America's infancy, understood the importance of this country, not just for its citizens, but for the world. He urged this Congress, we shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. Other means may succeed, this could not fail. The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud. And God must forever bless. That's presidential leadership. That kind of leadership is missing in the United States of America right now. Exhibit A is the fact that at President Trump's urging, Mr. Speaker, our House Republican colleagues are here ready to rubber stamp, recklessly rubber stamp legislation that will rip health care away from more than 17 million Americans. That's not leadership. That's not the leadership that this country deserves. But that's what the American people are experiencing because of Republican rule here in Washington, D.C. Yet we know, Mr. Speaker, that things can be different. At the very beginning of the preamble of the United States Constitution, those words are written, we, the people, in order to form a more perfect union. I like that. We, the people, in order to form a more perfect union. That's a recognition of the aspirational objective that all of us should have as part of our sacred charge to make life better for the American people, while also acknowledging that at its birth and even to this day, America is not a perfect country. But the gift that we've been given is that sacred charge to strive for a more perfect union, to look out for every single American as best we can. Now, we've seen that kind of leadership across the years, across the decades, across the centuries, particularly as it relates to the social safety net. It's a social safety net that's under extreme assault right now. Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill represents an unprecedented assault on America's social safety net. An unprecedented assault on hardworking American taxpayers. It's the exact opposite of the type of leadership that we've seen in this country that is designed to march us toward a more perfect union. It's one of the reasons why we can't forget American history. We need to learn from and lift up American history. All types of history, and I'll address that issue later, but let me also parenthetically pause and make it clear, Black history is American history. We will never let anyone erase it. We need to learn from it, not erase it. And we will never let that happen. Our history teaches us that what leadership actually does is set us on a course toward a more perfect union. And leaders have recognized that part of doing that is to make sure we are there for everyday Americans who would otherwise find themselves in an incredibly vulnerable situation. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, reflecting upon Social Security, which he championed, uttered these words: long before the economic blight of the Depression descended on the nation, millions of our people were living in wastelands of want and fear. Men and women too old and infirm to work either depended on those who had but little to share, or early learned the meaning of being a burden to relatives or to the community. Men and women still strong, still young, but discarded as gainful workers, were drained of self-confidence and self-respect. The millions of today want and have a right to the same security their forefathers sought. The assurance that with the health and the willingness to work, they will find a place for themselves in the social and economic system of the time. Because it has become increasingly difficult for individuals to build their own security single-handed, government must now step in and help them lay the foundation stones. Just as government in the past has helped lay the foundation of business and industry. We must face the fact that in this country we have a rich man's security and a poor man's security, and that the government owes equal obligations to both. National security is not a half and half manner, it's all or none. President Roosevelt further went on to say that the Social Security Act offers to all our citizens a workable and working method of meeting urgent present needs and of forestalling future need. It utilizes the familiar machinery of our federal state government to promote the common welfare and the economic stability of the nation. The act does not offer anyone, either individually or collectively, an easy life, nor was it ever intended so to do. None of the sums of money paid out to individuals in assistance or in insurance will spell anything approaching abundance. But they will furnish that minimum necessity to keep a foothold. And that is the kind of protection Americans want. Truer words could never have been spoken. That is the type of protection that we should be building upon here in the United States Congress, not undermining. President Franklin D. Roosevelt went on to say, "What we are doing is good, but it is not good enough. To be truly national, a Social Security program must include all those who need its protection." Today, many of our citizens are still excluded from old age insurance and unemployment compensation because of the nature of their employment. This must be set aright, and it will be. FDR continues to say to the American people, "I am hopeful that on the basis of studies and investigations now underway, the Congress will improve and extend the law. I'm also confident that each year will bring further development in federal and state Social Security legislation. And that is as it should be." One word of warning, however: in our efforts to provide security for all of the American people, let us not allow ourselves to be misled by those who advocate shortcuts to utopia of fantastic financial schemes. We have come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. There is still today a frontier that remains unconquered, in America unclaimed. This is the nationwide frontier of insecurity, of human want and fear. This is the frontier, the America we have set ourselves to reclaim. President Franklin D. Roosevelt pioneered Social Security, but recognized that the work was unfinished, even as it related to making sure every single American, regardless of race or position in life, would have Social Security to be able to live out their golden years with grace and dignity. President Franklin D. Roosevelt talked about this frontier that America must continue to pursue, conquering the frontier of insecurity, of human want and fear. That's leadership. That's what we should be doing here in the United States of America, Mr. Speaker, not enacting devastating cuts to health care that will hurt millions of everyday Americans. All of this is also unfolding in an environment where Social Security is now under attack. That's extraordinary to me. Social Security is a sacred promise. a sacred trust between the American people and its stewards, her stewards in government. That's why I'm so thankful for leadership as it relates to Social Security. From people like Congressman John Larson, who recognizes that our goals recognizes that leadership is not attacking Social Security. We as House Democrats, led by John Larson, are determined to protect and strengthen Social Security for the American people. Keeping FDR's promise of conquering that frontier of financial insecurity. That's what we should be doing here in the United States Congress, not attacking the social safety net, Mr. Speaker. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they constantly call things like Social Security and Medicare entitlement programs. I think they label Social Security and Medicare entitlement programs, and by the way, as a result of this one big ugly bill, Medicare will be cut potentially by more than $500 billion, the largest cut to Medicare in American history, set in motion by Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, and now co-signed, it appears, by House Republicans. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans who've also co-signed this extraordinary assault on Social Security, closing offices, cutting off access to phone service, making it harder for seniors to access their hard-earned benefits. Social Security is not an entitlement program. Medicare is not an entitlement program, Mr. Speaker. I learned this very early on in life. When I was 15 years old, I secured my first job. I was a messenger traveling from office to office in Midtown Manhattan, delivering mail, delivering packages. I was just a sophomore at Midwood High School in Brooklyn, my first job, earning minimum wage, $3.35 an hour. Thankful for that money, having been raised by my mom and dad in a working class neighborhood in central Brooklyn, $3.35 an hour, coming of age in the middle of the crack cocaine epidemic in central Brooklyn. And I couldn't wait to get my first check. And I was told that because I was working part-time and I was a high school student, that the money that I made would not be taxed. And so as I was anticipating that first check, I multiplied the amount that I was making, $3.35 per hour, by the number of hours that I expected to work during that pay period. I calculated the total, And, Mr. Speaker, that money was already spent. I couldn't wait to go to Albee Square Mall in Brooklyn and get some new sneakers so I could look fresh like Run DMC. Money was already spent, Mr. Speaker, because I was told that as a high school student working part-time, my first job, the money that I would make would not be taxed. And then I got my first check. And I had two questions, Mr. Speaker. Who is FICA? And why is he taking my money? You see, Mr. Speaker, what I learned is that every single American, from your first job to every single job that you hold until your last job, pays into Social Security and Medicare through FICA. Social Security and Medicare aren't entitlement programs, they are earned benefits. Earned benefits that people work hard for, earn throughout their entire life, and that they deserve. So keep your hands off Social Security and Medicare, the earned benefits of the American people. Hands off these earned benefits. Extraordinary that as a result of this one big ugly bill, Medicare could be cut by more than $500 billion, and these earned benefits of the American people could be jeopardized. Others have noted that because of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, the insolvency of Social Security and Medicare could be accelerated. This is the exact opposite of that sacred charge that President Franklin D. Roosevelt articulated to the nation as he reflected upon the important first step that was taken with the establishment of Social Security. He's not the only one. This is a great country, an exceptional country. So many examples of what leadership actually looks like. We're not seeing this level of leadership coming out of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. But I'm thankful that we have examples of leadership echoing throughout our history that we can reflect upon and be inspired by as we navigate our way through these challenging times. President Truman, from the great state of Missouri, Emanuel Cleaver State, the good Reverend Dr. Emanuel Cleaver, my friend and my mentor, President Truman, shortly after ending World War II, we're so thankful for the sacrifice and the bravery and the courage of the greatest generation. A few months after he unexpectedly became president, replaced the great FDR. November 19, 1945, he delivered a special message to Congress recommending a comprehensive health program. I want to read just a few of those words because it shows us what leadership actually looks like, what it sounds like, what it feels like to have presidential leadership that we in Congress should aspire to working with, as opposed to bending the knee to an extreme agenda reflected in this one big, ugly bill. President Truman said to this Congress in a statement recommending a comprehensive health program, millions of our citizens do not now have a full measure of opportunity to achieve and enjoy good health. Millions do not now have protection or security against the economic effects of sickness. The time has arrived for action to help them obtain that opportunity and that protection. Truman goes on to say, President Truman goes on to say, our new Economic Bill of Rights should mean health security for all, regardless of residence, station, or race, everywhere in the United States of America. He says, regardless of residence, station, or race, that's presidential leadership. That brings people together, doesn't seek to divide us, which is what unfortunately is happening in the United States of America right now. President Truman goes on to say to Congress, we should resolve now that the health of this nation is a national concern, that financial barriers in the way of attaining health shall be removed, that the health of all its citizens deserves the help of all the nation. Truman goes on to articulate the challenges that exist in America as it relates to illnesses. He articulates several of them. Talks about the deficiencies in health care that existed across America. And the fact that in the aftermath of World War II, it was clear that so many people without coverage were medically infirm. And he made clear that's unacceptable in the United States of America. He articulated a forward-looking vision for universal health care, aspirational vision, a vision designed to lift the American people up, not rip health care away from them, which is what this one big, ugly bill will do, ripping health care away for more than 17 million Americans. That's shameful. It disgusts me that were on the floor of the House of Representatives right now, having to push back so aggressively against an all-out assault on the health care of the American people when we should be trying to lift them up in a manner consistent, Mr. Speaker, with what President Truman once charged this Congress with doing. And of course, he wasn't the only one. We're thankful for other leaders who worked with this Congress in prior years to actually advance the health, safety, and well-being of the American people. President Lyndon Baines Johnson, in connection with the Great Society, inspired in part by his own experiences growing up in the hill country of Texas, seeing rural poverty and the devastating impacts of it. Something that he was inspired to address, as opposed to this one big, ugly Republican bill that will result in rural hospitals closing in the United States of America. That's not the type of leadership that this country needs, that rural America needs. Thankful that we have examples of the type of leadership that hopefully, Mr. Speaker, we can aspire to achieving in this country. President Lyndon Baines Johnson, in connection with the signing of Medicare and Medicaid, spoke to the American people. He said, because the need for this action is plain, and it is so clear indeed that we marvel not simply at the passage of this bill, but what we marvel at is that it took so many years to pass it. And I am so glad that Amy Forand is here to see it finally passed and signed, one of the first authors. There are more than 18 million Americans over the age of 65. Most of them have low incomes. Most of them are threatened by illness and medical expenses that they cannot afford. And through this new law, Mr. President, every citizen will be able, in his productive years, when he is earning, to insure himself against the ravages of illness in his old age. President Johnson was referring to President Harry Truman, who was there at the signing ceremony, having recognized President Truman's vision. He says, and through this new law, Mr. President, every citizen will be able, in his productive years, when he is earning, to insure himself against the ravages of illness in his old age. That was the beauty of Medicare. You pay into it, it's an earned benefit. And you can reap the benefits in your golden years. President Johnson went on to say, this insurance will help pay for care in hospitals, in skilled nursing homes, or in the home. It's ironic. That's what presidential leadership looks like. LBJ says this insurance will help pay for care in hospitals, in skilled nursing homes, or in the home. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we're here 60 years later, And Republicans are trying to jam a budget down the throats of the American people that will close hospitals, close nursing homes, and detonate the ability of millions of people to access home care. That's shameful. It's not the type of leadership that this country needs right now, but that's what we're getting. Chaos, cruelty, and corruption. President Johnson went on to talk about Medicaid, which is the subject of an all-out assault now by this reckless Republican budget, the GOP tax scam, this one big ugly bill. So I want to make sure that the record reflects what enlightened leadership had to say about Medicaid. The benefits under the law are as varied and broad as the marvelous modern medicine itself. If it has a few defects, such as the method of payment of certain specialists, then I'm confident those can be quickly remedied, and I hope they will be. No longer will older Americans be denied the healing miracle of modern medicine. No longer will illness crush and destroy the savings that they have so carefully put away over a lifetime so that they may enjoy dignity in their later years. No longer will young families see their own incomes and their own hopes eaten away. No longer will this nation refuse the hand of justice to those who have given a lifetime of service and wisdom and labor to the progress of this progressive country. Medicare and Medicaid benefit older Americans right now. People who have given a lifetime of service and wisdom and labor to the progress of this progressive country, as LBJ spoke to. And this bill, Mr. President, again, a nod to President Harry Truman, is even broader than that. It will increase Social Security benefits for all of our older Americans. It will improve a wide range of health and medical services for Americans of all ages. And then President Lyndon Baines Johnson leans in on the importance of Medicaid with a greater degree of precision. He says, but there is another tradition that we share today. Calls upon us never to be indifferent toward despair, commands us never to turn away from helplessness. It directs us never to ignore or to spurn those who suffer untended in a land that is bursting with abundance. And this is not just our tradition, or even the tradition of the nation. It is as old as the day it was first commanded. Thou shalt open thine hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, to thy needy in thy land. Is that what we're doing here today in the United States Congress? Opening our hands of grace and compassion and responsibility to our fellow Americans, our fellow citizens? No, that's not what Donald Trump's one big ugly bill is all about. It's an assault on everyday Americans to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks. That's extraordinary. President Clinton in the 1990s talked about the Children's Health Insurance Program. Program designed to make sure that children in this country would have access to the medical care they needed to live a life of dignity and respect. And it's extraordinary to me, Mr. Speaker, that in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, the eligibility for the Children's Health Insurance Program will also be diminished as part of an all-out assault on the health care of the American people. So I thought it not robbery in the time that I have that we lift up the original spirit of the Children's Health Insurance Program. President Clinton said to the nation, because we have acted, millions of children across this country will be able to get medicine and have their sight and hearing tested and see dentists and doctors for the first time. Millions of young Americans will be able to go on to college. Millions of Americans not so young will be able to go back to school to get the education and training they need to succeed in life. Millions of families will have more to spend on their own children's needs and upbringing. This budget is an investment in their future and in America's. You see, budgets are moral documents. And in our view, Mr. Speaker, budgets should be designed to lift people up. This reckless Republican budget that we are debating right now on the floor of the House of Representatives tears people down. This reckless Republican budget is an immoral document, and everybody should vote no against it because of how it attacks children and seniors and everyday Americans and people with disabilities. This reckless Republican budget is an immoral document. And that is why I stand here on the floor of the House of Representatives with my colleagues in the House Democratic Caucus to stand up and push back against it with everything we have on behalf of the American people. In the spirit of John Lewis, show up, stand up, and speak up for what we know is right. It's an immoral document that we're debating right now on the House of Representatives. This budget also represents an attack on the Affordable Care Act. For some reason, Republicans have been obsessed, Mr. Speaker, with attacking the Affordable Care Act. Gave it a nickname, Obamacare. But the great Jim Clyburn flipped the script and said, yes, it's Obamacare because President Barack Obama cares about the American people, just like we do as House Democrats. That's not what is being reflected right now on the other side of the aisle. We care about the American people. We care about their health. We care about their safety. We care about their well-being. And so I'm proud to stand here on the floor saying, yeah, we're going to continue to defend Obamacare. until the very end, no matter what it takes. So President Obama spoke to this Congress as well. We talked about presidential leadership. We've seen it year after year, decade after decade, century after century. President Lincoln, President Roosevelt, President Truman, President Johnson, President Clinton, President Obama lifting up the American people. On the health care issue. So I think it's important that these words as well continue to echo out throughout America. President Obama said that there's still tremendous hardship all across the country. But there is a sense that we are making progress because of you. But even before this crisis, he of course speaks about the Great Recession. Even before this crisis, each and every one of us knew that there were millions of Americans across America, millions of people across America who are living their own quiet crises. Maybe because they had a child who had a pre-existing condition. And no matter how desperate they were, no matter what insurance company they called, they couldn't get coverage for that child. Maybe it was somebody who had been forced into early retirement, in their 50s, not yet eligible for Medicare. And they couldn't find a job. And they couldn't find health insurance. Despite the fact that they had some sort of chronic condition that had to be tended to. And now we're on the threshold of doing something about it, he said to the United States Congress, Speaker Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi and others who were great partners in this effort. He said, and now we're on the threshold of doing something about it. We're a day away. This is aspirational leadership. After a year of debate, after every argument has been made by just about everybody, we're 24 hours away. But it may also be possible, referring to his critics that existed at the time, who sat on the other side of the aisle. He said, but it may also be possible that they realize after health reform passes and I sign that legislation into law, that it's going to be a little harder to mischaracterize what this effort has been all about. Because this year, small businesses will start getting tax credits so that they can offer health insurance to employees who currently don't have it. Because this year, those same parents who are worried about getting coverage for their children with pre-existing conditions now are assured that insurance companies have to give them coverage this year. Because this year, insurance companies won't suddenly be able to drop your coverage when you get sick, or impose lifetime limits or restrictive limits on the coverage that you have. President Obama went on to say, maybe they know that This year, for the first time, young people will be able to stay on their parents' health insurance until they're 26 years old. The Affordable Care Act was a tremendous step in the right direction. It's aspirational leadership. Tens of millions of Americans now have health insurance coverage as a result of the Affordable Care Act. But this reckless Republican budget, this one big, ugly bill that President Donald Trump has directed my Republican colleagues to sign off on, to recklessly rubber stamp, and to bend the knee to, even though this bill and its assault on health care, on Medicaid, on the Children's Health Insurance Program, on Medicare, and on Obamacare will rip away health care coverage from the people my Republican colleagues are here in Washington to represent. It's extraordinary to me that as a result of this one big ugly bill, this all-out assault on health care, going to lose coverage, thrown off of health care, set in motion a chain of events where hospitals will close, nursing homes will shut down, people unable to get the care that they need to live a life of dignity and respect. And that as a result of the all-out Republican assault on health care in the United States of America, people will die. Tens of thousands, perhaps year after year after year, as a result of the Republican assault on the health care of the American people. I'm sad. I never thought that I'd be on the House floor saying that this is a crime scene. And House Democrats want no part of it. No part of it. It's a crime scene going after the health and the safety and the well-being of the American people. And Mr. Speaker, we want no part of it, which is why we're fighting so hard to stop it. Serving in the United States Congress on this glorious floor, having to be part of a crime scene. Shameful. All-out assault on the American people. President Biden worked hard with many of the people in this Congress who still serve to try to build upon this great legacy, this journey that we've been on, set in motion in modern American presidential history by FDR, inspired by the great vision of President Truman, enhanced in years that were cut short far too early by President Kennedy, and then powered in such an extraordinary way by President Lyndon Baines Johnson. Built upon aspirationally by President Jimmy Carter. And then advanced the Children's Health Insurance Program by President Bill Clinton. Furthered in such an extraordinary way by President Barack Obama. and then built upon and enhanced by President Biden. None of us are perfect, but that's part of our march toward a more perfect union. That's part of the charge that we have as public servants, given that sacred charge in the preamble of the United States Constitution. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, leadership that tries to perfect the American journey. President Biden spoke to this in August of 2022, talked about the challenges, pushing back against special interests that are often the forces trying to stop progress on behalf of the American people. This one big, ugly bill is filled with giveaways to special interests here in Washington, D.C. I'm disgusted by that. It's not what lawmaking should be about. President Biden, reflecting upon the challenges of making progress on behalf of the American people, says in August of 2022, and yet we've not wavered. We've not flinched. We've not given in. Instead, we're delivering results for the American people. We didn't tear down, we built up. We didn't look back, we looked forward. This law that I'm about to sign finally delivers on a promise that Washington has made for decades to the American people. Guess what? We're giving Medicare the power to negotiate. The power to negotiate lower prices on behalf of the American people. This means seniors, President Biden goes on to say, are going to pay less for their prescription drugs, while we're changing circumstances for people on Medicare by putting a cap of a maximum of $2,000 per year on their prescription drug costs, no matter what the reason for those prescriptions are. That means if you're on Medicare, you'll never have to pay more than $2,000 a year. No matter how many prescriptions you have, whether it's for cancer or any other disease, no more than $2,000 a year. I don't care who in this town is trying to take credit for something accomplished by others. President Joseph Robinette Biden did that. He did that. He did that as part of our effort to lower costs on behalf of the American people. None of us are perfect. There's still work to do. But the 46th President of the United States of America did that. Inflation Reduction Act, he went on to say, locks in lower health care premiums for millions of families who get their coverage under the Affordable Care Act. Last year, a family of four saved on average $2,400 through the American Rescue Plan that I signed into law that Congress voted in place. President Biden's talking about continuation of our march toward a more perfect union, the work that we in this Congress, many of us who had the privilege to serve over the last few years, did to try to expand and strengthen the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, by enhancing the premium tax credits available so that millions of additional Americans would actually have the ability to get access to health care. And in this one big, ugly bill, Republicans are setting in motion the explosion of those tax credits that are designed to provide affordable health care coverage to the American people. Leadership requires courage, conviction, compassion. And yet what we've seen from this administration and its co-conspirators on the Republican side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, is cruelty, chaos, and corruption. And it's all been morphed into a toxic mix now contained in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. An extraordinary assault on the health care of the American people. I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that I've taken to the House floor to share stories from the American people. Stories available to us in connection with debating this bill. But I'm going to do my best to make sure that we have a representative sample of why so many Americans all across this country went to bed in fear and are now waking up in horror because Republicans are trying to jam this one big ugly bill down the throats of the American people. An assault on health care, an assault on nutritional assistance, an assault on children, an assault on veterans, an assault on farmers, an assault on everyday Americans. Crystal, who's also from the great state of Alaska, said that after my husband passed away suddenly, I was unprepared to pay all the bills as a part-time stay-at-home mom, and working part-time while my young girls were in school. I applied for SNAP benefits. And was so thankful I received them, for it helped me so much. And I was so thankful it put food on our table. I didn't have to worry about how I was going to buy groceries while paying the other bills I had to take care of. The SNAP program has helped me many times, and through those times, I was struggling financially. And so I'm so thankful it was there when I needed it most. I am no longer on the program, but it was one of the biggest blessings in my life. During those hard years, after my loss. Thank you to the government for helping me. We all need help at times in life. And I think this program should remain available to those who really need it, who are struggling. Mr. Speaker, Talise wrote to us, lives in Alabama's 5th Congressional District, a district currently represented by Dale Strong. So thankful for the representation of my good friends Terry Sewell and Shamari Figures in the great state of Alabama. Talise writes to us, I'm a single mom doing everything with my one income. My ex-husband refuses to pay child support or split the cost of anything related to my daughter. If it wasn't for SNAP, we'd probably have very little in terms of food because I am always running on E. I'm so beyond grateful for the assistance. Curtis writes to us, Mr. Speaker, from the great state of Arizona, in my disabled senior status, I would be in a dire nutritional status, if not mostly for the SNAP nutritional assistance, a godsend. For so many Americans, that is what SNAP has been, a godsend in a time of need. And now the nutritional assistance benefits will be ripped away from millions of Americans in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, a bill that Republicans are prepared to recklessly rubber stamp. You also heard from Diana, great state of California. Diana writes, SNAP has helped my family tremendously during this difficult time. We really appreciate all the help. My husband was diagnosed with cancer, and we have a little one at home. It's been difficult taking care of everything. Please keep this benefit to help people get on their feet. Diana lives in the Inland Empire, California's 33rd Congressional District, represented by the chairman of the House Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar. Diana, Pete Aguilar is fighting hard for you. Just like every single House Democrat are fighting hard for the American people to protect you as best we can from this cruel assault on nutritional assistance. We're going to continue to fight hard for you. In Ohio, Julie writes to us, I'm so thankful for Amelia Sykes, Marcy Kaptur, Marcy Kaptur is the original gangster of the Ohio delegation. The longest-serving woman in the history of the United States Congress, fighting hard on behalf of the people she incredibly represents, along with Amelia and Shontel Brown and Greg Landsman, and of course, y'all know I couldn't leave out my big sister, Joyce Beatty. I wanted to mention Joyce because this is part of the resilience of what we've seen from House Democrats, from Brittany Pedersen, distinguished gentlelady from the great state of Colorado, who gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, Sam, at the beginning of this year. But because House Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have refused to allow proxy voting, virtual voting, for expectant mothers and new mothers throughout this year, shortly after giving birth, Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen, each and every week, often with her baby boy, Sam, has come to the United States Congress to stand with House Democrats in defense of the American people. And she did it in connection with that first vote that set this whole disgusting abomination into motion in February. That same day, Kevin Mullen showed up to vote on behalf of the American people. Just like all of us continue to do, Kevin Mullen showed up to vote despite the fact that he had been experiencing multiple surgeries, was dealing with some complications. But he understood, just like all House Democrats understand, the need to stand up in this moment and fight hard for the American people, the need to be here throughout this entire toxic journey that Republicans have set us on. Connection with this one big, ugly bill. Kevin Mullen, coming off of multiple surgeries, rolled out of his hospital bed, got on a plane from Northern California, took his wife with him so that she could change his IV on the plane across the country to be here and stand with his sisters and brothers in the House Democratic Caucus family to push back against this one big, ugly bill. I was so thankful, so appreciative to see the great Joyce Beatty, who's been battling some issues, working her way through them, putting off surgeries for as long as she could. And yet, perhaps against some of the advice that she may have received, understood, as she said in her own words, the importance of being here on behalf of the American people, to stand up and push back against Trump's one big ugly bill, because it will have devastating consequences for everyday Americans. Thank you, Joyce Beatty, for your courage, your strength, and your resilience on behalf of the people that you represent in the great state of Ohio and people all across the country. That's what we do as House Democrats, and you're leading by example. And I could tell stories about every single one of us who in this moment recognizes that we have to keep rising to the occasion because of the extraordinary assault that has been launched against the American people by Donald Trump and complete Republican control here in Washington. Let's understand who is doing you in. People on the other side of the aisle. It's not too late. All we need are 4 Republicans to join us, to show John McCain levels of courage. Not on the battlefield, as he did in such an extraordinary way. And yes, Mr. President, John McCain was an American hero and patriot. An American hero and patriot. I may have disagreed with him on a whole host of issues. We cannot disagree with the fact that he was an American patriot and a war hero who served this country overseas. And then he came back home after being a POW year after year after year. And got elected to the United States House of Representatives. Did I get that right, y'all? To the United States House of Representatives. Just making sure y'all are paying attention. All good things start in the United States House of Representatives, as far as we're concerned. And then he went over to the Senate. And then in one of his final acts of courage, he pushed back against the effort to rip away health care from millions of Americans. All we need is 4 Republicans to show John McCain levels of courage when it comes to protecting the health, the safety, and the well-being of the American people, protecting the nutritional assistance of the American people. I think earlier today, I may have neglected to mention the leadership of Jim McGovern, who's done an extraordinary job leading the charge on the Rules Committee as we've pushed back against this all-out assault on the American people. Hour after hour after hour after hour, Jim McGovern, the members of the Rules Committee, and so many members of the House Democratic Caucus pushing amendment after amendment, debating hard against this one big ugly bill on behalf of the American people. Jim McGovern, of course, longtime champion for combating hunger in the United States of America. So thankful for Jim's resilience and his strength, even in the face of great tragedy. Continues to battle hard on behalf of the American people. Julie writes, SNAP has been an amazing help to my family. Very grateful to receive it. I'm a single mom of twin 13-year-old girls. I've been on my own with my girls since they were 1 and have never received child support. I do work. People who receive Medicaid work. People who receive SNAP work. So some people in this town need to stop lying to the American people. Mr. Speaker, I said some people in this town need to stop lying to the American people. Julie said, I do work. But don't make enough money to cover all my expenses. It's a big misunderstanding that people on SNAP don't have jobs. My children would eat very poorly if I didn't have SNAP. I would have to rely on church food pantries, and they could only offer the bare minimum. The food banks don't give basics like milk and bread. That's Julie's experience. Mr. Speaker, she lives in Ohio's 14th Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Congressman David Joyce. We heard from Mark from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Mark says, I've collected Medicaid and SNAP benefits for over a decade now. I may well have found myself in a worse place if not for these programs. Giving freely and charitably is the way of Jesus. Reverend Cleaver, some people in this chamber need to hear those words again. Giving freely and charitably is the way of Jesus. That's someone who's talking like a Matthew 25 and 35 Christian. SNAP and Social Security benefits have been life-saving for me. They literally keep me alive. I suffer from severe depression, anxiety, OCD, and have Asperger's. This is why I'm on Social Security and SNAP. I believe that everyone should have access to these benefits. And in an ideal world, our communities would be centered around love, harmony, and the protection of each other. That's real love. Not fake love like promising to love and cherish Medicaid and then turning around and presiding over the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, which is what Donald Trump's one big ugly bill represents. Mark says, I believe that everyone should have access to these benefits. And in an ideal world, our communities would be centered around love, harmony, and the protection of each other. That's the kind of leadership that this country needs and deserves right now, but that's the kind of leadership it's not getting from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Mr. Speaker, Mark lives in Pennsylvania's 1st Congressional District. I believe that district is represented by our colleague, Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick. I want to ask the question, what happened earlier today? How was it that a few hours ago, several of my Republican colleagues had principled opposition to Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill? Several hours ago, how is it that so many of our Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, had principled opposition to Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill? Either because of the devastating assault on Medicaid, health care, supplemental nutritional assistance, assault on veterans, assault on clean energy jobs, assault on the cost of living, which is represented in this bill, or because of the assault on the fiscal irresponsibility of a bill that will explode the deficit, increase the debt by trillions of dollars, send us on a death spiral, potentially, as it relates to our economy. How is it, Mr. Speaker, that so many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle had principled opposition just a few hours ago and now seem prepared to fold on the floor of the House of Representatives? Don't you have some responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to say to the American people what happened? What deals were cut? What occurred in the back room? It will all come out one way or the other, Mr. Speaker. Incredible to me that this Congress is on the verge of ripping food out of the mouths of children, veterans, and seniors as a result of this one big, ugly bill in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks and exploding the debt in the process. I mentioned earlier in my remarks that as House Democrats, we envision a different country than the one that is being ravaged by such extremism right now. Imagine a country where every single American can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for your children, and a good retirement. Work hard, play by the rules, live the good life. That's the America that we should be working hard right now to bring about for every single American. But we know there are far too many Americans in this country struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That should not be the case in this great country. the wealthiest country in the history of the world, a country that has become far too expensive for far too many people. Donald Trump promised to lower the high cost of living on day one. He made that promise to the American people. Made that promise, hadn't happened on day one, hasn't happened on month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, month 5, month 6. It's not happening. Mr. Speaker, costs aren't going down. Costs are going up in the United States of America. Life is becoming more expensive. And it seems to me that in this great country, this Congress should be working hard to build an affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. That's our plan. That's our vision. That's our goal as House Democrats, an affordable economy for hardworking American taxpayers. But Donald Trump's one big ugly bill will make life more expensive for the American people. Lynette wrote to us. She's also a resident of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Said, I'm a single mom of 3 girls. Although my 2 older girls are out of the home, they and I struggle. I work full time, but it's not enough to get by. Without the help of SNAP and Section 8, I would not be able to afford anything. I sacrifice every day so my daughters can have food and a place to come home and call home. I get $124 a month in food stamps. $124 a month in food stamps, which isn't enough as food prices keep going up. With the little help I do get from the government, I am grateful and blessed. Last year, I passed out after a church service and was rushed to the hospital. I didn't have any insurance at this time, but I was treated. However, I could not pay back the services that I received, and I still need treatments. I have been choosing to pay for rent and food, but I have these bills and other appointments that I need to go to but don't have the extra money, and I don't qualify for Medicare, don't make enough to get insurance on the marketplace for insurance. Lynette, without the help of SNAP and Section 8, I would not be able to afford anything. Mr. Speaker, Lynette resides in Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district, a district represented by our colleague, Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Wendy writes to us from the Commonwealth of Virginia. Says that I am a single mother of 2 children, and due to bone cancer. I now live with a disability and am unable to work. I have not only survived cancer, but my children and I also survived domestic abuse. I have been making ends meet while not working or receiving any child support for almost 2 years. To my family, SNAP is literally life or death. And while I hope that one day my circumstances will improve to the point that I will not need the assistance, for now, Wendy tells us, it is our lifesaver. That's what these safety net programs represent. Lifesavers for Americans in need. And instead of protecting these life-saving programs, these life-sustaining programs, what we see from this one big ugly bill is that nutritional assistance for the American people will be decimated. And as a result, millions of Americans, our fellow Americans, are at risk of going hungry. That is not right in the United States of America. It's not right. And that is why we're fighting hard for people like Wendy, who, Mr. Speaker, lives in Virginia's 5th Congressional District, a district represented by Congressman John McGuire. Jamie, from the great state of Wisconsin, the heartland, part of the heartland of the United States of America, the magical Midwest, the hardworking people of the great state of Wisconsin. I was privileged to just be there this past weekend. Jamie said, I work, I am a single mom. I need help to feed my kids. All the bills have skyrocketed. I'm doing this on my own. Please don't take away SNAP. That's a plea that I think is being heard all across this land. Please don't take away SNAP. It's a lifesaver. It's being ripped away from the American people as part of this Republican effort, Mr. Speaker, to provide massive tax breaks for billionaires. Jamie is represented, she lives in the 3rd Congressional District of Wisconsin, currently represented, Mr. Speaker, by Congressman Derek Van Orden. Healthcare under assault. Nutritional assistance under assault. Farmers in this country have also been under assault. And one of the reasons why so many Americans are cynical about our politics of the moment is that there are people who run for office, they say one thing and then they do the exact opposite. And Many of the policies that we've seen come out of the Trump administration are inconsistent with the rhetorical promises that were made on the campaign trail. Donald Trump and House Republicans promising to look out for people in farm country, and then supporting policies that do the exact opposite. April is from Iowa. Says that fourth-generation farmer on land her family has worked for almost 125 years in north-central Iowa. And then says, if there's all this uncertainty out there, how can we plan? We need a path forward. It's like changing a tire while we're still driving down the road. That's what our farmers are being asked to do, change a tire while they're still driving down the road because of the uncertainty that has been unleashed by an administration far too focused on chaos, cruelty, and corruption. Those are my words. April goes on to say, we're kind of holding our breath for this fall. That's when it will hurt the most farmers. We need trade with Mexico and Canada too. That's why I think the reciprocal tariffs are going to hurt us more. We get fertilizer from Canada. We get parts and products made in Mexico. As House Democrats, we're focused on creating more good-paying jobs, on economic strategies that make sense, that are designed to lift up the American people. But I can't find anything in this 900-plus page bill that is actually designed to permanently sustain a positive trajectory for farmers in this country and for everyday Americans. In fact, the chaotic uncertainty of the economic policies that have been unleashed by the Trump administration and complete Republican rule in Washington, D.C., will have devastating consequences for the American people and for farmers like April. John writes to us from the great state of North Carolina. He says to us, not many families can say this, black families, that is, but we've been here for over 100 years. My great-grandfather, my grandfather on both sides, and my father were all farmers. Honestly, I cannot understand it. I have not heard anybody from that administration that could tell me anything that makes any sense of what he's causing. John further writes, you cannot take a chainsaw and do surgery. I'm going to plant about 50% less than I would normally because I don't know what the price is going to be. I don't want to take the risk of putting even more out there. What we've seen from the Trump administration, from this so-called DOGE effort, and from our Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, is deeply troubling. Republicans are trying to take a chainsaw to Social Security, a chainsaw to Medicare, a chainsaw to Medicaid, a chainsaw to the health care of the American people, a chainsaw to nutritional assistance for hungry children, a chainsaw to farm country, and a chainsaw to vulnerable Americans. But as House Democrats, we're here to make clear, Mr. Speaker, we're determined to take a chainsaw to Project 2025. A chainsaw, a chainsaw, a chainsaw to Project 2025 on behalf of the American people. We don't want this country to go backward. We want this country to go forward. And so no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, we're going to take a chainsaw to your Project 2025. That's what we're prepared to do. Thank you, John, from North Carolina. One last farmer whose voice I want to elevate at this moment. And then I'd like to have a discussion about, anchored around some of the things that our Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, have said during this entire process. Correspondence that has been written by Republicans as it relates to this one big ugly bill. Correspondence that I'm struggling to understand now, because it appears that almost every single House Republican is prepared to recklessly rubber stamp Donald Trump's extreme agenda and sign off on this one big ugly bill. So I'm going to go through some of the correspondence momentarily that maybe at some point our Republican colleagues can help us figure out. But I want to enter into the record one last story from a farmer. Can we respect the farmers in the United States of America? Can we respect them? We began this country as an agrarian economy. We should respect the farmers in this country as I'm telling their stories. On the eve of our 249th birthday, can we respect the farmers in this country who we're working hard to defend? Susie is from Missouri. In a district, Mr. Speaker, represented by Ways and Means Chairman, our colleague, Jason Smith. She writes to us, she says that Susie and her husband, they moved back to her family farm over 2 decades ago, where they raised their children, including a son with complex medical needs who relies on Medicaid for essential therapies and care. Over the years, Susie has seen firsthand how Medicaid has been a lifeline for families like hers, especially in rural communities. A proud mother and daughter of hardworking Missourians, Susie apparently has voted for both Democrats and Republicans, and her husband is a registered Republican. But as farmers, they both believe that access to health care should never be a partisan issue. We agree. Thank you, Susie. Access to health care in the United States of America should never be a partisan issue. It should never be considered a privilege just for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. It is a right that should be available to every single American, and that is what we are fighting hard right now to defend here in the United States of America, and to push back against this one big, ugly bill. As I mentioned earlier, in the time that I have remaining, I certainly want to share the story of some of our veterans. Share a few stories of some of our small business owners who will also be under assault as part of this one big ugly bill. And share the stories of hardworking and law-abiding immigrant families who also will be targeted by this one big ugly bill. But I did want to take a little time at this moment to enter into the record some of the statements that have been made, Mr. Speaker, by our Republican colleagues. That I just don't understand. I mean, I am flummoxed by some of these statements. I've always wanted to use that word, y'all.
Momentum will suspend. House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside the chamber. Please take your conversations outside the chamber. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping to seek some clarification at some point after I'm able to yield the floor. But I'm still here to take my sweet time on behalf of the American people. Because it was totally unacceptable that you would try to jam this bill, Mr. Speaker, down the throats of the American people with 15 minutes allocated for a debate that would hurt everyday Americans, allocated to the committees of jurisdiction. 15 minutes. And so now I'm here with my House Democratic colleagues, 4 hours in, taking our sweet time on behalf of the American people. And I'm flummoxed. Maybe it's flummoxed. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I always wanted to use that word. I can't spell it, but I know what it means. I'm confused by many of these statements, so I'm trying to enter them into the record and then perhaps at some point get some clarification. Talking about Medicaid cuts, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Vice President said these cuts are immaterial. Are you kidding me? Immaterial? I'm perplexed. I'm astonished, I'm confused that someone who sits in the second highest office in the land would say that Medicaid cuts, $1 trillion or so of Medicaid cuts that are in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill are immaterial. I'm confused, Mr. Speaker, by the statement that was made by the former Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, who, when talking about the Medicaid cuts that millions of Americans have been reaching out to us, pouring into us their heartfelt concerns at the devastating impact that these Medicaid cuts will have on their health, their safety, and their well-being. I'm confused, Mr. Speaker, by the statement that Mitch McConnell made. He said, people will get over it. No, Mitch. The American people will not get over it, but they will get even next November. That's what's going to happen because of these cuts being unleashed on the American people. I'm confused, perplexed, astonished, flummoxed by some of these statements. This one is a beauty. In the great state of Iowa, Senator Joni Ernst she showed up at a town hall meeting in Iowa. First of all, I'll give her credit for showing up at a town hall meeting because House Republicans were instructed not to show up at town hall meetings. So she shows up, Mr. Speaker, at a town hall meeting, is questioned about the fact that health care in America, that the Medicaid is a question of life or death. And when asked by one of her constituents about the concern that was had, the fact that people will die as a result of the devastating cuts to Medicaid and health care that are in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill, Senator Ernst says, we're all going to die anyway. Yes, Joni, the American people understand that at some point all of us will transition. But the American people do not deserve to die as a result of the Republican cruelty that is in this legislation. Do not deserve to die as a result of the cruelty that is embedded, Mr. Speaker, in this legislation. Ending Medicaid as we know it, the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. And as a result of this all-out assault on health care in America, and Mr. Speaker, there are 220 Republicans who I serve with in this Congress, and I wish I had time to go through the impact in all 220 districts. Actually, since I have unlimited time, maybe I do. But, Mr. Speaker, I figured that, I'll start in my home state of New York. Mr. Speaker, in New York's 1st Congressional District, represented by our colleague, Congressman Nick LaLota, approximately 50,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In New York's 24th Congressional District, Mr. Speaker, represented by our colleague, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, over 30,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In parts of Western New York and upstate district, New York 23, currently represented by Congressman Nick Langworthy, approximately 35,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care as a result of Trump's one big ugly bill. In New York 17, currently represented by Congressman Mike Lawler, more than 30,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In New York 21, the North Country, represented by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, welcome back to Congress. I'm sorry it did not work out for you. That's a lesson that should be learned by all those who pledge fealty to the wannabe king. But I digress. New York's 21st Congressional District, currently represented by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, approximately 44,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In Long Island, Suffolk County, part of Long Island, currently represented in Nassau County by two amazing colleagues, Tom Swazi and Laura Gillen. But in Suffolk County, New York's 2nd Congressional District, currently represented by Congressman Andrew Garbarino, 48,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care. In Suffolk County, in New York's 2nd Congressional District, as a result of Trump's one big ugly bill. And in the 11th Congressional District, a district that includes all of Staten Island, a district, Mr. Speaker, currently represented by Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis, more than 50,000 New Yorkers will lose their health care as a result of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill on Staten Island and in New York's 11th Congressional District. I don't think the Wu-Tang Clan would approve of that. It's incredible to me. In district after district after district, Mr. Speaker, represented by my Republican colleagues, so many Americans will stand to lose their health care as a result of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Now, this is not just a Democratic perspective. We stand by that perspective. will continue to articulate that view and forcefully defend the health care of the American people, but it's not just a Democratic perspective. And so I thought that it was important that we enter into the record some of the words, Mr. Speaker, of members of the House Republican Conference who wrote directly to you, Mr. Speaker, in their own words, talking about the challenges of this one big ugly bill. February 19th of this year, in a letter written to the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the subject line was, "Protecting American Communities in the Budget Reconciliation Process." For all of the American people who may be watching the floor of the House of Representatives right now, that's the process that we're in. It's one big ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, Republicans chose to go down this road because Republicans are uninterested in actually trying to find bipartisan solutions to solving problems on behalf of the American people. And so we're in this budget reconciliation process that can avoid the filibuster in the United States Senate. And Republicans, Mr. Speaker, have been uninterested in trying to actually find bipartisan common ground. We're the party of common sense. Let's be clear about that. I'm going to be spending some time on the road talking about what common sense really is all about. Common sense certainly is not taking health care away from the American people. And so in this letter on February 19th, and I got a lot of statements that have been entered into the record, but I figured we'd start with this one. February 19th, Dear Speaker Johnson, as members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference, that's different than the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus right now is fighting hard on behalf of the health care of the American people. On the Democratic side, I call that the real CHC. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus is fighting hard on behalf of the American people. But this is a letter. As members of the Congressional Hispanic Conference, Mr. Speaker, as you know, these are Republicans here in the House of Representatives, and those who represent sizable Hispanic populations. We are writing to express our concerns regarding possible funding decisions stemming from the House Budget Resolutions Committee instructions advanced on February 13, 2025. Those budget instructions, by the way, were what set this whole toxic process in motion that has resulted in this moment that we find ourselves in right now on the floor of the House of Representatives, connected to this one big ugly bill. And in this letter, it says that while we fully support efforts to rein in wasteful spending and deliver on President Trump's agenda, let me park right there parenthetically for a moment. Nothing in this bill is about waste, fraud, and abuse. Nothing is doing anything meaningful about waste, fraud, and abuse. The letter continues, it is imperative that we do not slash programs that support American communities across our nation. It then goes on to say that the House Budget Resolution proposed $880 billion in cuts to programs under the jurisdiction of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce. With Medicaid expected to bear the brunt of these reductions. Their words, not our words. This one big ugly bill. Devastated by this one big ugly bill. We also heard, Mr. Speaker, from Timothy, who I believe may have written to us from the Commonwealth of Kentucky. He says, "My name is Timothy. And for the past 5 years, I have worked at the Department of Housing and Urban Development in field policy and management, a Department of Housing and Urban Development that was once led so ably by our former colleague, Congresswoman Marcia Fudge, and now has been taken in a very different direction." Timothy writes, "In this role, I've educated the community about HUD's programs such as FHA loans and housing counseling that allow people to purchase homes. Affordable rental housing that help people pay their rent, and homeless services that help people find shelter and leave the streets. I have worked with internal data that focused on improving our programs. Most recently, I worked with a team that hired people from housing authorities and Job Corps with the goal of providing people a career and a way off government assistance. Those incredible people, along with myself, have been fired by Elon Musk's Doge. My entire professional career, I have taken jobs that I considered bigger than me. I served in the military, both enlisted and as an officer. I deployed. And I'm now a disabled vet with a rating of 90%. After the military, I focused on giving back and challenging myself in a way while continuing a job that was bigger than myself, so I joined the Peace Corps. Served in Ukraine for years, working as a youth development volunteer. Now as a HUD employee, I'm being fired by an unelected official and being called lazy by my president. I want to know why Elon Musk has this power and authority and why our elected officials are not doing more to stop it. I have served this country and the government my entire life because I love my country. Why is this happening? Tim writes to us. That is such an important question, Mr. Speaker. Why is this happening in the United States of America? Why are we living in a country where this administration has launched an all-out assault on veterans in the United States of America, firing veterans like Tim in the United States of America, jeopardizing services from the VA, earned benefits that these veterans are entitled to because of their extraordinary service. Men and women in uniform who serve this country, Mr. Speaker, benefits that they've earned, and now find themselves in the legislative line of fire from their own government, their own country, and stand to be hurt in such an extraordinary way by this extreme Republican budget, this one big, ugly bill. We're here on the House floor, Mr. Speaker, to say to Tim and every single veteran who put on the uniform, every single man and woman who served this country, we will not abandon you in your hour of need. We're going to stand up for every single veteran in this great country and make sure that the veterans of the United States of America are treated with the dignity and respect that you deserve. That is our promise to each and every veteran in the United States of America, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we stand in strong opposition to Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. An all-out assault here in the United States of America, an extraordinary assault. An assault on the economy, an assault on our veterans, an assault on farm country, an assault on health care, an assault on nutritional assistance. And of course, this one big ugly bill and the Trump administration, I wish it was not so. Because at the beginning of this Congress, Mr. Speaker, I stood right where you stand right now and said in my first remarks to this Congress and the American people that as Democrats, we were prepared to find common ground on any issue to make a difference in the lives of the American people we all represent. But then, Mr. Speaker, beginning on January 20th, a flood of extremism, the likes of which have never before been seen in the United States of America, has been unleashed on the American people. An all-out assault on the American way of life. An assault on small businesses that is underway here in the United States of America. We should all recognize that small businesses represent the heart and soul of the American economy. And if we're going to stand up for any group of people here in the United States of America, in addition to our veterans, our men and women in uniform, and I'm proud that I stand here as the son of someone who once wore the uniform. My father, he's in heaven right now. Marlon Jeffries grew up in Newark. His nickname was Pudding. One of my regrets is that I never got to ask him, how did he get the nickname Pudding? But he left Newark as a high school graduate and put the uniform on, enlisted in the Air Force, and served in Germany during the Cold War. We have to stand up for our veterans, stand up for small businesses. And we've heard a lot throughout this process about concerns from small business entrepreneurs here in the United States of America. Heard from Mercedes, lives in the great state of Colorado. Mercedes writes, "My husband and I are the owners of a small business. Without the ACA, my family would not be able to afford health insurance. My daughter also receives free dental coverage as a result of the ACA. I still have major issues with our health care system, but at least we have health insurance. My mother, who is retired, also receives benefits from Medicaid in addition to her Medicare. She would not be able to afford health insurance or dental insurance due to the fact she lives on a fixed income. Any cuts to these programs would be detrimental to our health and welfare as a family." I want to thank Mercedes for reaching out and sharing her story, because it helps to put to bed the lie that's been told, Mr. Speaker, by some people in this town. That the people, the everyday Americans who are participating in, have access to programs like the Affordable Care Act, are unworthy, aren't hardworking American taxpayers. They are hardworking American taxpayers. A group of people that real leaders in this country, beginning in modern American history, as I illustrated earlier from President Franklin Delano Roosevelt all the way through our most recent president, who we served with in the last Congress, have recognized that we have a sacred obligation to stand up for everyday Americans who are struggling right now, including our small business entrepreneurs, the heart and soul of the American economy, who right now are dealing with such economic uncertainty because of the erratic, reckless, and dangerous Trump tariffs that have unleashed so much chaos and uncertainty, raising costs for small business owners all across the country, undermining their ability to fully achieve their entrepreneurial dreams. This is not who we should be in the United States of America. Small business owners under assault by this administration. And there's a target on the back of many of these small business owners as a result of this one big, ugly bill. Janice wrote to us. She's from the great state of Michigan, the heartland of our country. So thankful to all the members of the Michigan delegation and what they represent. Janice, however, she resides, Mr. Speaker, in the 7th Congressional District, represented by Congressman Tom Barrett. Says that small business owner, mother, ACA recipient in Michigan, who recently spoke about how Trump's tariffs would potentially force her to close her business, which has given her family a livelihood for a decade and helped put 2 children through college. I just don't understand why Trump thinks putting tariffs will help American businesses. It's not. She writes, it's going to decimate us. People like us will be hit the hardest. But then Janice shows the great resolve of the American people, the great spirit of resilience of the American people, the refusal to run away from difficult circumstances. Janice writes, people like us will be hit the hardest. But Janice then writes, I refuse to call it quits. I won't give in to him. Janice, neither will House Democrats. Not now, not ever. We will never give in to this type of extremism as being unleashed on the American people. We will continue to stand up for you. One last small business owner that I'd like to mention. So many who've written to us, whose stories I want to be able to share, but let me perhaps go back to the Big Apple, the great state of New York. But let me also say to the American people, one of the ways in which we've received all of these stories, and we urge you to continue to share these stories from all across the land. You can share your story with us at democraticleader.house.gov/share your story. democraticleader.house.gov/share your story. We want to hear from the American people as to how we can best represent your interests on this day and on all days moving forward, because your stories are powerful. Your stories will continue to give us the resolve to fight for an America that's fair and just, an America where every single person can afford to live the good life. Good paying job, good housing, good health care, good retirement, and of course a good education for your children. That's not too much to ask in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Work hard, play by the rules, and every single American should be able to afford to live the good life. But we know that in this country, far too many people are living paycheck to paycheck. Far too many small business entrepreneurs living paycheck to paycheck. And justifiably expect better from this government. We should be working hard in a bipartisan way to make their life better, not unleashing shock, awe, and pain on the American people. That's what this one big ugly bill will do. Devastate everyday Americans. Linda writes to us, a small business owner. I believe she's from the North Country. Lives in New York's 21st Congressional District, Mr. Speaker. Linda's a flower farmer and flower importer in upstate New York. Small business has been impacted by Trump's tariffs on products being imported from Western Europe, the Netherlands, I believe. The economic strain and uncertainty imposed by the tariffs on small business owners operating on slim margins has caused Linda and her customers to incur additional expenses. Linda tells us, Mr. Speaker, everything was going really well until the tariffs. And now she worries the business will go bankrupt and be forced to close if the tariffs stay in place. How is it that we're living in America where President Trump, Mr. Speaker, and House Republicans promised to address the high cost of living in the United States, promised to lower costs on day one. But costs aren't going down, they're going up. And as a result of these Trump tariffs, are now at risk of experiencing thousands of dollars per year in additional costs. And there is nothing in this one big ugly bill that is going to meaningfully make the lives of everyday Americans, of hardworking American taxpayers, of working class folks, of middle class folks, of all those Americans who aspire to be part of the middle class, of the poor and the sick and the afflicted. Nothing in Donald Trump's one big ugly bill that will meaningfully make their life more affordable. An all-out assault on the economy. We're dealing with an all-out assault on health care, on Medicaid, on the Affordable Care Act, on the Children's Health Insurance Program. All-out assault on the care, Mr. Speaker, being provided by Planned Parenthood. The medical care being provided by Planned Parenthood that is jeopardized in this very bill. All-out assault on hungry children, on hungry veterans, and on hungry seniors, millions of people who will lose their nutritional assistance, will go hungry. Food is being ripped out of their mouths by this one big, ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, that so many of my Republican colleagues seem prepared to support, notwithstanding their prior statements on the record to the contrary. All-out assault on veterans. An all-out assault represented in this bill on small business owners and entrepreneurs who are the heart and soul of our economy. And this bill also represents an all-out assault on law-abiding immigrant families. And Mr. Speaker, we are going to tell their stories as well. We're going to tell their stories. We're going to tell their stories. Because what's happening in this country, an all-out assault on law-abiding immigrant families, is unconscionable, unacceptable, and it's un-American. Because this is a country that should continue to pride itself as a nation anchored in the rule of law, and at the same time, a nation anchored in our journey as one of immigrants from all over the world. And we should never abandon that journey. We're approaching the 249th birthday of this great country, this exceptional country. And I believe, and we can go directly, if necessary, Mr. Speaker, to the words that were initially issued by Thomas Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence. And he went through a whole series of indictments against the king. That America, 13 colonies, which became the 13 states, were working hard to break free from. I mentioned earlier the Declaration of Independence, and of course some of the aspirational aspects of it. There are really two parts, as I can tell. I'm not a constitutional scholar. I'm thankful for the constitutional scholars that serve in this Congress. No one more constitutional and more scholarly than my friend and colleague, the top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, Jamie Raskin, who continues to lead the charge, standing up for the Constitution here in the United States of America. But as I read the Declaration of Independence, there seem to be two parts to it. There's the aspirational part, Mr. Speaker, of the Declaration of Independence. Of course, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We understand that now in a more enlightened way, all men, all women, all children, all of God's children created equally. That they are entitled to certain unalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so we spent a little time talking about what that could look like, our commitment to bringing about the American dream, the good life for every single person in this country, everybody. Work hard, play by the rules. You should be able to afford the good life in the United States of America. That's what we're going to continue to work on. Bring the American dream to life, consistent with that aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence, the life, the liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But then, as far as I can tell, there was also a second interesting part of the Declaration. It was the indictment against the king. And I commend everyone in this chamber, all of the American people who may be observing the proceedings in the House of Representatives, particularly as we approach July 4th, to read that Declaration of Independence. Perhaps I may even enter it into the record later on today. Because we're here, Mr. Speaker, to take our sweet time on behalf of the American people, to make sure as best we can, to cover all of the things that as Democrats we're fighting hard to defend during this extraordinary moment of assault directed at the American people as a result of this one big, ugly bill that will hurt everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks and then exploding the deficit and the debt in ways that will jeopardize the future of our children and our grandchildren. But the aspirational part of the Declaration of Independence, of course, that is often famously quoted. But then if you read other parts of the Declaration of Independence, extraordinarily written document, it reads like an indictment against the extremism of the king. It reads like an indictment against the kings. I think of King George. It reads like an indictment against King George's flood the zone strategy. It reads like an indictment against King George's shock and awe strategy. It reads like an indictment against what I think may have been called Project 1775, which is what brought us to Project 1776. And you look at this indictment, and one of the things it alludes to, it talks about, is the notion of the king's effort to stop the assimilation of people from other parts of the world into the United States of America. So we understand that from the very beginning of this great country, there was a recognition, of course, of the importance of immigration to the success and vitality of the United States of America. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, so there's no misrepresentation. As House Democrats, we understand the importance, the urgency of securing the border. We believe that our immigration system is broken and that it should be fixed in a comprehensive and bipartisan way. So many leaders in that effort, so many big ideas were willing to partner in a bipartisan way. Pramila Jayapal, Linda Sanchez, Adriano Espaillat, Tom Suozzi, so many others. Veronica Escobar, we want to partner to fix our broken immigration system in a bipartisan and comprehensive way, secure our border. But we're also going to make sure we stand up for our nation's heritage, a nation of immigrants, which continues to this very day. It's an important part of American exceptionalism, and as far as I can tell, in my reading of the original document, the writings of the founders of this great country, the framers of the Constitution, they recognized it from the very beginning. They weren't perfect. We didn't have a perfect start. But of course, as the preamble to the United States Constitution set forth, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union. Mr. Speaker, we've been set on this magical course, our march toward a more perfect union. And the immigration journey has always been an important part of the American journey. That's why it's heartbreaking to see some of the things that are happening in the country right now. The targeting in such an extraordinary way of law-abiding immigrant families, including American citizens. How can this be in the United States of America? Some people who might suggest that we should stay away from these stories. No, I'm going to lean into this part of the American journey because we support our heritage as a nation of immigrants. And we're going to stand up for dreamers, stand up for farm workers, stand up for law-abiding immigrant families all across this country. U.S. citizen children have been deported, Mr. Speaker. Is this who we've become in the United States of America? How can this be? This is extraordinary. 2-year-old American named Manu Borges Santos was born in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in September of 2022. February, she was taken into custody in Florida alongside her mother and father, both of whom were undocumented. And as a result of this situation, 2-year-old Manu was deported to Brazil. Because of the Trump administration, Manu, a U.S. citizen, only 2 years old, is now effectively stateless. Manu is not a citizen or resident of Brazil. This is a 2-year-old girl, an American citizen. Removed from her homeland, but can't get legal status in her parents' ancestral home. And as a result of her inability to get citizenship down in South America, because she's an American citizen, she has no right to routine pediatric checkups, even though Brazil has a public health system, cannot easily enroll in daycare, and finds herself in an untenable situation. I think we are better than this. We've got to find a better way, because I thought this administration promised, Mr. Speaker, to target violent felons, not 2-year-old American citizens. That's unacceptable, as far as I can tell, in the United States of America. Target violent felons all you want. We support that. They should be deported. But why are resources being spent targeting 2-year-old American children? That's not American. And I don't believe the American people support that. Mr. Speaker, that's not what this country should be all about. Manu wasn't the only one. The only American citizen who's been targeted by the deportation machine, a deportation machine that will be unleashed on steroids by this one big ugly bill. We know that, in fact, is the case. That's not hyperbole. It's not a hypothetical. It's not hype. J.D. Vance told us the other day, don't worry about the cuts to Medicaid. Don't worry about the fact that this is the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Don't worry about the fact that millions of Americans, more than 17 million Americans, will lose their health care, and many more will experience higher premiums, copays, and deductibles, whose life will measurably get worse as a result of this one big ugly bill. Vice President J.D. Vance said, don't worry about that, because it's all about the deportation machine. That's not targeting violent felons. Apparently, much of what has been unleashed on the American people targeting American citizens, like a 2-year-old American girl with the initials VML, who was deported alongside her mother and sister to Honduras without any meaningful due process. VML was taken into custody by ICE on April 22nd. April 22nd happens to be the birthday of my mom. I love you, Miss Lanita Jeffries. If you're watching right now, I love you. My younger brother and I, we thank you for what you did, for your sacrifice in raising us, trying to be the best citizens that we can be. VML was taken into custody by ICE on April 22nd while attending a routine check-in at a New Orleans immigration office with her mother. VML's undocumented mother had no criminal history. And had she been allowed due process, they could have contested the removal. Instead, this 2-year-old American citizen was never given a chance to exercise her rights by the Trump administration. That is not who we are. We are better than this in the United States of America. Carlos or Carrie Lopez Alvarado, a U.S. citizen, arrested while she was 9 months pregnant, masked men wearing Border Patrol uniforms, followed by a white truck into a building's private parking in the city of Hawthorne. In that truck was Carrie's partner, Brian. When she tried asking questions about who the agents were and what authority they had to arrest her partner, she was arrested. And Carrie, an American citizen, recounted that they started grabbing me from both sides, and I ducked down to sort of shield my stomach because I was afraid. An American citizen afraid that they were going to hurt me. She told them her due date. She was 9 months pregnant. Apparently, these CBP officers responded, okay, your baby is going to be born here, but you're from Mexico, right? They were wrong. They were detaining an American citizen. This is what has been unleashed on the American people. One last story that I feel compelled to share on this issue. Mr. Speaker, I still got some ground to cover.
Take your time. Take your time.
On a few other issues of importance to the American people, but one last story that I think needs to be shared, Mr. Speaker, in connection with this issue. This received some attention, some notoriety. Americans were horrified, should be horrified. All of us should be horrified. I'll never forget the journey that we were originally on. Set forth, spoken to by the founders of this country. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. How can we forget that at this moment in time? One last story in this area that I feel compelled to share, Mr. Speaker. Story of Narciso Barranco, 48-year-old undocumented landscaper who has been in the United States since the 1990s and has no criminal record. Here's the thing that got me about this story. It caused me to ask the question about this particular moment, the type of deportation machine that has been unleashed on the American people. Narciso, this landscaper, raised 3 American sons, all of whom became Marines, 2 of whom are currently, Mr. Speaker, on active duty Marines. His sons, juggling their military assignments have been trying to deal with the costs and the paperwork required to adjust their father's immigration status through parole in place, a program which allows undocumented members of military families to apply for a green card. But these men in uniform, juggling their military assignments, had not gotten there yet. So after 3 decades, living, working, and raising a family of patriots in the United States, Narciso was violently arrested while he was mowing the grass at an IHOP restaurant. We don't have to speculate as to whether this was true or not. In a video captured of the incident, you see he was sprayed with pepper gas. He was detained on the ground. He was not resisting. And he was hit repeatedly in the head by masked federal agents while he was on the ground. Let me park right there parenthetically for a moment. Seems to me that every other law enforcement professional in the United States of America has to disclose their identity in a way that is identifiable. These masks need to come down. They need to come down. They need to come down. These agents should just be held to the same set of standards as every other law enforcement officer in the United States of America. And if you don't understand the righteousness of that position, just study the case of Narciso. His oldest son, a Marine veteran, said in an interview, what we weren't prepared for and didn't prep him for was these guys attacking him. We never expected anything like that. We expected these guys to act professionally. And up to the standards of the United States government. Are masked, armed federal agents who beat people on the ground really the standards the United States government should be standing by? Are these the types of actions, Mr. Speaker, that House Republicans endorse and support? This is not the way that anyone in the United States of America should be treated, particularly the father of 3 patriotic Marines. No one should be treated this way, but certainly not the father of 3 patriotic Marines in the United States of America. It's outrageous. It's out of control. And it's completely and totally unacceptable. Unacceptable. Unacceptable here in the United States of America. We are better than this. Better than this. Mr. Speaker, I've talked about the aspirational vision that we have for a country where everybody can afford to live the good life and work hard, play by the rules, experience the American dream. lived a good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, good education for their children, and a good retirement. That's not too much to ask in the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, a great country, an exceptional country, as Abraham Lincoln once observed in a speech in the chamber of the House of Representatives. America, the last best hope of earth. Spent a little time talking about the type of things, the type of America that we should be working hard at a bipartisan way to bring about, and spent some time critiquing this one big, ugly bill. And it's not like Republicans, Mr. Speaker, weren't given every opportunity to try to address the concerns that we have raised. I'm thankful for my colleagues in all of the committees of jurisdiction who worked hard, pulling all-nighters, offering amendments to try to improve this one big, ugly bill. We've actually introduced throughout this process, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of amendments. Just yesterday before the Rules Committee, hundreds of amendments. And before that, in late May, when the initial bill was being debated in a marathon session before the Rules Committee, more than 125 or so Democrats offering more than 500 different amendments to improve this bill, to stand up for the American people. Doing so over and over and over again throughout this process. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for the American people to understand what exactly House Republicans have rejected. What changes have House Republicans rejected to this one big, ugly bill? We repeatedly tried to offer an amendment, both in rules and on the House floor on behalf of the American people, to strike every single provision that would cause the largest cuts to health care and food assistance in history, which will result in 17 million people or more losing health coverage and jeopardizing nutritional benefits for about 42 million Americans who might otherwise go hungry. Republicans voted down that amendment. I believe it was Representative Amelia Sykes had an amendment to strike the Medicaid cuts in the bill to prevent millions of people from losing their health insurance and to stop hospitals and nursing homes from shutting their doors. Republicans voted down that amendment. Representative Judy Chu had an amendment striking cuts to the Affordable Care Act. Cuts that are in this one big ugly bill that will cause millions of everyday Americans to lose their health insurance or experience having their costs go up. Mr. Speaker, you know that Republicans voted down that amendment. Representative Lauren Underwood from the great state of Illinois had an amendment, and I wish I could go through all of the amendments that have been introduced, but I'm going to highlight as many as I can. Representative Lauren Underwood had an amendment to ensure that people who get their insurance through the ACA, Obamacare, will not see their premiums increase. As I mentioned earlier, that as a result of this one big, ugly bill, Mr. Speaker, premiums, copays, and deductibles are going to go up for millions of Americans. Many will lose coverage. And so this amendment was introduced to ensure that people who get their insurance through the ACA will not see their premiums increase this year, which is expected to cause 5 million people to lose coverage. Mr. Speaker, Republicans voted down that amendment. Representative Kelly Morrison had an amendment that strikes the defunding of Planned Parenthood, which provides access to life-saving cancer screenings and reproductive health care. Now, last year, Republicans, Mr. Speaker, promised that reproductive health care, reproductive freedom was a state issue. President Trump promised that reproductive health care, reproductive freedom was a state issue. And yet in this bill, there's a backdoor attack on reproductive freedom by targeting health care, preventative health care, that Planned Parenthood provides to millions of people all across this country. Representative Kelly Morrison had an amendment that strikes the defunding of Planned Parenthood, which provides access to life-saving cancer screenings along with reproductive health care. Republicans voted that down. Let me pause there parenthetically just to make one observation on this issue of reproductive freedom. What we're seeing right now in the House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, Republicans unleashing a march toward a nationwide abortion ban. That's what's going on right now. What does this provision have to do with making life more affordable for everyday Americans? Nothing. This is all part of a right-wing ideological extreme effort to undermine reproductive freedom in the United States of America. Let me make something clear, Mr. Speaker. House Democrats believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, a decision that should be between a woman, her family, her faith, and her doctors. That's it, period, full stop. And we will continue to fight for reproductive freedom in the United States of America. And we will not rest, Mr. Speaker, until the Women's Health Protection Act becomes the law of the land here in the United States of America. Big difference between us and them. Big difference. Mr. Speaker, Representative Jahana Hayes introduced an amendment to strike all provisions that would cut food assistance for children, seniors, and veterans. Republicans voted that down. How cruel. How cruel. Representative Shontel Brown had an amendment to strike burdensome red tape requirements that threaten nutritional assistance for millions of Americans and their families. Republicans voted that down. I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, this notion that Republicans are trying to spin to the American people that the attack on nutritional assistance, imposing these paperwork requirements, or as Frank Pallone would say, red tape requirements, that's all about waste, fraud, and abuse. I think common sense suggests to us it has nothing to do with waste, fraud, and abuse. Mr. Speaker, I made clear earlier that as House Democrats, we believe that as custodians of taxpayer dollars, we need to make sure that we are spending that money efficiently, effectively, and equitably. And that we are committed to eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse wherever it may be found. I mean, one of the things that's interesting about this bill, this appears to be part of the deal that was negotiated by the senator from Alaska, is that the states apparently that have the highest error rates with respect to supplemental nutritional assistance are shielded from the initial impact of the nutritional assistance cuts. Let's think about that for a moment. How can it be that Republicans, Mr. Speaker, are claiming that this bill has anything to do with waste, fraud, and abuse, and yet the states with the highest error rate, as Republicans during the Rules Committee acknowledged under questioning from Jim McGovern and Mary Gay Scanlon and Joe Neguse and Teresa Leger Fernandez, acknowledged that the states with the highest error rates actually shielded from the initial impact of the cuts to supplemental nutritional assistance. Angie Craig pointed this out. It exposes, in my view, the lie being told, Mr. Speaker, by some in this town that this effort, this one big, ugly bill, is somehow about combating waste, fraud, and abuse. One of the reasons why we know common sense dictates that this one big, ugly bill has nothing to do with meaningfully going after waste, fraud, and abuse is that, on average, SNAP beneficiaries receive $6 per day to try to help them not go hungry, to try to make sure that veterans and children and seniors don't go hungry. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for the American people to process. That's what SNAP on average provides, $6 per day. At the same time, Elon Musk, his federal contracts, as we understand it, amount to $8 million per day. Mr. Speaker, if Republicans were really serious about targeting waste, fraud, and abuse in the United States of America, start there. $8 million per day. Start right there. Don't take it, don't rip it from the mouths of children, seniors, or veterans. If Republicans were really serious about targeting waste, fraud, and abuse, start right there with Elon Musk. And we'll join you. We'll welcome you into the warm embrace of the House Democratic Caucus to target waste, fraud, and abuse. Start right there. You can start right there, Mr. Speaker. Start right there. Ranking members Jim McGovern and Bobby Scott had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to prohibit the bill from going into effect unless cuts to Medicaid and SNAP would not result in fewer families being eligible for free school meals. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans voted down that amendment. We can't find a way to stand up for school meals, for school breakfast, for school lunch. That's just cruel. It is callous. It's a corrupt perversion of this process, targeting, as this one big, ugly bill does, school children, hungry school children in the United States of America. Speaker, Representative Mike Thompson had an amendment that would have ensured Americans would not see their energy costs go up, and to protect the millions of good-paying jobs that this bill will eliminate, because this one big, ugly bill puts a target on the backs of the clean energy economy, on clean energy jobs, which result in cheaper energy and lower costs for the American people. We were told by President Donald Trump when he was on the campaign trail, costs would go down on day one. He was going to focus, we were told, on lowering the high cost of living in the United States of America. That's not what this bill does. And we know it, because 21 House Republicans made that clear in a letter that I cited earlier that's now part of this public record. Representative Mike Thompson, supported by others, had an amendment. All of these amendments co-sponsored by members all across the gorgeous mosaic of the House Democratic Caucus. We're proud of the fact that we look like we represent, in the most intimate way possible, consistent with John Adams' original vision of the House of Representatives, that the House should be a portrait of the American people. That's what we represent. We're proud of that fact. The gorgeous mosaic of the American people. That's what we're all about, in the most intimate way possible. That's why we love the House. And what the House is supposed to represent, the best of the House, not what we're seeing on the floor right now. Mr. Speaker, Republicans voted down the amendment introduced by Representative Mike Thompson that was designed to ensure that Americans would not see their energy costs go up. It was also designed to protect the good-paying American jobs that were part of both the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act, the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act. And so this amendment was designed to lift up the principle of actually trying to create good-paying union jobs that actually allow people to provide a comfortable living in the United States of America. Amongst this all-out assault that we are witnessing in the United States is an all-out assault on organized labor, an assault on collective bargaining, an assault on the freedom to negotiate. What's the difference, Mr. Speaker, between us and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle? I think one of the things that is a clear difference, Mr. Speaker, is that we believe, we recognize that in connection with this journey, work hard, play by the rules, imagine and dare to dream the ability to live the good life, to experience the American dream. An American dream that when you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family. Educate your children. Purchase a home, have access to high-quality health care, go on vacation every now and then one day retire with grace and dignity. That's the American dream. That's the ability to afford and access the good life. And we believe as House Democrats that no single force in the United States of America has done more to bring the American dream to life than organized labor, and we will continue to stand up for organized labor today, tomorrow, and always. Not undermine good-paying union jobs. That's what this bill, this one big ugly bill, does in the United States of America. We're going to stand up. Stand up. Stand up for organized labor. This is personal to me. My parents, Marlon Jeffries, Lanita Jeffries, they raised us, my younger brother Hassan and I, they raised us in a working class union household. I'm thankful for that. We were raised in central Brooklyn. Now, my mom grew up in Connecticut. And I mentioned That must be Johanna Hayes. I don't see Rosa DeLauro in my sight line, but we're so thankful for all of the members of the Connecticut delegation. I'm an unofficial sixth member of the Connecticut delegation. My mom raised in Bristol, Connecticut. She went to Bristol High School. Thankful for my mom. And my dad, I mentioned earlier, he grew up in Newark. That must be LaMonica MacGyver. I grew up in Brick City. I mentioned earlier he had the nickname Pudding. I failed to ask him, but I'm going to see if my mom can unlock the key to that nickname for me. My mom grew up in Bristol, Connecticut, and my father grew up in Newark. And I mentioned earlier that he then went off to serve this country in uniform as an Air Force member, served in Germany during the Cold War. I think about that a lot. I didn't get to talk too much about it. I wish I would have had the opportunity to talk a little bit more with my dad about that. It's an extraordinary thing in the United States of America that someone could grow up in inner city Newark and then have the ability, in part, thanks to President Harry Truman, to serve with people of all races to defend this great country. I wish I would have had the opportunity to talk to my dad a little bit more about his experience in Germany, because the one thing that I've been able to take away from that experience was that he came back having fallen in love with Heineken's and Beck's. But he came back after serving this country, Mr. Speaker, in uniform, as so many men and women do right now in uniform. And let me make clear, we're so thankful, we're so appreciative of the courage of the men and women in uniform who serve in the United States military, and we will always stand behind you. We thank you for your service, your patriotism, your courage, your heroism, and your sacrifice, lifting up the freedom that is America. You are not suckers, you are heroes. You're not suckers, you're heroes. We're thankful for your service. The men and women, no better hype person than Frederica Wilson. So my dad, as I mentioned, grew up in Newark. My mom in Bristol, Connecticut. So they meet at Central State University. Proud to note a historically black college and university that has given so much. Historically black colleges and universities to the United States of America, and we will always stand behind you. Always stand behind you. We will always stand behind you. I wouldn't be here right now without a historically black college and university. I'll never run away from that. I will never run away from that. And we're proud of the fact, we can check the record, proud of the fact that over the last few years prior to this administration, historic investment in Hispanic serving institutions, in historically black colleges and universities, in higher education. That's part of who I am right now. I don't know if I'll have time to tell the story of my grandmother. Maybe I will. I got so many stories, I feel like I'm in a hip-hop studio right now. But they all relate to what makes every single one of us, every single Democrat, have a story to tell. A story to tell. Brooklyn will get that. Every single one of us have a story to tell. That leads us to this moment. It's the reason why we're fighting hard against this incredible and unprecedented assault on the American way of life and an assault on organized labor. So my parents, they meet Central State University, and Dad would tell us, my younger brother and I, that it was love at first sight. But apparently my mom said, not so fast. But it worked out. I'm thankful for that. They met at Central State University. And so, of course, I mentioned that mom from Connecticut, father from New Jersey. Why was it that we grew up in New York City? Apparently, they compromised and moved to Brooklyn. And so I'm raised in Brooklyn, New York. Working class neighborhood. In the middle of the crack cocaine epidemic. Dangerous times in New York City. In a union household, proud that I grew up in the Cornerstone Baptist Church, still a member of the Cornerstone Baptist Church. Grew up in this union household. And Mr. Speaker, I land on that moment, and every single one of us as House Democrats have a similar story to tell about why in our heart, in our soul, in our essence, in our experience, we're so horrified by the attacks on organized labor. Because we understand the importance of what organized labor has meant to the American journey. My mom and dad were both public servants throughout their entire lives. My mom worked for 45 years, DC 37, for the city of New York. My dad, he worked for 30 years. He was a member of the Public Employees Foundation. He was a substance abuse social worker. dealing with addiction. During the heroin explosion of the 1970s, the crack cocaine epidemic of the 1980s. But they got married in 1967. And they were newlyweds. And many people familiar with the history of the labor movement, particularly in New York City, know that in 1967, the Social Service Employees Union, which they both belonged to at the time, famously went on strike for better pay, better health care, better working conditions, and most importantly, better service to the clients that they served. And I've thought about that fact. They were newlyweds. A few months in, and they had to make a decision. When the Social Service Employees Union went out on strike, whether they would cross the picket line, because it was unclear, perhaps, how they would pay for food and rent and clothing as newlyweds in a new city. Or, Mr. Speaker, were they going to stand in solidarity with their union brothers and sisters? I'm so thankful, Mr. Speaker, when I learned that my parents made that decision to stand on that picket line for as long as it took in solidarity with their union brothers and sisters. That's part of our DNA. That's part of why we fight so hard. We can all trace a similar story. An inheritance from our parents and our grandparents. All of us have that kind of story to tell. Why am I so thankful that my parents made what I believe was a tough personal decision, but of course the right decision? It's because what that union membership actually meant to my journey and my younger brother's journey. 1973, my younger brother was born with a serious heart condition. He's okay right now. He's doing well. Right now, he continues to say on social media that he's our mother's favorite son. Let me say from the House floor, no, you are not. I think she favors both of us. A younger brother, 1973, he's born with a serious heart condition. He's okay right now. He's born with a serious heart condition. I'm thankful that it was that union negotiated health care that got our family through that difficult moment. That's why we do what we do. Our own personal experience. And then in the early 80s, my parents, modest living. Neither of them, even at the tail end of decades-long careers, ever made more than $50,000. Modest living. But in the early 80s in Crown Heights, rough neighborhood, central Brooklyn, they bought their first and only home. They were able to buy that home the home that my younger brother Hassan and I were raised in, because of that union negotiated salary, and pay off the mortgage down to zero because of that union negotiated salary. This is personal to us, our own journey. And lastly, as it relates to this part of my journey, why we all fight for what we fight for, why we stood behind Mike Thompson's amendment to protect good-paying union jobs. I went to college. I went to Binghamton University. When I first got here, I was surprised to learn, actually, that I was the first graduate of Binghamton University ever elected to the United States Congress. I was shocked to learn that, but not the last. Because Vindman and Mannion have now joined us. And so we tripled the size of the Binghamton University delegation. It's part of the reason why we stand up for higher education and public education. That's our own experience. So I graduated from Binghamton University. My younger brother graduated from Morehouse University. I think that was Hank Johnson. Sanford Bishop. Graduated from Morehouse. I graduated from Binghamton University. And somehow, we managed to graduate from college without owing anything. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure out how. Because as I mentioned, my mom, my dad, they just earned a modest living all throughout their careers. So one day I had a conversation with my mom, and I was trying to figure it out. How did you pull that off? She said, well, I wanted to make sure my two sons could have a clean start to life. So I borrowed against my union negotiated pension to make sure my two sons could get free and clear of loans and get a higher education as part of our effort to experience the American dream. And so we all say to our brothers and sisters in organized labor, you don't ever have to worry about whether House Democrats are going to stand up for you, because you've always been there for us. You've always been there for us. You've always been there for us. That's our personal story. And every single one of us, we do this work because we've lived a life of opportunity that this great country has provided to us. And we're deeply troubled, saddened, disgusted that this great institution, this House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are trying to jam this one big ugly bill down the throats of the American people. A bill that hurts everyday Americans in order to reward billionaires with massive tax breaks. Shame on this institution if that bill ever passes. And so we say to the American people, we've been working hard to try to get this bill into a better situation, introducing amendment after amendment after amendment. Representative Judy Chu, the Chair Emeritus of CAPAC, one of our extraordinary leaders, my good friend Grace Meng, she now chairs CAPAC, but Representative Judy Chu, she had an amendment that no one earning more than $10 million per year receives a tax cut to prevent this reverse Robin Hood and the ballooning of the debt by $4 trillion. Mr. Speaker, you know, Republicans voted down that amendment. We support, as Democrats, providing tax relief to everyday Americans. We're willing to work in a bipartisan way to deal with that issue under the leadership of Richie Neal. But Republicans decided, Mr. Speaker, as you know, to go down this partisan road, play partisan games, try to jam this extreme budget down the throats of the American people. And so amendment after amendment after amendment introduced by House Democrats in good faith, exercising common sense to try to improve this bill. Representative Jimmy Gomez, the chair of the Dad's Caucus here in the United States House of Representatives, he had an amendment to ensure that people who make $1 billion a year don't get a tax break paid for by cutting Americans' health care and food assistance. Mr. Speaker, you know, Republicans voted that down. My good friend and classmate, Representative Susan DelBene, she had an amendment that would have made the child tax credit fully refundable. Susan DelBene, a great champion of the child tax credit. Let me also shout out a person that I believe is the mother of the enhanced and expanded child tax credit as well, the top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro. We're thankful for your leadership, Rosa. Fighting hard on behalf of the American people. Susan DelBene, a great champion of the child tax credit. She had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to make the child tax credit fully refundable, covering the 17 million children who are being left behind by the big, ugly bill, and increase the child tax credit for families. Because what Republicans are doing, Mr. Speaker, as you know, in this particular bill, not enhancing and expanding the child tax credit, you are undermining the child tax credit. And Representative Susan DelBene, my classmate, along with Catherine Clark and others, the class of 2012. We used to be the new kids on the block, now we're just the OGs. Susan DelBene, she introduces this amendment, and Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans voted it down. Representative Laura Gillen had an amendment that dealt with this issue a little bit earlier. The new and permanent cap on state and local tax deduction. Representative Laura Gillen had an amendment to strike the new and permanent cap on SALT, which is something that members of the House Republican Conference, Mr. Speaker, as you know, claimed was a line in the sand for them, specifically from New York, and said that they support. But Republicans voted down that amendment from Representative Laura Gillen. Representative Mary Gay Scanlon from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one of the great members of the class of 2018, a great class. She had an amendment that would protect infants, babies, American citizens born in this country from the unconstitutional and un-American Trump executive order to end birthright citizenship. Republicans voted that down. Let me make something clear. No matter what it takes, we're going to make sure as House Democrats we stand up for the principle that every single child born in the United States of America pursuant to the 14th Amendment is an American citizen. We will never let anyone take that away. Not now, not ever. Not now, not ever. Not now, not ever. I think Mary Gay Scanlon, I'm appreciative of my big brother, Congressman Greg Meeks, my big brother in the United States Congress. We're a family as House Democrats committed to working hard, standing up on behalf of the American people. It's an honor of a lifetime to be part of this family. To stand on the shoulders of Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer and Jim Clyburn. It's an honor to be part of this family. Fight hard on behalf of the American people. Representative Mary Gay Scanlon, I've got to repeat this, had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to protect infants, children, babies against the unconstitutional and un-American Trump executive order to end birthright citizenship. Republicans voted that down. Representative Pramila Jayapal had an amendment to prevent ICE from deporting U.S. citizens. United States citizens, Mr. Speaker, that are being deported by the Trump administration. I documented some of that earlier today. We're happy to provide more examples. In fact, I'm happy to debate my colleague, Speaker Mike Johnson, on any of these issues, anytime, right here on the floor of the House of Representatives. I sent you that invitation. I sent you that invitation. I sent you that invitation months ago. I'm still waiting to get a response. We're not running from the American people. We're ready to debate any of these issues anytime, any place, particularly right here on the floor of the House of Representatives. Representative Pramila Jayapal, she had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to prevent ICE from deporting U.S. citizens. Republicans voted that down. Ranking Member Jim McGovern. And this issue is personal to him. I mentioned earlier, we do this work because we're informed by our own personal experiences. It's not about glory, it's not about profit. It's about improving the lives of the American people that we're privileged to represent. Jim McGovern and his wife Lisa dealing with immense pain, immense personal tragedy, but fighting so hard on behalf of the American people. He had an amendment to restore the critical NIH research funding withheld by Donald Trump and Elon Musk to cure diseases like Alzheimer's and cancer, including pediatric cancer, childhood cancer. Mr. Speaker, you know Republicans voted that down. Hundreds of amendments introduced by Democrats to try to deal with the cruelty and the callousness of Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Many amendments were offered by Democrats, and Republicans chose not to make these amendments in order. In other words, just ignored them, dismissed their importance. Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Gottheimer offered an amendment that adds a new requirement that the Secretary of HHS certify in writing that the reduction and rescissions made by this act will not affect cancer survivors currently on Medicaid or Medicare. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment. Representative Houlihan and Representative Ramirez offered an amendment, Mr. Speaker, that exempts individuals with disabilities from having to prove eligibility for Medicaid every 6 months. That's a burdensome red tape requirement designed to throw people off of Medicaid who are eligible. That amendment was dismissed. Mr. Speaker, as you know, by House Republicans. Representative Sarah McBride the distinguished gentle lady from the great state of Delaware. The distinguished gentle lady from the great state of Delaware. She offered an amendment that requires the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, to certify provisions in this bill to make sure that those provisions will not reduce access to care or increase the cost of care for seniors who are duly eligible for Medicare and Medicaid. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment. Representative Rob Menendez offered an amendment that the health provisions will not take effect if it would lead to an increase in mortality rates due to reduced access to hospital services. Mr. Speaker, as you know, House Republicans dismissed that amendment. Representative Val Hoyle introduced an amendment that strikes changes to provider taxes and preserves states' ability to use or increase provider taxes to fund Medicaid and protect hospital funding. Mr. Speaker, you know that despite Representative Hoyle offering this amendment, Republicans dismissed it. Rural hospitals will close as a result of Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. They will close. Susan Collins acknowledged that fact. But House Republicans are here jamming a bill down the throats of the American people that will close hospitals in rural America, in urban America, in small-town America, in the heartland of America, and apparently, Mr. Speaker, couldn't care less. Let me be clear. We're going to stand up for those communities that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have abandoned. We're going to stand up for rural America, urban America, small-town America, the heartland of America, Appalachia. We're going to stand up for all of America, whether we represent you or not. Representative Nanette Barragan, one of our co-chairs of Steering and Policy, along with Robin Kelly and DWS, she offered an amendment increasing the Hospital Stabilization Fund that they had to include in this one big ugly bill. This amendment was designed to protect hospitals from closing and expand eligibility for safety net hospitals that we know exist all across America. In every corner in this country. Safety net hospitals that serve a large number of low-income patients, including those with Medicaid. And yet, Mr. Speaker, as you know, House Republicans dismissed this amendment. Amendment after amendment after amendment that Democrats have introduced to try to relieve the pain that is being visited upon the American people by this one big ugly bill, voted down by Republicans or dismissed out of hand. Representative Costa introduced an amendment to protect those on the low-income heating and energy assistance program who are also targeted by this one big ugly bill. It's part of an effort to ensure that all households on SNAP can continue to qualify. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment out of hand, ignored it, did not see fit to take it up. Representative Jill Tokuda from the great state of Hawaii, she introduced an amendment trying to prevent the nutrition title of this bill from taking effect. Against USDA can determine that the provisions of this one big ugly bill would not result in material economic harm to farmers, ranchers, and producers. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Republicans dismissed that amendment out of hand. Representative Lloyd Doggett had an amendment to extend tax cuts for the 98% of the American people who make $400,000 or less per year. Had that amendment been taken up and passed, it would have cut the cost of this one big, ugly bill by approximately 50%. And we would have been standing up for those everyday Americans who are now going to be hurt by other provisions in this GOP tax scam, this disgusting abomination. Mr. Speaker, as you know, that amendment dismissed out of hand by the House Republican majority. Representative Seth Magaziner from the great state of Rhode Island. He's only in his second term. Somehow he's the dean of the delegation. Along with my good friend Gabe Amo, Seth Magaziner, he had an amendment to provide a tax cut for the middle class, paid for by increasing taxes on the wealthiest here in this country. Taxes and a tax rate that had previously been at 39%, lowered by the original GOP tax scam in 2017. He had this amendment to provide a tax cut for middle-class Americans. Instead, Republicans are spending $1 trillion on massive tax breaks for the wealthiest amongst us. And that amendment was dismissed out of hand. Representative Stephen Horsford, who also came in the class of 2012, he had an amendment to make no tax on tips, which we support. But we support no tax on tips becoming a permanent part of the law, and that's not what this one big, ugly bill does. Tax breaks for billionaires, permanent. Tax breaks for everybody else expire. That's not the way to stand up for everyday Americans. That's extraordinary. Representative Stephen Horsford's amendments to make no tax on tips permanent and to close loopholes that are in this one big ugly bill. Dismissed out of hand. Amendments introduced by Ranking Member Huffman, Andrea Salinas, Dave Min, Emily Randall, and others, protecting public lands, dismissed out of hand. Amendments on energy introduced by members like Luz Rivas, dismissed out of hand. And I think I'll end this portion of my presentation. Mr. Speaker, I said this portion of my presentation. Still got a little more time. Donald Trump's deadline may be Independence Day. That ain't my deadline. You know why? Mr. Speaker, we don't work for Donald Trump. We work for the American people. That's why we're right here now on the floor of the House of Representatives, standing up for the American people, for everyday Americans, for hardworking American taxpayers, fighting hard to make sure that we can live in a country where every American can afford to live the good life. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, part of being able to afford to live the good life, part of those 5 things that I talked about, which shouldn't be hard to agree upon. Work hard, play by the rules, and then being able to be part of a country. Imagine a country where when you work hard and play by the rules, you can afford to obtain the American dream, to experience the good life, good paying job, good housing, good health care, a good education for your children, and then a good retirement. So we had a series of amendments, Mr. Speaker, introduced on the subject of education. Let me say something about the Department of Education, and every agency, every department can, of course, be improved in terms of its efficiency, but the Department of Education does important work, particularly as it relates to the most vulnerable children amongst us. And as part of this unprecedented assault on the American way of life, President Donald Trump issued this executive order, effectively trying to abolish the Department of Education. I know there are people all across the country as I travel throughout America concerned about this. Let me make something clear. The Department of Education was established by an act of the United States Congress. It cannot be abolished by anyone pretending to be a wannabe king. Not anyone. It's us, the United States Congress. So we introduced, Mr. Speaker, a series of amendments related to this commitment, this recognition of the importance of education as part of accessing the American dream. Ranking Member Bobby Scott is also battling some issues. Life hits us all, but made sure to make his way here to the House of Representatives. It's part of his commitment to stand up for the education of our children and others. He had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, that strikes all of the extreme parts of the Committee on the Education and Workforce elements of this bill that make it harder for students to access high-quality education, jeopardizes child nutrition programs, and threatens financial student aid, all of which is being done recklessly, Mr. Speaker, by this one big, ugly bill. And as you know, Republicans chose to ignore this amendment, dismiss it out of hand. Representative Sarah Elfreth introduced an amendment to try to increase the amount that hard-working teachers and educators are able to deduct on qualified out-of-pocket classroom expenses. And that amendment was dismissed out of hand. Tax breaks for billionaires, Mr. Speaker, but Republicans have decided hardworking educators can't get an enhanced tax benefit for their out-of-pocket expenses. That's wrong, and as House Democrats, we will continue to stand behind the educators of the United States of America, the teachers in the United States of America, those to whom we entrust our most precious asset, our children. And House Republicans, Mr. Speaker, aren't standing up for educators, for the teachers of America. This is extraordinary. But we're going to continue to stand with our teachers and stand with our public schools all across the United States of America. That's what House Democrats are going to continue to do. Representative Val Hoyle had an amendment to increase Pell Grant funding, Pell Grant awards that are severely undermined in Donald Trump's one big, ugly bill. Mr. Speaker, it's extraordinary to me that this reckless Republican budget manages to go after blue-collar jobs, organized labor, hardworking American taxpayers who don't shower before going to work but shower after work, that Donald Trump's one big ugly bill goes after blue-collar, good-paying, prevailing wage jobs here in the United States of America, and then also goes after access to higher education. Representative Val Hoyle had an amendment, Mr. Speaker, increasing Pell Grant awards that are severely undermined in this bill. House Republicans chose to ignore this amendment, dismiss it out of hand. This is another one of those areas where our commitment to experiencing the American dream, whatever path you choose, whether that's through career and technical education, as has been the case by many members in their experience or their family experience. Don Norcross, one of our leaders in this regard, Debbie Dingell, others, Mark Pocan, part of the Labor Caucus, leaders in this regard. Mark Pocan, part of the trades movement. Don Norcross, part of the trades movement. Debbie Dingell, so close to the UAW and the trades. It's one of those areas where we also are informed by our personal experiences, why we find what is taking place, Mr. Speaker, in this one big, ugly bill so disgusting. These attacks by Republicans on the ability of all Americans to achieve the American dream, to be part of imagining an America where everyone who works hard and plays by the rules can live the good life. Higher education is not the entire solution, but it certainly is part of it. This was taught to me by my grandma Nana. She never had a formal 4-year education, but perhaps she was the wisest woman I've ever known. And she was determined to make sure that her 2 grandsons had the ability, as best she could, to obtain an education that might ultimately, for us, coming out of this working class neighborhood, Crown Heights in central Brooklyn, spending a lot of time in Bedford